And we're live. As usual, please wait one moment for me to share the link of the stream on the Twitters. Boop. So we're going to be starting Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous today. I think this is the enhanced edition. I hope so. It was a bit confusing when I was going to install it. But I have all the DLCs, all the stuff. I'm not sure if there's going to be the same thing about having to start a DLC mid-campaign that we had in Kingmaker. I hope not, because it was a bit hard to figure out. I'm kind of excited to start this game. Been putting it off for like a month and a half, ever since we finished Kingmaker. So apparently this is going to take our characters all the way to level 30, instead of the level 20 of the last campaign, which is usually referred to as epic levels or mythic levels, I guess, in this game. Dang it, I think my thumbnail crapped out again. Nah, it's fine. Boop. Let's see, I still want to play a paladin, because this time we're going to be fighting demons, so I can make more liberal use of smite. Whereas the last game we were fighting phase, who are neutral apparently, even though all they do is constantly harass us. What do I want to put as an insightful, well thought out comment in my comment section, in my chat, there. How about something like this? Look at that, amazing. Anyway, let me get a game on my screen. Boop. So this came out in 2021, which would put it in line for the release of the new edition of Pathfinder, which was matched up with D&D 5e, but I don't think they've switched rule sets to the 5e style of combat and or characters. I think should be mostly similar to Kingmaker, I hope. Yeah, because I really liked it. Maybe I do expect some improvements and everything. This is a new game. I think it's a bigger, longer game too. Anyway, new game. Let's see the main story. That's an epic image. You know, maybe I should have used that as my thumbnail. Join the struggle against the World Wound, the epic war between Golarion and the Abyss that has raged for more than 100 years. Up to now, the Crusader armies have barely managed to curb the overwhelming enemy forces, but not for much longer. The Demon Lords are preparing to strike a decisive blow. You will have to harness the mythic powers, take commands of the 5th... Fifth Crusade? Okay. At least it's not as bad as the 4th Crusade. Hey, mystery joke. Anyway. Lead it against the demonic hordes. Wasn't the 5th Crusade the one that ended in negotiations? In the real world? Anyway, there being 5 Crusades doesn't give much hopes to this one. Let's see, a DLC. Answer a plea from a powerful entity, defend the space-time continuum against imminent collapse. Okay. Use your unparalleled mythic powers to do battles with truly invincible opponents. Import your character from the main campaign just before the moment of their greatest triumph. Or create a new character. Okay, so we can just start this anytime. Through the ashes. While the future Knight Commander is fighting their historic battle for the Wardstone and the whole world, the regular people on the burning street of Canabrese are doing their best to survive. In this initial campaign for low-level characters, you will see the war through the eyes of a common city dweller, proving that you don't need a mythic champion to be a hero. Interesting. So when we are in Canabrese, doing a battle for the Wardstone, we can start off this DLC once we're done with that adventure, whatever it is. Treasures of the Midnight Isles. You're limited to one save slot. Is it like the other thing, the Tenebrous Depths in the previous game? You play as a standalone adventure or part of the main game. You can wait for Chapter 3 to explore the Midnight Isles. The islands scattered across the dark abyssal ocean hide treasures untold and honor hours unspeakable. You can explore them along with your doesn't fall into your hands on the first try, don't give up. Yeah, it seems like the same thing as the Tenebrous Depths. So if I ever need money, I'll just swing by that place. Main campaign. Difficulty will stick to normal. Weak crit hits on ourselves, death's door. Auto level up? No. No auto level up, thank you. Okay. Remove controlling effects after combat. Hopefully. Remove negative effects on rest. Blindness, ability damage, and numerous other negative effects will be removed immediately upon resting. It's fine. Dead companion res after combat, so we don't have to use resurrection. That's fine. Weaker enemies on normal. This is normal, right? I don't want auto level up. When on, gaining levels up automatically, and you can monitor how the hero's skill and ability develop. You can turn off the leveling up for any companion, but then you have to manage their developments to... Okay, that's fine. Keep it on normal then. No need to make it custom. Numbers of enemy standards, enemy behavior, additional abilities and spell. Like what? Like one-shots? Party speed depends on the weight you're carrying. Off. Shouldn't be on? I thought it was on in the last game. Weather effects, light. The penalties for weather. Character retrain, I hope so. Because I think there's going to Crusade auto mode. So there's not a kingdom management, now it's a Crusade management. Immersive mode. All UI disabled. I might need the UI. Okay, normal, that's fine. Create a character. I'm not going to use a pre-generated one. Cavalier. What's that? Can't I see the... what? Okay. Fighter, rogue, slayer. What's a cavalier? Cavalier? Create a new character. I did make a custom portrait. Hey. Since I was thinking of playing a paladin again, because I love seeing how the alignment system works out with paladins. Since you're so restricted, it also makes you really consider your choices. So alchemist, arcanist, barbarian, bard, blood rager. It's like a barbarian but with spells. Okay, cavalier. A warrior who has an animal companion and faithful steed that they can ride into battle. So we're like a beast rider. Animal companion, armor proficiency. Okay, cavalier of the paw. Okay, there's going to be a bunch of stuff I'm gonna have to learn. Field focus. Okay, cavalier. Do you ride on beasts? Cool. Cleric, druid, fighter, hunter. Animal companion, melee and range weapons, and employ the divine spells that let them empower themselves and their companions. So like a more magic focus ranger? Maybe? Domain selection. Urban hunter. Marksman. Inquisitor, kineticist, magus, monk, oracle. Divine spellcasters. They can heal. They have a limited number of spells and only gain new ones as they advance a level, unlike the cleric who have all their spell list. Less flexible, but they can cast more spells. Oof, could be useful as a dedicated early level healer. Anyway, paladin, that's what we're going to pick. Ranger, rogue, shaman, divine spellcasters. Great visibility in terms of customizing their build for the player's preferred style. Massacre enemies, support and heal allies, or controlling weakened foes. Hexes. Special abilities available to witches and shamans. Are female shamans called witches? Ah, no, it's a class over there. Witch. War priest. Cold weapons and a vast array of sacred spells. So like a more melee oriented cleric. Sorcerer, slayer, scald. So like a fighter and a bard combination. I have to use all these approximations because I'm not gonna spend all my time reading classes I might not even ever pick. Anyway, paladin time. What are the subclasses of paladins? Divine guardian. You can choose someone to protect and you get bonuses for that. Divine hunter. A ranged paladin. Divine scion. Through faith but through knowledge. They study their enemies to find the most efficient method of dealing with them. What's changed? Let's see. Smite evil is removed, you get studied target instead. +1 bonus. Ah, so it's... Instead of being restricted to evil, you can use this on all targets, but it's less powerful, I think. Okay. Hospitalier, healing paladin, martyr. Welfare of others before his home, but some paladins exist farther. You get stigmata and you lose smite evil. Inspire courage and stigmata. After can chant hymns of faith and cause bleeding stigmata to visibly appear on his body. What does it do? Charisma. What is this active? He takes 1 point of bleed damage, which ceases when he stops. He but otherwise does not really even his face of magical healing. He assists his ally duplicating inspire courage. And you can... Okay, so it's like a a boost to your aura. Okay. Stone Lord. What? Sentinel of Dwarven Enclaves. So you have to be a dwarf. But what do you get? Stone Strike. The Stone Lord can draw upon the power of living rocks. As a swift action, increase your melee attack as magical and adamantine, with a +1 bonus on the stuff. Ooh, this would be... If you get all the way to mythic level, like 30, that's going to be +6 on damage and attack. Okay, Warrior of the Holy Light. Souls, Purity and Redemption. Helping others find the true path. Expansion comes at a steep price. What do you get? Differently. Power of Faith. Additional use of Lay on Hands. Lay on Hands per day. For the levels. You can use her Lay on Hands for this ability. This causes the nimbus of light to emanate from the warrior. All allies receive +1 more bonus to AC and attack, damage, saving throws. That's for 1 minute. Well, doesn't the... Do we still have the Mark of Justice? As the Paladin? Power of Faith. Heal the Paladin and allies, curing them a little bit of ability damage. Okay. Mark of Justice. Yeah, so it's like a less powerful Mark of Justice. But gives a bigger spread of bonuses. Allies in the area who resist to fire and stuff, that's good. Shining Light, but you lose Aura of Fate. Paladin's weapon of 20, that's good aligned. Shining Light. Evil creatures within the burst take damages. There's going to be a lot of damages. And are blinded. Evil dragons, outsiders, and evil undead are blinded for rounds. Reflex save half the damage and negates the blindness. The DC on this level is equals to 10 plus half the level plus charisma. Good creatures are healed and receive a bonus. That's a good buff, a boof. Power of Faith again. Protection from critical hits, good. And level 20. It increases in size. All bonuses increase. The moral bonus on attack damage is +2. Wow. Amazing. We'll get more bonuses. How about regular Paladin though? Could go for a ranged Paladin. What do you get? You lose proficiencies and gain Divine Hunter's proficiencies and a precise shot. Okay. You lose Aura of Courage and gain sheer precision. It's a creature with a range attack. She gains her allies within 10 feet. The benefit of the precise shot. Oh. This is for an entirely ranged party, not just the Paladin. Divine Hunter Bond. Forms a divine weapon with a ranged weapon. Let's see, +1 to stuff. Okay, so it's like a divine weapon bond, but only for ranged weapons. Distant Mercy. So we can use Lay on Hands at a distance. I mean, I you know what? I'm going to do a Paladin, but this, instead of being a defense build like the last time, this is going to be an offense build. I'm going to use a two-handed weapon, probably a great sword, maybe a great axe. Nah, great warhammer. We'll see what kind of great weapons there are. Maybe a spear. Let's see. I'll go for a damage-focused Paladin instead of a defense-focused one. Let's go with the regular class. Next, human Paladin. What kind of races are there? Halfling, half-elf, half-orc, Azamar, tiefling, or reed. Humans with in the touch of an elemental being of Earth. What they look like? Okay, crystals. A Dampier. Half-living children of vampires. So half vampires. Are you undead? Actually undead? Reacts with positive and negative energy as if they were undead. Okay, so it's like a undead but not really. And Kitsune. Boxes. That's definitely something from the 5th edition ripoff. I can already tell. Foxfolk are Vulpine shapeshifters known for their love of both trickstery and art. Two forms of an active human of slender build with salient eyes and the true form of an anthropomorphic fox. Damage queries. Why do you ruin everything? Can you actually shapeshift or are you just stuck in this form? Change shapes. Human forms are of the same sex. When she uses this ability, human forms cannot use bite attack. Okay, so that's okay. Human. Next. Or do I have to choose my sex too? No? Oh yeah. What does a male kitsune look like? Same thing. Do they have the same face? They look the same, only the body changes. Uman. Okay. Background selection. Craftsman, you're no stranger to hard and honest work. Noble, none, oblate. It's not faith. Maybe regional. Scholar, street urchin, wanderer, warrior. What if I go for regional? Let's see. Outdoor swordsman, alchemist, diplomat, diabolist, Chilaxian diabolist. Hunter, scholar, historian, wanderer, daredevil, corsair, peasant. This also seems like a 5th edition type of thing. Acolyte. Let's see. Persuasion and low religion to the list of class skills. We're fine. Wisdom instead of charisma while attempting persuasion checks. Okay, this is for... Okay, healer. Adds lower nature and low religion to the list of class skill. Wisdom. Use intelligence instead of wisdom. Martial disciple. Adds mobility and low religion to the list of feats. Gains improve on arm strike. Ah, 3 feet. About nobles. Courtier. Persuasion and trickery. Emissary. Leader. Street urchin, wanderer. Warrior. How about a guard? You get a bunch of proficiencies. If I already have the class skill, weapon proficiency, or armor proficiency granted by the selected background, then the corresponding bonuses from background changes to a +1 competence bonus in case of skills, +1, so I get +1 or -1s. And I get spear, javelin, light, short sword, light armor, buckler, maces, light armor. If I go for oblate, use wisdom instead of charisma, so I can get a +1 to persuasion and religion. That could be good. Healer, martial disciple. Let's go for martial disciple. You get a tiny bit of a unarmed strike, 3 feet, and a bit of lore, I guess. +1 on lore. Maybe acolyte. Okay, let's go for martial disciple. Yoink. That's it. What's this next one? Deity. It's going to be Emodea again, because I think she shows up in this game. Stats. Okay, let me just reduce everything to the minimum. Yep. Intelligence and wisdom are going to be the dump stat. So, charisma. What's the highest? Also, charisma. Ooh, 20. Okay, let's go strength. Just a +1 index. Just for the armor. Constitution, go for +2. Strength, as high as it can go. That's it. Can't go any higher. If I sacrifice any bit of constitution or dexterity. And intelligence and wisdom are the dump stats. Maybe I should get wisdom up a tiny bit. If I just... Boop. Oh, that hurts so much for just 1 point. Just 1 point. This looks fine, right? I have my human bonus in charisma, that's fine. What if I put it in strength? So we get to +4 strength. And I just put all my level up points in charisma. Nice going charisma. Charisma, good. Seems fine, right? 10 dex, 14 constitution, high strength, high charisma, dump stat intelligence. So I'm just going to do the same build as before, which is low religion and persuasion. Next. Spell ability. 1 point. Let's go for dex. Next. Skill points. Everything's at 0, so persuasion. And a low religion. +5, +8. Next, feats. Anything new in the terms of feats? Spellcaster Armor Focus, Brew Potions. That's a feat. Up to level 3 during campaigning. During camping. Combat casting, defenses. Disruptive Dispel. Or be stunned. Die Hard, Dispel Synergy, Elemental Focus. Fast Learner, gain more skill points. History of Terrors. Resist mind affecting effects. Improve initiative, prowess. I could go against for all this. All the persuasion skills. Add strength to my persuasion skills when using intimidates. Meta magics, persuasive, power attack. Let's go for power attack. Let's see. -1 and +2 on melee damage. If I'm using a two-handed weapon, that's a plus 50%. A one-hand weapon using two hands, or a primary natural weapon that adds 1.5 times your strength modifier on damage rolls. Okay, wait, what? Using two hands or primary that adds 1.5 times your strength modifier to on damage roll. This bonus is damage is half if you are making attack with an offhand weapon. When your base attack bonus reaches +4 and everything, you get more bonuses. Abilities power attack, prerequisite for Gun Smash, duet for Carnage, Cleaves. Power attack is a prerequisite for Cleave? Oh yeah, I guess so. Power attack Mythic. You get even more bonuses to damage rolls. Okay. Bull Rush, Thunder Armor. Anything else over here? Scribe's Skulls, Shield Wall, Spell Penetration, Stunning Fist. Since I already have Unarmed Strike, I could go for this. What's the DC? Wisdom modifier? Nope. Reflexes, shots, a bunch of ability focuses, which I don't have the prerequisites for. Shield Master. So we get even more AC. Crane Riposte, Double Slice, Elemental Fist. Okay, I think we're good. Power attack. What, I get another feat? Because I'm a human, maybe? Weapon focus, let's see. Battle Axe, maybe? Earthbreaker, Falchion, Great Axe, Great Sword. If I need to respec in weapons, I'll just respec in weapons. If, for example, the longsword is what's going to be the Holy Avenger of this game. Sure. Weapon focus, Great Sword. Yep. Deity, Imode. Same as last time. No, it's the Inhibitor, Light of the Sword, and Lady of Valor. Is the goddess of righteous valor, justice, and honor. And also of rulership, as we discovered last time around. Or at least I discovered, by reading the manual. Having served as Howden's a herald. Who's Howden again? For some reason it doesn't... Atheism, that's... okay. How does that work, by the way? Atheism. Atheism believes the belief that those beings commonly called gods are not worthy of the authority and reverence bestowed upon them by others. They don't doubt the existence of deities and generally acknowledge that deities are very powerful beings, but they don't know more than that. They tend to revere ideals. Okay. Sure. Who's this herald? Imode is... Howden's herald. Is Howden not a god but something else? Maybe. Nope. Having served as the herald, she many of the last Aslante's followers upon his death, and continues to espouse the deities of honor and righteousness in the defense of good and the battle against evil. Sounds perfect. Except for this favorite weapon, longsword. Because it's going to be a great sword. Lawful good. It's not even a choice. Next. Appearance. Seems fine. Body type. You have big boy, medium boy, small boy. Face. What matches my portrait? Let's see. Big chin, kind of. No. No. That seems fine. Can I get a beard somewhere? Eye color, beard. We need a full face 5 o'clock shadow. This is the best I can do. Okay. How about hairstyle? Okay, close shave. Full mane. Or the tied up hair. Let's go for the close, short hair, off fuzzy. Like this. Yeah, it makes sense. Wait, no, get back. No. Damn you. Scroll wheel. Okay. Any good scars? In the eye, that's visible. over down the other eye. Okay, in the middle of the face. How about I go unscarred? Maybe there's a thing over there. Maybe there's a... This is a scar, maybe. Maybe. Let's go like this. War paint. What do they look like? Can we make it visible? Ooh. Can I have war paint over my scar? Anyway, none. Tattoos. I can have multiple war paints as tattoos. Maybe. Clothes color. Let's go for a pure, not pure white. Maybe grayed out. It's kind of blue. This is more blue. How about some yellow kind of thing? Nah, it looks good. And the second color, red, seems fine. Force time.
Use for this. So many thoughts. Burn.
I shall not fall. Our time has come.
I had the same voice as before. Brave?
I won't give up. This is my path. We cannot be defeated.
Seems good.
All this waiting. None shall us.
I can find better.
Are you still here?
I will guide. So it comes to this. Does anyone require my counsel?
Let's go with brave.
Let us be off. I'll take care of it. Their life ends here. I'm always ready. You're done for.
Okay, brave is good. Name. Can I have a random name? Just for inspiration? Oh, it's a single name. What's a good name? How about... Look at that. Genius. Arthur. Boom! See? Common name. Easy to remember. I'm just choosing days at random now. Come on. Okay, the 15th of Abadius. Birthday. Does it count our age? Is it going to be like 100 years campaign?
Forwards!
Let's see, stat sheets. Seems a bit more cramped than before, I think. Maybe because everything's all great skilled. Paladin level 1. Best attack bonus of 1 or +4 for melee attacks. Where does it get the +4? Strength, okay. Defense, same as usual. No reflex, high fortitude, half a will. But we should be able to add our charisma bonus to our saves. Which is why the paladin is so good against saves in general. No damage reduction, no energy resistance, proficiency in weapons. Good. Look at that. How long does it take? Half an hour of character creation. Oof. Jeez. Some kind of square, circle, marketplace. Nah, town center. Yeah. Make way, coming through. Fetch a healer, quick. Ugh. Is that me? Maybe.
Hey, somebody! We got a wounded fighter. Can we get a healer over here?
My, would you look at this? But why would you drag a wounded fighter into the middle of the festival square? Couldn't he be carted off somewhere else, like, oh, I don't know, an infirmary? Or an accommodating ditch?
Good question, if a bit cold. Somebody's coming.
Make room, everyone. Step back. Now, what's the matter? What happened to him? The wound looks nasty. Who did this to him?
You hear the stern voice of an elderly man, but you're so weak you can't even turn your head to look in this direction.
Demons, prelate. We found him barely alive outside the walls of Canabris.
So we're already in Canabris? It's a city of glory, but not one of spotless virtue. Until the first Medivian crusade, it was a small town perched atop a bluff overlooking the West Selen River. During the final dark days of Sarkoris, historical refugees splashed across the river and sought safety behind the walls of Canabris. At first, these refugees were allowed in unquestioningly. However, a Lily 2 demon named Minako entered Canabris magically disguised as a refugee. One side of the town's wall, she revealed her true form and slaughtered everybody in a cloud of greasy black smoke. After the Red Morning Massacre, as it was called, cannabis refused entrance to any except those who could demonstrate direct needs. Individuals who fell under suspicion were turned away or executed on the spot. Cannabis became a town known as Safe but Suspicious City. By the time of the Second Crusade, the leaders of Cannabis agreed to house one of the ward stones to guard against demonic hordes pouring from the world wound. This act assured Cannabis' role as a strategically vital city, key to the defense of Mendev. Okay. And demons. Do I need to know what demons are? Different from devils. Malign destructive creatures native to the outer sphere, known as the Abyss. They exist to destroy. The more lawful counterpart, the devils, seek to twist mortal minds and values to remake and reshape them into a reflection of their own evil. Demons seek only to maim, ruin, and feed. They recruit mortal life only if such cohorts speed along the eventual destruction of hope and goodness. Death is in some ways their enemy, for a mortal who dies can often escape a demon's degradation and flee to their just reward in the afterlife. It is the prolonging of mortal pain and suffering that fuels the demon's lust and desires, for it is partially from mortal sin and cruelty that these monstrous fiends were born.
The walls, you say? The enemy doesn't usually stray so close to the city. Must fortify the defenses. And you, hold fast. Don't die. We'll see you right.
So why was I carried here and not in a healing place?
We'll get you patched up now. But first, you there, guard. Take his weapons. Bearing arms is not permitted during the festival. Wounded or not, everyone must abide by the rules. He can get his things back after the festival.
Okay. I mean, I don't really have a choice, do I?
O Inheritor, leader of our troops, the sharpened edge of our blades and the unyielding strength of our armor, Iomade, I beseech you, grant your mercy. Heal his wounds.
The magic envelops you, but your pain lessens only slightly. I won't give up that easily.
Here. That's the Crusader spirit.
Yay.
My powers are not enough here. Someone call for Terendelev. You there. Yes, you. Stop dithering and gawping and make yourself useful. Go and get Terendelev.
So we need to get a greater restoration?
Prelate, surely there is somebody else here better suited to running errands.
I'll get her! Terendelev! Has anyone seen Terendelev?
Terendelev. A healer, perhaps?
Be quick about it before it's too late. Now, who are you? I don't remember seeing you before, and I have an excellent memory for faces.
I'm a crusader. I came to fight demons.
Oh, Iomade saved me from green recruits. They come without planning, without preparation, and they die before they even see their first real battle. I don't know whether to laugh or cry at the utter waste of it all.
Uh-huh. Thanks, dude.
My dear prelate, please, for the sake of the festivities, stop interrogating this poor man. He has been through enough already. Go on. I'll take care of him.
He's asked me like one question.
All right, as you wish. You are our protector, and a dragon at that.
Oh.
So I shall defer to your wisdom. But be on your guard. I've been informed he was wounded near Canabris. That means the demons are prowling just outside the walls, and the city is crawling with their spies. Others may be able to relax on this holiday, but not you or I. Not the defenders of this city.
You can really tell us a mythic adventure because there's a dragon, a human dragon already just wandering around. It's not really a big deal apparently. I think. Maybe it is a big deal.
Pry loose the grudging grip of pain. Cast off the veil of suffering flesh. Let light and life go forth in triumph to repel the skulking shade of death. There.
The longer she speaks, the stronger her voice becomes. A beautiful silver-haired woman leans over you. She seems ageless, her face wholly unlined, but centuries old sadness gleams in her eye. What happened to me?
I do not know yet, and that troubles me. I am not entirely sure what the demons did to you. This wound is no ordinary injury, and it was inflicted by no ordinary weapon. I have rid you of your pain and restored your strength, but only time will allow you to heal fully.
So I was attacked by a demon with a demonic weapon? Maybe it's some kind of plan for them to infiltrate the city. Who are you?
My name is Terendelev. I am the protector of the city.
Are you really a dragon?
You don't believe me? Perhaps I should retake my true form and engulf this square with my ice breath to win your trust. Pay no mind to my current guise. I appear this way when I walk among the people. I would hamper the festivities if I tried to attend in my true form.
Thank you.
I accept your thanks, but my work is not yet done.
Can I go?
Certainly, but be careful. I have managed to get you back on your feet, but I have not healed you fully. Alas, sooner or later, your pain will return.
Dang it.
But do not be discouraged. You will recover, I promise you that. Tomorrow, come to the cathedral and say that you are expected by Terendelev, Protector of Canabris. We will find a way to help you. But for now, put this out of your mind and enjoy the festival. They are all too rare in this time of war, and merriment is one of the best medicines.
Well said. Simple and special festival drinks. Let's see, journal. So it's not Lindsay anymore that's writing the journal pages. Canabria is a city poised on the border between two worlds. On the one side, the ordinary world inhabited by ordinary people, and on the other, the world wound, the demon's foothold on Golarion. Heroes from across the world flock to Canabria to aid the Crusaders' cause. The protracted war offers little cause for celebration, but today is the anniversary of the city's founding. For today, the city's main square has been cleared of marching troops and given over to performer and carnival games. The townfolk deserve a chance to forget about the bloodshed, if for one day. Movement, yeah, I know how to use movement. Right mouse button click. Wait, left mouse button click.
Let us be off.
What's the difference between the left mouse and the right mouse? Yeah, WASD. I can rotate the camera. I've never tried that before. Thank you. There's a game over here of throwing stuff. Guards, nobles. Let me try. Left. Aim for the left. Do I have to do something? I clicked. Okay. Yay. What about 100 places? Can you do it? Get in bullseye. And I'm praying. Thank you, Imode, for making me shoot a dart at some place. Some people are named over here. Camellia. Grubby peasants and their grubby diversions. Why did I even bother coming? Horgus Worm. Happy city and day. And now step forward, please. I do not wish for Horgus Worm to be seen next to you. Okay. Peasants and nobles. Nobles and peasants. Ember. Are all the people named in the outskirts? Happy city day, good people. Spare a coin for a hungry belly. I don't think I actually have money, do I? I have some money.
Let's move.
Let's see. Chest contains the festival attendees' weapons. Good to know where it is. There then. They call this a celebration. This is but a paltry imitation of what goes on in Mansion on a dull, dull day evening. Ah yeah, the days are different. Everybody's letting their hair down, everybody's drinking, having a good time, but demon spires are never let up. Bunch of named people over here. Sila, how are you? Did Terendelev help you? Jenna Aldori. Hey, an Aldori. I've been a Crusader 5 whole days already and I love it. Wow, amazing. Curl. Let us enjoy the festivities. Instead, we're digging ditches and training a day in and day out. Let me have a special drink. Oh, the camera rotates automatically. I guess the environments can be more developed if we can rotate the camera. Another round. That's fine. Oh. Uh-oh. Okay. So we have to make our way to the chest and get our first weapon. Doesn't seem like our guards are doing good. Or am I? I can't see myself. Oof, nice.
Discari, Lord of Locusts, leave my city!
Okay. How did he get in there anyway? Kaiju fight. Oh, it's easy.
Let the feast begin.
Okay, so demons are better than dragons. Makes sense.
Discari's here. Discari himself. Blimey! One minute we had a dragon, the next, bam, she was gone. What are you gonna do? Fight or flee? If fleeing's your plan, let me help you out. I've got a scroll here with a good protective spell.
The halfling's armor is splashed with blood, and he's armed to the teeth with a sword, a blade, and a hatchet on his belt, and a crossbow on his back. I've seen you somewhere before.
Yeah, you have. You owe me your life. I'm the one who found you outside the walls and brought you inside to be healed. I see they've patched you up. Good thing they did it before the attack, or else you'd have been done for.
Who's this Curry?
You must have got a good drubbing round the head, brother. Discari's a demon lord.
Demon lord?
The most fearsome enemy of all crusaders and all living things, come to think of it.
The most powerful demons are unique demigods. Rulers of the Abyss are known throughout the multiverse. Number of demon lords is beyond knowing. Of the countless powerful demons who rule the various layers of the Abyss, some are more widely known and worshipped. The most ubiquitous demon lords, and the only one to have attained full godhood, is Lamashtu, the mother of monsters. What situation?
Who knows? Everything's on fire, crashing down around our ears. Place is crawling with demons. Looks like a whole army attacked the city. We're sitting ducks.
Give me a sword, I'll just smite them to death.
Sure thing. Here, take this. Best crossbow I've got. The person who made it said it could pierce the hide of a demon lord even.
Good.
Good luck. Try not to get eaten now.
The halfling's words are drowned out by a terrible rumbling and the rustling of countless tiny wings. Thanks for the crossbow. Attack this Curry. Let's go. Halfway across the map. Oh.
A mortal gnat snaps its jaws at the Lord of Locusts.
Dodge? Maybe?
Behold, Iomade. Behold the death I saw.
Oh, dang it. And now I have to do moderation. Yay. Boop. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da.
The silver dragon, Terendelev, the defender of Canabras, fell in battle. Hardly surprising, as she had to fight the demon lord Discari himself. He willed the land to part and swallow all who dared to stand in his way. But the war was still far from over.
We have a new narrator. Continue. Find other survivors. Do I still have the crossbow? The anti-demon's crossbow? There's nothing special apparently. It definitely had something special.
Follow me.
Okay, so now we're underground. Guys, you good? Tila and somebody else.
Holy mother of...
The small woman with messy brown hair winces in pain, uttering a stream of curses through clenched teeth. She's pinned to the ground by a couple of weighty boulders.
Hey, stay with me. You actually got pretty lucky. You fell down into a black hole. But at least you're not on your own. You've got a great companion. Everything's going to be just fine. Tell me something. Can you feel your legs?
The young woman in knight's armor studies the rocks intently, clearly trying to work out how to move them.
I feel them all right. When say no to a little less feeling in them. My ankle's killing me, but my back seems to still be in one piece. My head, too.
That's all that matters. Now,
Thanks, game.
we're going to... Hey! Fancy meeting you down here. You're the one that Terendelev healed today, right? You aren't injured, are you? Will you help me get her out from under the boulders?
Spotting you, the knight reaches for a sheathed weapon, but after scrutinizing your face momentarily, she raises her hands in greeting. I have diplomacy, but that's not gonna help, is it? I don't tip anyone for free, pay up. Knowledge world. We don't have to rely on brute strength for this. I'll try to find something to use as a lever. Let's see, -1 on athletics, -2 on the world. Hold on, we're going to get you out from under here. Failed. That was a failed check. You have to work hard to get a wounded woman out from under the rubble. At last the knight stops to catch her breath and wipe the sweat from her brow.
Damn it all. I think it's broken. Oh well, I've had worse. I'll just make myself a splint out of something. Thanks for the help. I wouldn't have lasted long on my own stuck under there. I'm Anevia Tirabade, of the Eagle Watch.
The Eagle Watch?
I was overseeing security at the festival square. I thought maybe spies or demon worshippers might have something nasty planned. What actually happened, though, now that I did not see coming. I don't think anyone could have been prepared for that.
Well, I'm Sela. Paladin by the grace of Iomade. I crossed the whole continent to come to Mendeb and fight demons. And well, I've been fighting for a while now.
I too am a paladin by the grace of Imode, cross the whole continent to come to blah 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 blah. I guess we have a disposable companion at our hands. Having a full paladin party against demons, that would be a good idea, right? All paladins and clerics against demons. I guess you can stick around for now.
I don't even want to think what might be happening up there in the city. Canabres has lost the protection of Terendelev, and of the Wardstone too, looks like.
It has?
It's a relic without equal. It was placed here personally by Iomede's herald, with the goddess's blessing. I really wanted to go see it, to pray before it. But there's no point worrying about a stone when there are people dying in the streets.
Isn't the Wardstone supposed to keep out the demons?
Yeah, things are looking grim enough, but don't lose heart. Wardstone or no, dragon or no, Canabres will never give in. Simple as. Well, we've introduced ourselves. What about you?
I'm a paladin just like you, Sela, and I came to protect this world from evil. The smile blossoms on Sila's face. She shakes her hand firmly.
A fellow crusader! Welcome, brother. This is great. I would have been happy to have any companion in this, but it's nice to be stuck down here with somebody who's my kind of crazy.
Yay.
It's a good thing you've still got your faith. Because right now, to be totally honest, faith's probably the only thing we do have. Now then, I'll hobble my way out of here somehow. The city ain't far, only 30 paces or so.
Are we gonna get back up?
If you're going straight up,
okay.
Of course. I'm afraid we're gonna have to go the long way round.
Sure.
To summarize, there are 3 of us with 5 working legs, 3 pairs of decent hands, 2 clear heads, and 1 made of wood. That's mine. Underground monsters beware! Anevia, you stay behind us. You're in no fit state to fight. If we do come up against anything, the 2 of us will try to manage on our own first. Well, onward! May the good deities lead us back to the open sky soon.
Doesn't Anevia can... I think she can fight with her bow, right? Party. Yeah, I know how to do a party. She's just gonna stay behind? Okay. Any items to loot? No? Okay. Advance. It's a straight line. Containers. Look, Hulu. Put all the confiscated weapons in this chest. Have a look. Maybe your things are inside. Collect all. We got some loot. So. Great sword. Cold iron great sword. Okay. Let off strong. A bow. Crossbow. Cloak of resistance. Is that mine? I mean, I guess I'll take it. Is that a spear? Short spear. Long sword. Seems like a short sword, but okay. And a flail. What weapons do you use, Sia? Are you skilled at anything particular? Long sword, shield, banded mail. The knight errant. Okay. Can I see your skills? Feats. Human, smite evil, acrobatics. Feats. Light armor, medium armor, shield proficiency, shield focus, dodge. So she's going to be the tank for now. 21 armor class, whereas I have 16. Yeah, okay. How about damage? 9 to 19 versus 4 to 11. Have I activated my power attack? It's activated. Smite evil, I have 1 use. Charge.
Rely on me.
Okay.
We should move.
Time to advance. Up. Can you get... Okay, let me see the formation. Up. I can't... Come on. I mean... Can I... Okay, thank you. Custom formation. She's first because she's the think I'm going to be second. Hopefully the enemy aggroes on her. That's a thing. A Terendelev scale. You restore the life to a deceased party member. Good. Is that a consumable or usable? Level 5. Okay. Camellia. She was the stuck-up noble. The fine apparel of this young half-elf woman is torn and stained with blood, dust, and dirt. However, she holds herself with such dignity that she would be forgiven for taking you in a high society party, and not in the dank catacombs under the city. Her fingers grip her rapier, hilt with confidence, ready to draw it at the moment's notice. At her feet lies a dead body, so mutilated that at first glance it's hard to tell if it's animal or human.
Relax, friend. We're not demons or cultists. Don't poke my eye out with that thing, all right? We fell down here during the attack. I'm Sela, that's Anevia,
and Arthur.
This is our new friend. We're looking for a way back to the surface.
Really? I'm so ever glad to hear it. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Camellia. I was also in the square when... I can scarcely believe it. How did all those demons get into the city? I thought, naively it now seems, that the Wardstone protected us from attack. And Terendelev, I can't wrap my head around it.
The girl relaxes slightly, but she keeps her hand on a sheathed weapon. Her self-control falters for a moment, but you glimpse the fear beneath her mask of perfect placidity. Tell me more about yourself.
Who am I?
What class are you?
Just an ordinary citizen who decided to take a stroll through the square on the day of the festival.
You're a noble.
But that's not what you wish to know, is it? You most likely wish to know whether I'll be a burden should you ask me to join your group. No need to worry about that. I can assure you that I am skilled with a rapier, and I also possess some knowledge of magic.
What happened to the guy who's dead at your feet?
I don't know. He must have been in the square when disaster struck. I tried to revive him, but he was already dead, sadly.
Revive him? How does that work? Anyway, continue.
He didn't get these wounds from the fall. Be on your guard. Whatever killed him likely hasn't gone far.
Okay.
Hang on. I think I know him. His name's Aravashniel, the egghead from the library. He was a good lad, even if he was kind of stuck up. May his soul rest in peace.
Not many could withstand a strike from a demon lord, not even Terendelev.
I can't argue with that. We're fortunate to be alive, albeit underground.
Discari himself has come to Canabras. There's no mistaking that ugly mug. Terendelev tried to fight him, but what could she do against a near deity? Even the Wardstone was no help. Our city used to be protected by powerful forces, but now...
I think something might be wrong with this Wardstone. Shouldn't it also work on demon lords? Because otherwise the demons would just overwhelm all Wardstone locations? Because that's a no-brainer.
We've seen how powerless they truly are. Henceforth, we shall have no one but ourselves to rely on, I suppose.
Do you want to join us?
Certainly. Survivors should stick together. It's only sensible. Who knows what else could be prowling about in these caves?
Well, for one thing, there's whatever killed this guy. We need to keep moving. There must be a way back to the surface somewhere around here.
That's right. It would be the height of foolishness to survive a demon attack only to perish under a pile of rubble.
Let's see if this poor bloke has anything useful on him. Not to sound like a heartless brigand or nothing, but we kinda need all the supplies we can get right now.
Okay. Camellia can heal us.
What's on your mind?
She's a magus. Undetectable alignment. Enchanted or process an enchanted item that interferes with the determination of the alignment. Blue blood. Talent. Fights demons and cultists alike. Keeps her distance from her fellow warriors. Spirit hunter. A shaman. So she's a shaman. Okay. She uses a rapier and a buckler. Has a special necklace. Amulet. Unidentified. That's the thing that's obscuring her alignment, I think. Okay. You're good, and we're good.
I heed the voice of
Cure light wounds, dismiss spell, enlarge person, spirit weapon enchantment. And that's all. Okay.
I stand ready.
Let's loot the body. Loot. A dagger. A masterwork dagger.
March on.
Lighting. In dark places, use a light spell. Or a torch. Who can spare place for a torch? Nobody. Can't you cast a light spell? Light, light, light. On yourself. About one for everybody. These cantrips are free. Oh, it's only one at a time? Okay. Well, I'll have the light. Oh. A centipede. Is that what killed the guy? He had a master... Oh, a bunch of centipedes. That might have been what killed the guy. You're first, that's fine. Camellia, attack him. Attack him. Attack them. Sneak attack. Ah, she gets sneak attack too? Oh no, she does maybe. Anivia. Loot time. We got, yay, we got 4 XP. 12 XP total. How much do I need to level up? 2,000. Okay. 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 Whoop, turn around. Another scale, I think. Yep, Terendelev scale. Is it possible to have such a crappy build that you died in this first encounter?
Strike with all your might.
Save the last one for me.
Okay, thanks. Maybe the game is a bit too easy. Maybe I shouldn't say that right now. The giant fly. Murder. And spitting giant centipede. Dead. Some bones. A flame tongue and a rainbow quartz.
Let us be off.
Probably some valuables. Monitor lizard time. Dead. Gimme. Yay, skinning succeeded. Let's get back to this intersect. Oh, there's a thing. Oh, no, that's an Avia. Never mind.
Let's move.
Let's head back to the intersection. Can you guys run, please? Yeah, you can. What's down here? Another centipede. A bunch of centipedes. And they're all missing their stuff. Good for me. And another body. A bunch of bodies are down here. Some bracers of armor +1. I guess you can take them. Does it work on unarmored people? I should keep it for an actual mage. Scroll and inflict light wounds. Oh, you can't read scrolls? Okay. Anyway. Keep going. What is that again? Fatigue. Already? What were you doing to be fatigued right now? It's been like 15 seconds. Leon?
No, I can't just walk away. It's got to be here somewhere.
A half lizard, half goat, tiefling person? You struggle to make out the man's features in the gloom. As soon as you step into the circle of light, however, you realize that you have never encountered a creature like this before. The stranger looks like the work of a vivisectionist who attempted to stitch together a lizard and a man. The man notices you and freezes. The curling horn producing from his head casts a malevolent shadow on the cave wall.
Lan, did you find it? Who is that?
The woman looks just as strange as her companion, like a cross between a cat and a spider. When she catches a sight of you, she immediately drops into a fighting stance. Her movements reveals the little grace of a wild predator.
The do-gooders here to save our mongrel souls, no doubt. Wait. They might know what's going on up there.
What is this place?
This is the hall where we remember the glory of our forebears. Sorry about the mess. It doesn't usually look like this, trust me. Sometimes we even wipe the dust off the exhibits.
This is where the relics of the first Crusaders are displayed.
Might be...
Our lives are short. Our glories are quickly forgotten. But this place helps us to remember that we are just as worthy as anyone else. And that our lives are not lived in vain.
You guess Crusaders?
The first Crusaders? You've been down here that long? That's crazy.
Demons are laying waste to Canabries.
If things are as bad as you say, then we all have to hurry.
You didn't come from the direction of the shield maze. Damn it. I couldn't care less about what's happening on the surface, but the maze.
The shield maze?
I realize that you guys have your own troubles, but we need to be in Canabres. People are dying up there. Please,
who are you?
Show us the way out.
Tieflings?
Tieflings are the descendants of people who sullied themselves by mating with demons. Our ancestors would never sink that low. We are the Underground Crusaders, the children of the Crusade's finest.
Crusader children?
Sadly, Underground Crusaders is a bit of a mouthful, so people usually just call us mongrels.
What's an Underground Crusader?
You just love repeating that, don't you, Lan? Mongrels. That's what the Uplanders call us. But we call ourselves Neathers.
So is there like a need for a crusade in the Underdark too?
No matter what you call us, it's not gonna stop our horns, hooves, or tails from growing.
I've never heard of Underground Crusaders before.
In Canabres, they're called mongrels. People say that they come up to the surface at night and eat anyone foolish enough to wander alone after midnight. To tell you the truth, I thought you guys were just a tale to tell kids at night.
Huh.
That's human gratitude for you. Our forefathers suffered the consequences of demonic corruption, all to protect Mendev and Golarion. And for what? So we could become monsters used to frighten children.
Every mongrel has their own take on it. Our chief, for example, thinks of us as something like a reserve military force. He thinks we're standing by until the moment we're needed, and when we emerge on the surface and save the day, all the people will see how good we are, and they'll love us for it. Yeah, he leaves that last part out when he talks about it, of course, but it's easy enough to read between the lines.
Well, we just so happen to need a reserve force right now. What are you doing here?
That's none of your bit.
We're looking for a holy sword. It
Ooh.
was here, in the center, sticking out of a rock. The sooner we find it, the better. Some kids from our tribe took off for the shield maze. They figured it had collapsed, and now it's their time to go up to the surface, like all the legends foretold.
Okay.
Except they don't have a clue what's waiting for them up there. They're not fighters. And Saul, the chief of our tribe, is dead set against it. He says that now isn't the time for the Underground Crusaders to take up arms. If we get the Holy Sword, we might be able to change the chief's mind.
Okay, so we have a quest to change the chief's mind so they can go to the surface. We can save the people from the demon horde.
It's a fool's errand. None of us will be able to hold the sword, let alone use it to save anyone. It's not an ordinary weapon. It's made from righteous heavenly flame and will burn anyone who touches it. Do you think you're special, Lan?
Okay.
I'll pick it up with my teeth and tie it to my hand if I have to. It doesn't matter. An angel's sword and a troop of stalwart mongrels will be able to work a minor miracle. Speaking of which, you're still here, Wendu, which means that deep down, you know it's possible.
So why don't you ask us for help about holding up angel swords and stuff? Maze, is it really to the surface?
Yes. There are other ways up, but they are far from here. And after the earthquakes, there's a good chance they've collapsed. But the maze... There's a legend among our people that when the walls of the maze fall, that will be a signal for us, the Underground Crusaders, that the time has come to go up to the surface and fight the demons in the final confrontation. Until then, the people say the maze is shielding us from taking rash actions. I'm the only one in our whole tribe to have been in the maze. And even I don't know if it's true. But The further I went in the maze, the fresher the air became. That means that it really must lead to the surface.
I guess we have our plans of action.
When the ceiling and walls started shaking, the young ones in our tribe lost their heads. They figured the maze was going to collapse, so it was time to go up to the surface. They grabbed whatever weapons were on hand and ran off toward the maze. They think the maze is no longer a danger to them. They've been listening to Wendwog too much.
But if they can't make it to the maze, they won't hold a candle to demon hordes.
Don't try to blame this on me. Yes, I told them that our people are capable of making our way through the maze. In the future. But I always told them to wait until I had made a map of all the maze's dangers. I warned them 100 times. But it was no use. My words just went in one ear and out the other.
A sword of holy flame? How did it wind up down here?
It came here with its owner. A long time ago. 50,000 gongs to be precise.
What's a gong?
70 years ago, in Uplander time.
Okay.
50,000 gongs ago, our forebears found a dead angel here, along with the bodies of his comrades. The tribe gave them a dignified burial, and they were laid to rest with their weapons. But the flaming angelic sword was stuck in a rock, and no one was able to pull it out. It burned to the touch, like real fire. So the rock was placed over the angel's grave. It should be here somewhere.
Alright.
Maybe the angel will dig himself out and find the sword for us. That might be our best shot in this chaos.
Can angels die? Or are they only temporarily dismissed?
Lan, watch your tongue.
We'll find the sword faster if we work together. I'll help you.
Thanks. An extra pair of eyes can help. The sword will be
4
easy
pairs.
to spot. It looks sorty. Help us, and in return, we'll get you out of here.
Good deal.
Now we're talking. Let's get to work. It's a good thing we all bumped into each other, isn't it?
What, you want to find the sword quickly so the underground monsters bring you back to the surface?
Yes.
So be it.
Okay. Hidden objects. We need to make a perception skill check. Like over there. Low religion.
I can't do it.
Failed. Statue of an unknown knight. The technique is crude, but the figure was clearly crafted with genuine feeling. With random stuff inside.
No, what is that?
Pile of rock with some stones.
What do we have here?
This room looks like an improvised museum, or perhaps some kind of temple. What's a grinding stone? Ah, a sellable item. Vendor trash. Some gems. Some belt.
What's that there?
Looking for a sword.
What's
Some
that?
rumble.
Found
Some rubble. Rubble.
something. What's that there?
Ah, we get it? Looks like a holy sword. Day 15, Mount Arodos the 8th, year 4715. So this takes place after Kingmaker. The strange flash pierces the gloom, and Arthur feels drops of searing blood run down his chest. The wound healed by Terendelev reopens and weeps scarlet, but there is no pain or weakness. A hazy scene appears, a cave chamber. This one or another one entirely. Arthur's heartbeat quickens, and a stream of thoughts suddenly bursts into his mind. Thought that really belonged to one another. Treachery, they betrayed me, trapped me, and stabbed me in the back. My trusted allies, my treasured friends, the people I swore to protect. The people for whom I descended from heaven and came to this turbulent mortal world. There they are, up ahead in the gloom of the cave. Or are they waiting? What are they waiting for? Are they afraid to draw it any closer? Do they believe I am about to die from the treacherous blow? Next to me, a quiet moan. A girl with a golden braid lies on the rock, clutching her slashed side. She refused to join with the traitors, and paid dearly for it. I could have tried to run out, but I will not. What the last thing I must. Recognizing the foreign origin of these thoughts, Arthur intuits that he can control them somehow. Let's try to heal the wounded girl. A spark of healing magic illuminates the eerily murky scene. Before Arthur, the wounded girl opens her eyes and whispers, "Lariel, you said that everything was going to change soon. You said you and the other warriors of heaven would be leaving us on a grand mission to stop the demons forever. Is that true?" The frenzied and foreign thoughts come faster and faster, like a rushing river, and images flash by one after another. A priestess in colorful robes observing the stars. A young female paladin praying, clutching her glowing sword. A majestic golden winged angel gazing into the distance, his face covered by a helmet but his voice ringing clearly. "Only if you're willing, and only if you're ready. There's no going back." "Then don't waste your strength healing me," the girl whispered. "Your mission is more important. You take care. It's near." There, in the vision, the darkness in the cave stirs into a motion. Something massive appears from within the depths. A vague shadow, an outline, a nightmare come to life. A wave of odious chirping and rustling emanates from the shadow, the sound piercing like hot irons, lancing through flesh and bone. The traitors fall to the knee before the shadow in reverent ecstasy, and the wooden girl thrashes in her death throes. The yawning chest wound burns white hot. Arthur's head pounds with pain. It's no longer clear whose pain it is, the person called Lariel who sends his vision, or the one unlucky enough to receive it. I can fight out the illusion. Will +4. Knowledge Arcana. Never. Can do nothing to fight out the... Let's fight the illusion. Will. Like a 70% chance. Let's go. Failed. Dang it. The force of his terrifying attack, though originating in a vision, is much greater than anything Arthur can withstand. Crippling fatigue drags him to the ground, hands piercing, cold piercing his skull, and slowly creeping along his spine. The one who sent the vision is experiencing something similar. He is broken and exhausted. A monstrous shadow emerged from the murk of the cave. It is not real. It only exists in this strange vision, or memory. But the thrill of fear it provokes is more than real. The shadow's features starkly resemble those of Descari, the terrifying demon lord. In a movement as swift as the thought himself, the monster's hand is wrapped around the throat of the one they call Lariel. The foolish angel is strangling on the rocks, like a fly with its wings torn off, intones the shadow. Its voices change as it moves, shifting from a quiet whispering to a sonorous shout, becoming young, then old and quivering. Where is your goddess, angel? Where is your self-assured herald? How is it that you're dying here alone, so far from the lights of your heaven? A strange calm envelops the thought of the one called Lariel. He recognizes who stands before him and knows he will never bow down before this enemy. The flaming sword flares to life in his head, bright, pure, flickering with multicolored sparks like a sunbeam through stained glass. Slash! The blade slashes to the demonic creature's flesh, and the monster recoils with a howl, releasing his grip on Lariel's throat. The angel falls back heavily on the rocks, his vitality ebbing, but his pride remains undiminished. He grips the sword and with his last burst of strength, plunges it into the rock. Arthur senses that the vision is fading, the rush of thoughts diminishing, like a river running dry. The last thing he hears is this: "You will kill me, monster, that I know. But one day, someone will come here and raise my sword. They will raise it up and... punish evildoers and traitors, save and protect the innocent." Punish evildoers and traitors! The vision disappears, vanishing in a burst of color. Arthur does not hear the final words, but he seems to complete the thought, taking it to heart. The words fly from his lips, and with them, something else. The heat blazing in Arthur's chest fades away. The edge of the scarlet wound closes, leaving not even a scar behind. Looking down, Arthur sees the flaming sword in his hand, or rather its outline. The memory of what the sword looked like. With a final surge of warm and soothing light, the sword vanishes and the light is drawn into his hand. Arthur senses that it will return. All he needs to do is call for it. We had an angelic vision, and a kind of a booth. I took the sword, I think.
Hey, are you all right? You were kinda glowing just now.
It's my demonic wound acting up. Stella kneels before the light, offering up a prayer to Imode.
That was it. The light of heaven. But how?
I am not sure.
What did you do with it? Where did it go?
I saw the memories of Lariel, the angel who died here.
Lariel? That really was Lariel? The angel from the legends. The ancestors even got his name right on the gravestone.
How did they know?
The chief will be thrilled.
You. Thousands of gongs and no one's been able to touch it. And now you, an ordinary creature of flesh and blood, no different to us, get the sword and start talking about visions.
And demonic wounds.
Now, Wentwog, don't be a sore loser. He is clearly different from us. The sword appeared before him, along with the angel's name and all that other stuff, because he doesn't carry our mongrel taint. Heaven doesn't give a damn how special we are. We're born with evil inside us. Heaven doesn't need to know any more than that. I know you're willing to tear anyone apart to uphold our people's honor, but you and Sol, you just refuse to face the truth.
Me and Sol?
We are the way we are because our ancestors' bodies were corrupted by the abyss. It does the same thing to plants and animals. There's nothing heroic or special about it. It doesn't make us better, and it doesn't make us worthier.
Requires angel mythic path. Reveal the light of heaven. It seems I can control it. I can control it? Is it because I'm a lawful good character?
That is just... wow, I mean, that's amazing. Heaven has truly blessed you.
Yay.
This power is the most majestic thing I've ever seen in all my life. Is this what the sun is like, Lan?
May I just did a little flash?
Yes, it's similar. But this light is more... golden? Chief Sol needs to see this. Now that we have the power of angels on our side, he can't say no. He'll have to assemble a troop to storm the maze. You Uplanders care about your kids, right?
I mean, I hope so.
Help us save ours. Without them, we won't survive. And then, the perils of the maze won't be so bad if we go together. We'll make our way through it and find the way to Canabras.
Lead us to your chief and I'll decide if I'm going to help you or not.
Let's go. We'll take the short route. Well, the only route, really.
The route. Did it just collapsed?
Now what is that?
Mobility 14 DC check. Did I get the sword? Light. Protection from evil.
This is my path.
Light of the angels. A soothing light. Every ally gets a temporary hit die for 1 hour and the enemies become dazed. Can I do this as many times as I want? This is one of my abilities. Inspire rage. Accept effect. So I can accept being enraged. Sure. Did I get the sword? The holy mega magical sword? It's a key item maybe? Or nah, it's just not in my inventory. It doesn't count. Oh, you're in my party now. Can't you have some armor? No. How about some armor bracers? So he's a ranged lawful neutral Zen archer. A monk, an archer monk. Interesting. And you, natural neutral evil fighter. Okay, well I guess we can stick it out for now, but we won't be around each other for long. So you're a ranged fighter. Survival of the fittest. A huntress. Character, abilities, mongrel. I don't know what this gives. Fighter proficiency, Lamash 2. Ew. Hunter. Gives us a bunch of stuff. Underground scavenger. Yeah, so she's a ranged weapon person. A bunch of ranged weapon persons.
It won't work.
Who has the best mobility?
Well, this didn't go...
Hey, we got it. And nobody got hurt. Let's see formation. You're first. You're on the side. You're on the side. You're in the back. No, you're in the back. And we're on this on the flanks. Up. There you go, tight formation. You guys stay back a bit more. Good. Up. So she can take the aggro. Let's move. Ah, spider. A tiny amount of spiders. Time to murder them. Please. Thank you. Easy enough. Another mobility check, a bunch of loot to loot. Yoink. Okay. There's supposed to be only one path back to the chief's place. A fly and a centipede. Ouch, ouch. We got hurt a bit. Loot, thank you. Attacks, yeah. I think I forgot, I got how things work.
Do not waver.
Discovered a skeleton, a hidden skeleton. We don't really have a balanced party right now, but I guess we're fine. It's kind of the tutorial level anyway. Uh-oh. I wanted to go back and do the mobility check. What's it? When wearing glasses at land, Wolf is fixing a slip bowstring and quickly walks over to you. Her cat-like eyes glow from beneath the hood. Listen here, you. I don't know who you are or where you're from, but you and I are the only two people here who see things clearly. That's why I'm asking you. Don't show the light of heaven to Soul. Why? Why? What should be shown to the mongrels. A guttural, husky snarl unfurls from her throat. He wants to play the hero. His first idea, if you remember, was to grab the sword and run headlong to the maze. Does that sound like a plan to you? It's like suicide. The worst part is that the tribe might take his word to heart and follow where he leads. I thought you considered the Mongols to be great warriors. The descendants of the great warriors. I believe that my people are worthy of greatness, that we are strong and can do many things. That's why we were chased down here, and we scared people. But it's one thing to go hunting in the caves, and another to fight in the shield of mazes. I have been there. I spent my whole life training so I can make it through all the way to the end. There were more of us trackers at the start. We were young and stupid. Why's a couple of monsters when there's a whole world out there waiting for us? That's what we thought, but we weren't prepared. The maze isn't just a physical challenge, it's cunning and full of traps. It's dark as the primordial night, and if you close your eyes and listen, you hear whispers right behind you, and soft singing in the distance that seems to rise and fall with the beating of your heart. I had to learn from my friends' mistakes. I had to step over their bodies and go further. I don't want to have to do that again, and it will happen again if a crowd of ill-prepared fighters burst into the maze with no idea where they're going. All because Lan believes that a glowing sword will solve all of our problems. I don't want to save the kids lost in the maze. I do want to, but I'm not going to risk the future of the tribe for the sake of a few stupid kids. Chief Soul is hesitant, and for good reason. He also understands how dangerous this is for the tribe. Lan is the only one who benefits from these childish games of heroism. I'll go alone if I have to find them. I'll go alone if I have to and find them, or whatever's left of them. Without any heroics, relying only on myself, risking only my own life. You and your friends, you can come with me. Perhaps we can make it to the end of the maze together and find a way out onto the surface. I'll think about it. Don't let the chief the light and I'll lead you to the maze to the surface. I swear it. I think I might need the tribe to go to the surface. I mean, it's good to have only one person and save as many lives as I can, but we kind of need to push back a whole demon horde. Leaving a location. I don't want to leave a location. Go back to wherever we... over there, maybe? Where's the place with the skill check? The mobility skill check. I think that's it. Over here. Oh, wait, no. No, it's not. Keep going up. Just before the spiders. I think. There it is. DC 11.
The mongrel did it.
Yay.
Yet another obstacle.
Small earth elementals. Fight time. Dead. And dead. Oh, were they hiding? A wand of cure light wounds. That's going to be useful. Is Camellia our only spellcaster now? I think so. Okay then. Nope. Go all the way down. Whoop. So we can leave this location and go towards the chief's place. Yep, they're running, that's fine. Leave location. To Neath Home. Must read the first crusade to go differently. Grab a copy of the original adventure path for the Pathfinder tabletop RPG. Invite your friends and play your own unique way. That could be cool.
Let's move.
Mongrels. Anything to speak about? If you can hunt, you're welcome to stay. This is going to be our first hub with merchants and stuff, and a rest opportunity. We don't really need to rest right now. Is that a dragon wing? A wyvern wing? Your first impression of the Mongol village is a squalid dump, with the odors to match. Unblinking, glowing eyes watch you from the gloom and deformed shadows. Slow between the hunts. You see some Mongols gutting white, eyeless fish, while others are repairing fish nets. All the signs of normal village life, but tense expectations hangs in the air. A heavyset aged Mongol slowly shuffles his way towards you. The hair on his head grows in limp, wispy strands, and his face has a distinctly rat-like appearance with pronounced teeth. Then you hear a rattling sound in his chest with every breath he takes. One of his eyes is white, fully scarred by cataracts, while the other gleams with moisture. Uplanders, eh? And times are upon us, indeed. Thief Saul, we found the Angel Sword, and we found the one who can wield it. He points at me. He had a vision, and now the Angel Swords together with the light of heaven are somehow inside of him. Gather the tribe. Anyone who can hold the weapon, the young ones are still alive, and we can go save them. Saul raises his hands with ragged, broken fingernails. Ah, Dan. Always dreaming, always talking. You're too hasty for your own good. It's going to get you in trouble. Saul's eyes zoom up and down. An uplander with the light of heaven. That's too good for us. Our kind don't have good things happen. There's always a catch. Lan trusts people because he likes to believe. Isn't that right, Lan? I'm the chief. I don't work on faith. Show me the light. Restricted Mythic Path. For the game, you will occasionally encounter colored options marked as associated with a specific Mythic Pact. These are dialect branches that embody a spirit of a particular manifestation of mythic powers. In the earlier stages of the game, these options must be selected in order to gain the opportunity to set out on the corresponding mythic path. Once your mythic path is set, unique alternatives inaccessible to other mythic paths will become available to you. Well, I only know about the angel mythic path right now. Lan speaks the truth. The heavenly flame flares to life at your own unspoken command. Bright, clear, dancing with multicolored sparks, like a sunbeam passing through stained glass. The mongrels abandon their task and stare, transfixed. The light is bright but not blinding. It is warm, but its warmth is so deep. You've performed a lawful action. Saul is silent for a while. Tears are streaming down his wide, pale face, but the old man doesn't even care to wipe them away. So it's true. The angel did not forsake us. No, he came, back from the dead. He came to save our children. Lan gives you a nod of thanks. The scale half of his face is indifferent, but the human half is visibly relieved. If he wasn't sure all this time, that you would support him. Moonlight hisses at you like an angry cat. See these fishermen and these hunters, these huskers, men and women, their blood will be on your hands. We have the blessings of the angels. We will survive and help the young tribesmen. Idiot. You see a bright light and now you think even the maze is no match for you? I don't even know what the maze is. First thing the worst, Wendu. We're not on our own on this anymore. We've got allies. Well, a couple at least. But one good fighter is worth 10 bad ones. You have the right of it, Lan. But we're needers. We're going to wait. I sent a messenger to summon all the tribes. It'll take time, ish. But they will all come. They will all come for the light. Wait, Lan. Wait, Uplanders. Rest a while in one of our huts. Our home is your home. Alright, Chief. Understood. Let's hope that a few hours isn't the difference between life and death for those kids. If they ask me what took us so long, I'll tell them it was your decision. She grits her teeth in silence. Level adjustments. Ah, we all leveled up. 1000 XP. Yay. Anything else? Any side quests? What are you going to do now? Ready, okay. How about the mongrels? We're the crushed lander under the ground, the children of the first Crusaders. The world wound touches everyone. Look at us, we're all marked by it. The Uplanders didn't like it, they drove us down here. When the shield maze falls, this is the end of our life down here. We'll go to the surface. But now that we've all seen the light of heaven, now we can go. Tell me about Wendag. Our beauty, our huntress. Who's more skilled in Wendag? They're braver fighters, but brave doesn't mean skill. Tell me about Lan. He makes a vague gesture. He's not one of us. Not one of us. His father was one of... but his mother... They took him to the surface, they ruined him as a child. Then they came back, but he wasn't one of us. Thank you. Can you clarify, are we Uplander prisoners or guests here? Have you drawn your weapons against us? Have you killed us? Have you stolen our food? No, guests. Okay. There's a bunch of stuff to loot. Which I'm not going to because I don't want to steal from them. I don't really need to. Anyway. Okay, so what now? Do I have to press the rest button? Let me level people up first. Wendag, the fighter. Fighter level 2. Yeah. Yes, I wish to proceed. No skill points. No skill points. Apparently. Yes, I accept. Up. Next. Combat feat, deadly aim. Don't you have precise shot? First. You already have precise shot. Point blank shot, weapon focus. Longbow. You're using a longbow, right? Okay, come. Go back. Armor focus, blind fight, combat reflexes, deadly aim, dodge. Initiative, power attack, precise strike, rapid shot. That's better. Next. That's it. Steps up. Lan. Monk. Yep, Zen Archer, that's fine. Skills. Athletics, mobility, perception. Good. Next, precise shot. Deflect arrows. Dodge. Rapid shot. Take rapid shot. Everybody take rapid shot, please. We have the longbow. Yep, longbow person. At second level, you get an archetype. Weapon focus. And weapon specialization. Okay, complete. Next, Camellia, the shaman. Yeah. Spirit hunter. Trickery. That's it. Trickery and mobility. How about you take instead knowledge arcana? I need somebody to do it. Ice plant. The hex grants achievement +2 bonus to AC. Oh, we have a bunch of hexes. Bit of negative condition, purity, battle master, battle ward, chant, evil eye. The target is -2 on AC, ability check, attack rolls. That's amazing. -4 to AC. Ooh, could be good. Fortune, fury, hampering X. Creature within 30 feet to take -2 to AC and combat maneuver. -4. Healing, ice plant, +2 to AC. Initiative to the touch, intimidating display, misfortune. Anytime the creature makes an ability check, attack roll, saving throw, skill check for 1 round, they roll twice and fail. That could make for a good, combo. Nails, protective luck, secret, slumber. Will save. If they fail, they fall asleep. That's amazing. Slumber. Thank you. Sila, Paladin level 2. Are you a regular Paladin like me? I think she is. Knowledge, World, and Persuasion. You don't need Persuasion. I'm gonna do Persuasion. Instead, do Lore Religion. Mobility, you won't need that too. Lore Religion. Good. And we gain Lay on Hands. Paladin. Give me Persuasion. Religion. Lay on Hands. Good. And we add our charisma bonus to our skill checks. Rest. We cannot rest here. Don't I have to do something? What? Don't I have to go inside the hut and rest? Is that what we're supposed to do? Journal. Rest in the hut. Which hut? One of those huts. Horgus Gwen. Let's go and talk to him. Anivia. The hut for resting. Okay, thanks, game. Thank you. Horgus Gwen. Didn't I see you before? In the festival? Human face at last. And there I thought that I'd be grazing upon the twisted visages of these troglodytes for the rest of my life. Literally, man, it's expensive but not ostentatious clothes approaches you. His face is peppered with several healed cuts and bruises and twisted in an expression of extreme discontent. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Horgus Gwen. Yes, that Gwen. You no doubt have heard of me if you spent any time at all in the city. Were you? You truly are freshly arrived in the city then. You couldn't have picked a worse time, that's for certain. When you just arrived in the city has been raised to rubble. You know you should know that you're looking at one of the richest and most distinguished men in Canabries. I may not be as well known as certain swaggering loudmouths who spends their lives traipsing from one ball to the next, but the Guerm Trading Company is one of the pillars of the city. How'd you end up here? He focuses on Camellia before his gaze returns to you. Is he the dead guy from before that Camellia was hovering over? Like everyone else, down I went with a cursed beetle cleave the ground in twain beneath our feet. I'm lucky I didn't break my neck in this fall, and I'm doubly lucky that I didn't encounter any subterranean cockroaches on my blind wandering and instead came across hunters from this settlement. I must say that when I first glimpsed their physiognomies, my laugh flashed before my very eyes. But do not be indecent chaps, frightening to look at but able to keep a bargain. Don't speak very kind. I think he speaks fine of mongrels, even though they save your life. Kind words are for people who are ours to fritter away on pleasantry. Orgus Worm speaks his mind. What kind of business proposition for us? I don't know what is happening on the surface right now, but we are determined to find out. You have no intention of seeing out the rest of your days in this village, I suspect. You must find a route back to the surface of the city, if there's anything left of it. I'm a moderately pious man, and I don't mind relying on the help of a person who has the favors of the gods. Especially with so many demons lurking about. You're strong, it'll be no trouble for you, but alas, I'm not as fit as I once was. I can't go crawling out through caves playing scouts. Our proposition is simple. Lead me back to the city and I shall pay you 1,000 gold coins. I mean, sure, why not? I suggest we help this man. It's good to have friends among the elite. I, Praise Imode, am a crusader, not some mercenary. Keep your money, I don't need payment to see you safely to the surface. And I, think Abadar, am not some beggar seeking charity. If I told you I'd pay 1,000 means, that means it'd be 1,000. Deal. In the meantime, I shall sit here in the village. Okay, I think he wants to do something to Camellia. For some reason. And Camellia wanted for us to take the deal. Maybe they know each other. She used to be a noble from the dialogue she had in the festival, saying the festival is just some peasant feast. Anything for you, Anivia? The strategy may not have happened if you spent less time surveying on the citizens and more time taking the real spies and demon worshippers. Brilliant idea. How come I didn't think of it? Not only if cultists could tell us they were cultists, then we wouldn't have to waste time investigating honest citizens who decide to go all cloak and dagger right under our nose. There's bad blood between the two of you? It's an old matter. Miss Tiribade here had the notions of spying on me, then of rummaging through my goods. I ask you, do I look like a cultist? Cultists don't tend to look like cultists, you know. That's kind of a whole problem. And you, Mr. Gorm, built a whole secret operation of buying and smuggling into the city. What was it? Oh yeah. Magical weapons. Don't you see, I have a reputation to uphold. One that I value most highly. Orgus Worm is a hard-nosed businessman, not a good fairy from a tale. Yes, I care about my city. Yes, I wish to see that its defenders, my defenders, were well-fed, healthy, and well-armed. But to make those donations openly was unthinkable. I might as well hang a sign outside my door welcoming in every sponger, leech, and parasite in the city. Ah. So he feels guilty about that, and that's why he didn't want me to do charity too. Because he doesn't like it he doesn't like the concept of charity, I think. Or something. He has a problem. He has a problem. I appreciate your help for the crusade. No jokes, you're an alright bloke. But carrying on secret dealings in the city that's teeming with cultists is a huge pain in the backside for us lot whose job it is to keep an eye on that sort of thing. How's the leg? Well, it hasn't fallen off yet, so that's good. They bandaged me up all nice and smeared some stinking stuff on the wound, so it looks like I'm gonna live. They said to wait a day, and I'll be right as rain, so I'm waiting. What do you think is happening in the city right now? Nothing good? Perhaps the city is no more. If this Descarie himself appeared, there's no telling how bad the things are. Can you hold off on waiting or obituaries just yet? The city is full of fighters, and besides that, it's barely a stone's throw from Narrow Sign. I think our people will hold on long enough for reinforcements to come from the Queen. This ain't Descarie's home turf. He's gonna have to retreat or else fight the whole Medevian army. The capital of the Crusader state of Mendev. Narrow Sign is designed first and foremost as a defensive fortification to hold back the demonic horde. The holy city of Imode. Residents are devout worshippers. Queen Gallifrey, ruler of Mendev. The cruciform cathedral to Imode is central to both Narrow Sign's physical structure and the defense of the city. Okay. What do you think of the mongrel? I thought they were just a story, the sort of thing drunks in the taverns would come out and knew it. Now I discovered that it's true. Well, what can I possibly think of them? The poor creatures are most unfortunate, with their faces and their minds so deformed. It's a miracle they're even alive. The part that boggles the mind is that they're descendants of the first Crusaders. All these years they've been living beneath our feet in caves in the dirt. If I'd known the legends about them were true, I'd have dedicated my life to getting them out of this place. I mean, they were hiding for some reason. To what end? To the people of Canterbury could have stoned them on sight and prelate Holrun would have had them tossed on the pyre en masse? Whatever the ills of this place, it's their home. Who's that guy? Canterbury's famed prelate. Holrum Shapok first gained the trust and administration of the city, people organizing stuff, elite witch hunters, cultists, and many more under suspicion with no real proof. These events started the Third Crusade, widely accepted as the least effective and most self-destructive of the 4 Crusades. Holrum evokes respects and admiration of the populace, as well as fear, and agreed to get the city as its prelate. What are you gonna do when you go back? I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna find Irabeth. She's my wife and the leader of the Eagle Watch. As long as she lives, she won't allow Canterbury to fall. We have to go. Go on, don't dilly-dally. Let me speak to the merchant, sell off the useless stuff we just gathered. Dyra. Let's trade. Wait, whoa. Who are you? People around you come in all sorts. Dira the hoarder, Dira the coin, Dira the city girl. Like, that's a bad thing. I trawled the caves, picking up all kinds of things from the surface that wash down here, to the sewers. I trade all kinds of junks for food and clothes, but that's only part with my best finds for coins. Why so eager to trade with me? Because other people here are no better than animals now. She yells with a surprising anger before being overcome with coughing. Our forefather lived in the city, like you. Our people love to reminisce about armies, knights, crusades, but I couldn't care less about that. Savages with clubs can't fight a war. Only civilized folk can buy and sell. They've all forgotten what trading is. They've forgotten the value of gold. They barter hides for plants, fruits, and go out about the feats of the crusader. Who cares about them? I don't need help remembering. I have coins. Okay, let's trade. What do you have? Master of Great Axe, light armor, scrolls, hide armor, bastard sword, a bunch of weapons, cold iron ammunition. 40 bucks, kind of cheap. And sell all the useless stuff. Bulk selling, thank you. Bone meal, brewed potion and scribe scrolls. Sell the weapons that I don't need, armor that I don't need. Rainbow quartz, 4 potions, 4 potions, potions, 400 bucks. Nice. Lan,
Meditate on your mistakes.
you're the bull monk. Get the cold iron arrows. Good. Next NPC to talk to. That's the hut. Okay, well, let's go to the hut then. The hut for resting. Where is it? Come on. The hut for resting. Please go there. And rest. There we go. Rest. Yeah, I know how rest works. You get another spell bags. You get a bunch of stuff. Anybody has new spell slots to fill? Yeah, you do. Give me a bless. Thanks. You don't have any spells. You don't have any spells. We don't have any spells yet. Rest time. 9 hours have passed. Messenger returned. The tribes are gathering at the entrance of the maze. Our people have already gone there. I warned Anivia and that old guy that who won't even acknowledge me. Take your time. There's no rush. The most important when people always show up late. Everything's going to blame, but one thing's bothering me. One rank's gone. Because of, yeah, you told the truth, despite your attempts to persuade me otherwise. All the tribes, so our whole army is marching on the maze then? By Mongol standards, yes, but don't be too disappointed when you see the reality. There aren't many of us who can hold a weapon, and fewer still who can do any damage with one. What do you think happened to Wenduag? I don't know, she was stubborn. Maybe she decided that she could it all on her own. What about Anivia and Horgus? Are we just going to leave them here? Once we've cleared the maze, the way ahead will be safe. Anivia is in no state to fight, and that Horgus guy, he doesn't look like he'll shift an inch unless we roll out a red carpet all the way to the exit. Are you sure the maze is the only way to the surface? The bottom of the passage, the one I used with my dad when we left and came back. The chief back then, he found it and filled it in, to stop anybody else going against my ancestors' wishes. What the ancestor wanted was for everyone to go to the maze. I'm not sure of anything right now, but we don't have a choice. We can only go forward. Let's go. Before we do, thank you. I was so happy I forgot to thank you before, but you've done something no one else has done in a long time. You've given the Mongols hope. It's like we're starting to believe that we're worth something, now that we have the power of angels on our side. It won't change anything, of course, but at least you'll help us save the young ones. Hopefully. Let's go to the main gate. The straight road is the shortest. Only 4 of us are left now. Go there. Okay, the rotation map is all out of whack now. There. Better. The caves of the shield maze. All the rest within the perimeter of the wound function as a single system. In a way, they're like a single entity or offshoots from a single root. This means that closing them separately is impossible. Formations, yeah, I know. Is our formation broken? Yeah, it's fine. Mostly. Get in there. Advance. Camellia, can you give us some light? Light. Thanks. Advance. Don't you have a bless for us? 1 minute per level. Let's wait then. Let's wait. Monitor lizard. Murder. You're using cooldown arrows right now, right? Lan. A bunch of mongrels. Hey guys. Have you started going in or are you waiting for us? The tribes are gathering. Soon we will attack. I thought they were already gathered. How long can we wait? The other tribes haven't turned up yet. We're going to wait for them, just another while longer. Doing solid operation will take the best part of the day. Let's go take a look in the maze ourselves and see what's what. We just need to save the kids or find their bodies or whatever. And then we can just, you know, wait for the mongrel tribes to gather. Can your camera just point normally? No? Lore religion. It seems like a shrine to Amashta. No, Bahamut. Demon Lord, Lord of the Minotaurs, and Lord of the Labyrinth. Good to know. So it's not a Crusader maze. Bahamut cultists. Wizard. Guys, can you focus the wizard? Arthur? Charge the wizard. Knight. Charge. Wizard. Go. And he's dead. Murdered. Oof, he got cut in half. Ooh, we have new... we have decapitation and demembrations. Instead of people just exploding all the time. A bunch of stuff. Heavy crossbow, dagger, a scroll, punch dagger. Cultist again. Masterwork glaive. Scroll of summoned monsters. All these scrolls are gonna come in handy. Pick the lock, break the lock. I think Camellia has trickery. Yeah.
I hope you appreciate this.
Get into a trickery skill. No checks are required to break open the chest, but it will take some time. Some of the contents will be broken in the process and lose some of their value. And I get. Sure. Good tutorial, good tutorial. Loot time. A bunch of potions. Mage armor, cure light wounds. I feel like the game is ramping up to a big fight.
What's that?
Traps. Oh. Camellia, can you disarm it? Somehow? Can't I disarm? Oh, there it is. Disarm the trap, Camellia.
I am helpful.
Thanks.
Am I not?
Yeah, you're helpful. But I am kind of worried about your hidden alignment.
Let's move.
There's a library with one cultist. Murder him, please. Ooh, a thing over there. A tough cultist. Ouch. Thankfully, you have a bunch of healing available. Nobody's a dedicated healer, but Camellia, Sheila, and us, we all have lay on hands or heal spells. Lore religion. You can't do it. How about Sheila? Nah, she can't do it. Loot. Lesser restoration, bold strength, and inflict light wounds. Probably more research about Bahamut. Bahamut. Tomb of the Minotaur, summoned from the labyrinth. Info. You learned something new from this book. Me in particular. Almighty be our Lord, formidable and sublime. His body is a bastion of flesh rising up from all Minotaurs, his head. Bow down before your Lord and Master and let his will lead ye. Worship at his feet and we shall receive what ye desire. Understood. Maybe a hint for the future of the labyrinth. What did I learn, by the way? Is that like a character thing? Knowledge. Oof, my awful good alignment kind of shifted. Right? No? We went a big step towards neutral. Abilities. Tall Minotaur. +1 bonus attack damage with a glaive. Okay. And a prayer. Round per level. Bear's endurance. 1 minute per level. Let me just... I can't rebind quick save to Q, can I? Controls. Quick save. Where is it? Quick save. Give me a quick save at... Y. Dang it. How about that... P? Okay, P for quick save. Sure. Quick save. Easy.
Follow me.
What do we have here?
A bunch of loot. 50 bucks, apparently. One door, two doors. And some mongrels. Uh-oh. Ouch. Camellia, you can't... You don't have armor. Murdered. Yeah. We can use a light, Cure Light Wounds potion on her. But first we'll prioritize the spell. Were those the young ones that we were looking for? Alvan. His name was Alvan. Why did they attack us? Aren't we on the same side? Something's wrong with them. Look, their bodies. It's like something's eating them from the inside out. Maybe these guys just ate something weird and were having an off day, but I think something drove them out of their minds. Did you know him? He's not from our tribe, but we're both hunters, so we'd cut past from time to time in the cave. We'd share news and leave supplies for each other. Then he just disappeared. He used to talk about wanting to try his luck in the maze. I thought he was long dead. Seems like the shield of maze of yours is crawling with cultists. How did they get in there? I have no idea. This is the first time here too. Maybe they fell down the same way you did. Let's go. It's more dangerous than we thought. Saving game is impossible. Okay. The bloodstains are still mar the ground. Around them are comfortable benches with pillows. Someone clearly enjoyed watching somebody else suffer. Bunch of loot. Take the luck, please.
I am helpful.
Ooh, a thing. A first aid kit. Using the treat affliction ability. Consume when used. Let me use a Cure Light Wounds. Oof, plus 10. Good. The labyrinth might be a really big place. Like a full dungeon.
Now what is that?
Oh, good trap. Can I disarm it somehow? Whoop, turn around. Guys, disarm the trap, please. How do we disarm the trap? Is it just not disarmable? We just have to walk around it?
Death is life's final surprise, and I enjoy surprising people.
Take the lock, please.
I hope you appreciate
Bunch of loot.
this.
Let me just go one by one around the trap.
The spirits guide me.
Good. Guys, around the trap, please. Dang it. Just a burning hand, reflex save. Okay. A masterwork heavy mace and a regular rapier. Step through the door. I think this is the way forward. Let's go back. Go to the other doors. This one. Okay, how about this one? This could be a dead end, right? Camellia, can you come back? Up. In case we need to pick a lock. Any cultists? No? Yes? A cultist champion. Murder time. Missed. He has an IAC. Oof. Ooh, he has a lot of health too. Ouchies. Heal yourself, please. Good. Ouchies. Now we're just waiting. Ouchies. He's gonna die soon. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Good job with the crit. Use the rest of the lay on hands. I have more lay on hands than she does. So she's not maxed out on charisma. I guess I have an optimized character. Should I take all this stuff? How much weight can we take? A bunch. Let's take all these weapons then. What does champion have? Scale mail, Bahamut cultist heavy shield. Okay. More loot. Some armor, maybe? Scale mail. Chain shirt. More loot. Lockpicks. Oh wait, I should have read that. What do lockpicks do? Gain +5 bonus to trickery skill check when used to pick locks. No, it's like a one-time use. Okay. Sure. Yoink. So that was a dead end. I think this has better chances of being the way forward than this does. Let's go down here. Whoop. Some water. It's not going up, it's going down. Door.
Can't hide from me.
And there's some loot. Give me the loot. Some potions. Quick save. Oh, a potion of enlarged person. Some corrupted mongrels again. Murder them, please.
We will be victorious.
I'm not using any special abilities right now. Okay, Sheila, get him. Kill yourself too. Oof, I'm getting hurt. Let me use a potion. There they are. We have a bunch. I have to equip them, I can't just use them. Okay. Let's wait until the end of combat. Use. Use. Good. There's a use until fully healed option now. So that's good. Bunch more potions. There's a door. There's a door. It still goes deeper. Some chests. Pick the luck. Go on, Camellia.
I am helpful.
Yay, bunch of stuff. More loot. Give me the loot. Thanks. Another healing kit. First aid kit. Up. Up, there's more rooms to explore. A lot more rooms to explore. Yoink. Yoink. Give me all that stuff. Protection from evil. Well, I already have the Light of the Angels for that. System of aqueducts channeling water from the river in the city. This was seriously damaged by the earthquake. So the water is a new part of the maze. It's not... It wasn't intended to be this way. What do you have right now? Rapid shot? Yeah, okay. Open the door, please. More... Neophyte Fighter. Hand of Oscilla. Let's get the buff. Get the buff. Camilla, you're not in. You can't be. You can't do this. Go back. Don't be the tank. Okay. Was he blinded? I think he might have been blinded. Easy. Give me all this stuff. Oh wait. Scale mail, club, whatever. We have space. Osilla's orders. Oscilla. The door. Whoa. What was that? Family secrets. Devoured by darkness. The last chapter to complete the quest or it will fail afterwards. Storm the shield maze. The door to one of the sections of the maze is locked. There must be a way to open it. Can be opened by using a nearby torch. It is a hidden lever. Thanks. Let me read the instructions. Info. Don't bother me until strictly necessary. Keep the doors to the shrine locked with the key I made. I don't care which one of you two holds on to it. You can tear each other to shreds all over it, like all I care. Don't set foot in the ritual chamber. Keep the door to the unfinished section of the maze locked at all times. As a reminder for you feeble-minded vermin, the entrance is still using a hidden lever. The door itself is in the room with a blood pool where I sometimes relax. Do something about that damn water elemental already. Do whatever you want with it, I just make sure it's gone by tomorrow. Find a better hiding place for the paladin's sword from the surface. Okay. So there's a bunch of stuff to do, I guess, according to these orders. Let me heal Sila. The last heal we've got. Dangerous enemies. Optional, but especially dangerous enemies. Let's get back. And use all the buffs. Bless. The light. Let me quick save, just in case it's really too hard for us to do. Get in. A large water elemental. I can see why this is an optional big enemy. Can you do a slumber? Okay. That's pretty much all we've got. Point blank shot. Use it all the time. Perfect strike. Use it. One reduced. Okay. Camellia. Slumber. Immune to slumber. Okay, get back, Camellia. Get back in. Ouchies. Ouch. Ouch, 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 ouch. We can't use Smite of Evil on this guy. Okay, lay on hands yourself. Use a potion. His attacks do way too much damage for us. Okay, equip. And then from this interface, use it. That's it, that's it. Go, use it. Wow, +5. He's at half health. Drink potion. There's a Shield of Faith potion. Ouch. Both two guys are down. Sheila, defensive position. You, perfect strike maybe. If you can. Wow, 5 damage. And she's down. And she's dead. Just finished her off. Dang it. And we miss. Alright, let's try again, this time using all our tricks. Let's use some enlarged persons, let's use some scrolls, the bless, the prayer, everything. If we have some way to stun the elemental, that would be best. Summon monster, that's going to be useful. Scroll of prayer, inflict serious wound, that's going to be good. Small elemental, fire elemental, that's good. Camellia. You can't use this, okay. Take the inflict wound. Bear's endurance, bold strength, that's good. Let me use them right now. Endurance on the tank. Bold strength on the damage dealer. Next up, summon monster, we can't. Bless, we're fine. Prayer, we can't. She's just going to be casting inflict wounds. Potion of enlarged person. Elemental essence. You can't use the enlarged person, right? Less AC, but that's fine because we don't need AC. Strength, dexterity, attack rolls, and AC. Deal more damage. Let's use them up.
No reason to pause.
Adventures await.
Up. What is this spell? Dismiss spell. Okay. You take the potion? Use it. Thanks. Let's get in. Stila, you go first. Attack the elemental. Anybody else follow? Camellia, use some inflict wounds. He's taking damage, which is good. 24. Ah, he's dead. We win. Look at that. Easy. Easy. We didn't even get any XP, I think. Oh, yeah, 150 XP. Was it worth it? Huh? Was it worth it? What do we get from this? Fighting this tough enemy.
Can't hide from me.
Some loot. An amount of loot. Whoop. A bunch of stuff. The flow of water. What is that? The flow of water. What? It's not in here? Okay. Stored by date. Modest to newest. The flow of water. Saving throw against spells with cold description adds +1 DC for all saving throws against spells with the cold description to warrior cast. Well, Amelia's the only caster right now, so she's gonna take it. Sure. A nice unique item. Kitchen smelling of burned fat and garlic. Food was clearly cooked here in vast quantities. So this isn't really a maze, it's more like a temple, really. The temple to that Minotaur god. I don't have his name right now. Corrupted Mongol guard, corrupted Mongol ranger. Go for the ranger first. Oh, he's a monk, I think. Oof, 25. Nice. You guys are gonna attack or at?
You won't survive me.
Murder him, please. Thank you. We have to have a DPS paladin on us, with us. A purifying solution. What is that? Necessary to clean and safely consume any food in the corrupted wastelands of the whirlwind. Okay. So like an item for resting, maybe? A dart. And there's another door. Use a lockpick, please. Could come in handy.
I am helpful, am I not?
Okay. A bunch of loot. Anything special? No. Take it anyway. A masterwork heavy flail. Pick the lock using regular stuff.
I hope you appreciate this.
Reduce person and large person. And bear's endurance potions. Let's head back to the main hall. Up. It's all collapsed. This guy's T-posing. It's fine. We just have not to look at him. Get in there. Who we gotta fight? A field fight, neophyte sharpshooter, fighter, sharpshooter. Arthur, charge this guy. Charge this guy. Murdered. And he's gonna die soon. Silas is almost dead. We're gonna use a bunch of our Cure Light Wounds potions. Please don't let him kill Sheila. Inflict her a death's door wound. Okay, good. 31 critical hit. I guess they still explode.
I'm alright.
Yep.
I'm alright.
A bunch of stuff. That's fine. Use some potions, please. Or we have 20. Oof. 4 to heal. 2 to heal. And some more loot. Pick the lock 90%. We have 2 doors to choose to.
Am I not?
Yeah, Camellia, you're helpful. Because you're the only one who can pick locks. Up, head in there. Champion, wizard. Go for the wizard first. Can you try the slumber on the champion? Use the slumber on the champion. Lion, you're fine. Try to kill the wizard from a distance.
Endure this.
Arthur, charge this guy. Please murder him, thank you. Ooh, he got decapitated. Everything's fine over here. You, precise strike him.
Make every strike count.
Okay, Lan, get out of the way, please. Camellia can cast Slumber.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
How's the save? Can I see the details? No? Yes? Oof. He has a high chance of failing that. Try again, please. The hex cannot be targeted of this hex again for 1 day. Okay, thanks. Guess I should have known. And he's gonna die soon. Hopefully. And I'm down. Please finish him. Ouchies. Maybe I should use a smite on him. No need. Use them potions. Use until heal. Come on. Okay, he's still down apparently. Now that he's back up, use them please. Thank you. Bunch of stuff to loot.
We should move.
So he had scale mail, heavy shield, almost new diary. What's written inside of it? Diary contains only one entry on the very first page. Life is shit. While my brethren are long, what kind of brothers are they really? Are having a great time on the surface. I'm stuck down here with Hasela the Nightmare and the Mongols come. Top it all off, our pipes sprung a leak, an elemental is smashing up the kitchen, and Hasela is standing it to slaughter everyone it meets in the maze's passageway. All I can do is hide. I don't want to die. This is how I picture serving Baphomet. How did you picture it? Honestly, how did you picture it? I don't really know how you're supposed to worship that guy. Up. Also, shouldn't you have surrendered to us? If that's how you feel about this place? I guess we didn't really ask him to surrender. A trap. And a torch. And there's supposed to be a pool of blood over here. Disarm the trap, please. Up. Thank you, Camellia.
I am helpful.
Nice.
Am I not?
Bunch of loot to loot. More loot to loot. Yoink. Another purifying solution. A bunch of stuff. Spice, a mix of spices, a cooking ingredient. And a bunch of purifying solution. Can you open the door? Yeah, we can. Let's see. Some potions, mage armor, cure light wounds. Ingredients for cooking. Shield of faith, cure light wounds. And some weapons. A cold iron masterwork longsword. That's for Sila. Up. That's a bunch of adjectives that mean something. Cold iron masterwork weapon. What does it do exactly? Cold iron is good for demons, and Fae, and +1 on attacks. Okay, like that. Is my greatsword also a cold iron? Yeah, it is. Advance. Inspection. Every enemy has their own unique statistics. Ah, there's going to be a big fight. Quick save. Let's see. Don't you have any left? No, you don't have anything left. Use the weapon enchantment. Okay. Let's see. Battle spirit. Yeah, sure. Give this up.
I'll make my own legend.
Use this. Thank you. Next. Time to use a bunch of potions. Reduce person and large person. Use on yourself. And Shield of Faith. Sure. For these two. You heal all the way, please. Mage armor. For you, Lan, that could be useful. Resist cold. Bear's endurance. For you. Oh, that's a reduced person. That's a large person. Bear's endurance. Do you still have any inflict wounds on yourself? Yeah, you have one left. That's all we've got? I thought we had more than that. No, don't search. Look at all the scrolls. Oh, that's all we have. Let's use a resist evil too. Wait, don't we already have resist evil from the thingy over here? No. Resist evil. There it is. Use it. That's resist cold. We don't have a resist evil. So we can use lesser restoration, bless. This could be useful. We have inflict light wounds. Take it. Okay, I think we're good. Protection from evil. You take it. So you go first. So you can aggro the enemy.
I will help where I can. Do not fear. Do not
Cleric, sharpshooter, cultist, fighter.
No glory.
Move in, go.
You won't survive me.
You get this guy. Charge him.
I can't cast it like that.
Go. He's kind of slowed down for some reason. Dead. Dead.
Did you see that?
So this is the pool of blood. Next is where the guy should be. The hidden guy. The chief of this place.
What's that there?
A backwards trap. Let me just send one person inside to trigger it.
We stand.
One burning hands. Go, 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 go. Another door. The ritual chamber, which a bunch of demons inside. A dredge. 2 dredges. And they have damage reduction. Dead. Okay. Keep going. I want to find the guy, the big boss, before our buffs run out. Needs a key. It's locked with magic. Dang it. Give me that. A potion of bark skin. And some diamond dust. Littered around the summoning site, the cultist did manage to summon a demon in the end. One that gives dredges. And most of our buffs have run out. Yay.
This is my path.
Can you loot the bodies, please? Let's see. Remove sickness. Inflict wounds. Use a torch. Quick save. Head in.
Now what is that?
A trap. Disarm it, Camellia, please.
I hope you appreciate it.
Up. And the Vasilla and the cleric.
They will break against
Kill the hand first. Wait, no, kill the cleric. You get him. Ouchies. Come on, get him. He's gonna channel energy. Ouchies. Ah, it's gonna take forever. Yay. Please murder him. Thank you. Easy peasy. For now. Let's see, a bunch of stuff. A key. The orders. What does the key open? The door to the shrine locked with a key. Okay. Mage armor. Effortless armor. Inflict wounds. Thankfully they didn't use any of their inflict wounds. Some bodies to loot. A flail. A mace. The bodies of the maze builders lie where they were caught by the earth elementals, arranged by the earthquake. They're actively building the maze. What is the maze? Strange.
Did we find trouble?
Cautious Monitor Lizard, Monitor Lizard. Yeah, the weaker one first. Oh, he's almost dead. Thank you. Next, this guy. Come finish him. Thank you. Yep. Use a lockpick for this. Bit of a harder one.
Am I not?
Natural armor, potion of haste. You get the natural armor. Because you're the tank. What's this? A large aggressive creature was kept in this cage. Judging by the bend bar, it is not on the loose. Was it the Monitor Lizard? Maybe. Let's head back towards the shrine. Go, go, go. We'll heal, use all the buffs, then open the door. Here we are. Near the pool of blood. A good little small, medium-sized, big dungeon. I don't really know how to compare it. Vortikai's Tomb was a really big dungeon. At least I think so. The same with the Armag's Tomb, that was a big dungeon. I guess all dungeons are big, technically. Since that's how that works. Heal up. Heal up. Heal. Next. Enlarge person for myself. Use. Protection from evil to the tank. Use. Any of those armor things. She can use the effortless armor. That's fine. Use the prayer. Use it. And equip one more. You can't use the inflict wounds. You can use the inflict wounds, but you're fine. You already have a bunch of those equipped. Bear's endurance. Use it. A bar skin. +2 to existing natural armor bonus. +2 to existing, so that's going to be a straight up +2. No, just a +1. Mage armor for you, Camellia. Use. What's this? Haste. That's for me, so I can use more DPS. Let's go. Door. I forgot to use the Light of Angels. Get in. Camping. Yeah. We're fine. Go, go, go. Let me fight the big boss. Ooh, jeez. The demon. Praise him a day. That was fast. Why are they praising him? Here you are, huddled together like a herd of animals. Pitiful monsters, not human or demons. Even tieflings are less defective than you. What's happening? Exactly? Are those all mongrels? Maybe. I am your master, Savar Melek. Can make you better, stronger. I can satisfy your hunger, starveling of the dark. Submit to me. Is he going to switch the corrupt the mongrels? Where the descendant of a crusader, strutting a demon would be a betrayal of the memory. Facile. Gonna kill him? Can we interrupt? Please? Guys, do something. Dead. Who is the next descendant of crusaders who values old legends more than their life? We're gonna have to fight them all, are we? Come on, guys. Beast, monsters and human guys, reveal your true nature. This is the sweet, wholesome flesh of a righteous Azimar. So just kill an Azimar. And they're gonna eat him. Eat, underground crusaders. Eat the flesh of the crusaders from above. Find your true strength. Uh-oh. So that's how they corrupt themselves. They just sprouted a bunch of wings. You rush at the demon, but the air seems to grow thicker with every step. You feel like you're watching from underwater as you see the mongrels fall to their knee, one after another, and crawl to the Asimar's body. You hear their fangs tearing through the flesh. You hear the sloshing of blood. You hear the former mongrels snarl like animals, fighting over the most tender and juicy bits of meat. Your companions writhe in agony. One clutches their head, another doubles over. You feel saliva pool in your mouth. The metallic tang awakens hunger in you. The hunger turns to rage. This winged filth dares to try to bind you to its will. It dares to tempt you with the scent of meat, untainted by corruption. The witches must die. Die! And still the clarity remains with you. Somewhere deep down, beneath the veil of rage and anger, you sense the light try to break through. Succumb to the rage, seize the light hidden within you. Ooh, angel or a demon. I can be a demon even if I'm lawful good. Seize the light hidden within you. By sheer force of will, you master your rage, and almost in response, warmth suffuse you from within. Warmth and joy from a simple realization. You can win. You can save these people. The power of heaven bolsters and guides you. Its lives break free, and enveloping the Mongols grants them the gift of blissful oblivion. Lowering your gaze, you see a scarlet rain on your chest. The wound has reopened. Instead of blood pouring forth, you see only radiant light. Ah. Bolt of Justice. He made the save. He made the save. The demon convulses in pain when the light reaches him. What are you? Destroy this vermin. He's gonna escape. Asla points at you. He's already wounded. Wenduag, kill her. Wenduag joined them? Why? Was she aware of all this? When suddenly emerged from the shadow. I'm no longer your slave, Astila, but I'll gladly kill anyone who pokes their nose in where it doesn't belong. You told the truth, despite the attempts to persuade you otherwise.
Save the last one for me.
Let's focus on Astila. Make him sleep. If you can. Go, Camellia. Judgment. Oh, let me use a smite. Smite him. You also smite him. Wait, she's neutral evil. Smite. Got smited. And he made the will save. Somebody made the will save somewhere. And you're afraid. And I'm almost down. Drink a potion, please. Go. Drink one more, please. Ouchies. Camelia's back. Number Wenduag. Ah, it worked. She's down. Next, inflict wounds on this guy. I need more potions. Don't we have a cure moderate wounds? Yep. Equip it. Drink it. Go. Ooh. AC saves me. And he's down. Didn't have to kill Wendag. Almighty Savalmek, your faithful servant invokes you now. I want to fight a demon? Demons, protect your mistress. What? 2 small dredges? Okay, guys. Finish Astila off. Camellia, inflict wounds on this guy. Lang, get this guy. And the spell failed. Yay. Try another one, please. And don't die. Are you guys attacking? Dead, dead. And she's back up. And we miss with the inflict wounds. Heal, please. Thanks. Wow, 2 critical hit. Amazing, Camellia. Is she dead or is she wounded? I think she's dead.
Well, are you going to finish me off? It's not exactly unexpected.
Why did you betray us?
What else are we supposed to do with you? You're not just a traitor, you're a monster. The young ones believed you, and you lured them to a demon and watched them eat human flesh.
So that's why she's neutral evil.
I was trying to make them strong. What have you done for them? What were you doing while I was looking for ways to bring strength to our tribe? You're useless, Lan.
I mean, I am an angel. You know, I think that helps.
I led by example. I trained. I tried to become stronger so I could go to the surface and maybe do something worthwhile with my stupidly short life. And I will do it. I might be the one to bring our whole tribe to the surface. But you? Why would you want any power that turns you into a monster? These young guys and girls, they trusted you. And they were turned into mindless animals, ready to eat corpses at a demon's command.
Okay, but Lan, you need to understand that it was slightly more powerful in the previous form, so it's worth it, right?
I went through the same ritual as them, and I didn't become an animal.
Uh-huh.
I conquered my anger. The anger that has been building and building in every one of us for decades. Unlike you, I have no intention of just lying down and politely accepting death.
What do you mean?
I will rise above all this, while you'll still be stuck with your pride, chewing on rats.
Inspect the wounds on your chest. The bleeding deep wound on your chest is gone, like it was never there in the first place. The skin is totally smooth and unmarred.
It's gone. It was just there and now it's gone. It's gotta be some kind of demonic trickery. You need to have a cleric look at that.
What kind of demonic trickery would make me into an angel?
If he had been marked by the Abyss, do you think some nobody priests will be able to help? No, the demons have branded this uplander. And judging by the smell of his blood pouring from his chest, the demons will be able to find him wherever he goes. And they'll find you too, Lan.
The huntress permits herself an indolent, gloating smile. Her sharp fangs glint menacingly in the gloom. You've been serving Savamalek this whole time?
Better to serve a strong master than to eke out an existence in a dark hole with no hope. I am of the Neathers. Our lives are short, but we are hardier than humans.
Are your lives actually short?
I realized a long time ago that I was capable of more than this life offered. And I follow whomever is the strongest.
Well, I'm the strongest now, right?
I thought you were better than that. I thought you were proud of your heritage, but you're willing to crawl on your belly before anyone who's even a little bit stronger than you. You're not a mongrel. You're a cave slug. You have no understanding of the meaning of family or tribe.
Interesting.
Oh, so now you think you know everything about me. You're one of the best hunters in the tribe. It benefited me to ingratiate myself with you. So I acted in a way that pleased you.
Why do you try to stop us from going inside the maze? You know we might uncover your secret.
Savamalek is always in need of new servants. You'd make as good a servant as anyone else, and then... once you've gone missing in the maze, not even the redoubtable Lan would have dared look for you.
You know, I thought I was going to spare you, but I think you might need to be punished. It's not an affair of either mercy or vengeance, but it's just that I think she might be unrepentantly evil. Is just going to bring more harm than good if I just let her go.
But then why did you come with me to look for the sword?
I wonder why.
So I could kill you quietly if you found it and stop you taking it to the village, you idiot. I would have told everyone that you got caught in a cave-in. But then the Uplanders showed up and I had to change my plans.
You said you went through the same ritual. Does that mean you hate human flesh too?
Yes. Priscilla found me in the caves. I was lost and hungry. And she offered me a choice. Die as a nobody, or live, and gain the power to change everything. Savamalek tore off a piece of an Azimar priestess's thigh. A big, juicy piece. More meat than I'd ever received in the tribe.
Yuck.
That was the first time I knew what it was like to be happy. To have a full belly. I swore to myself that it would always be that way. Then the madness and rage took over. I came very close to turning into an animal. No better than the weaklings you saw in the maze.
Oh.
But I am strong. I mastered myself. I brought myself under control. I fell so that I could rise again.
I also felt the rage, but this was a demon mythic path. I could have become, or at least follow the path of a demon, so that this is like demonic powers are associated with rage.
You should have chosen death. Dying's better than living like that.
Like what?
You're saying I should have died that day, Lan. But then who would have listened to your feeble jokes? Who would have showed you the best caves for hunting? Who would have made you a man?
And who would have killed you when you found the sword?
I would have been fine without all that. And without you. Your death will make the world a slightly better place, Wenduog.
What your service to Hostila entail?
It was simple. I lured those I deemed worthy into the maze. To the rest, I told stories of the horrors of the maze.
Ah.
Stay away. It all hung in the balance when the cave walls shuttered, and many of the young ones decided that the time of their great exodus had come. I had no doubt that Hosilla would dispatch a dozen young Neeters easily. But what would become of the maze if all the tribes poured in?
So you're the only one who survived the maze? Man, that's why... Okay, I got it. So the maze is a temple, really. And she's the one telling everybody else stories about the maze to keep them away, except for the few that are courageous enough so they can get corrupted. Understood, understood.
So when Lan ran off looking for the angel's sword, I went after him. Not to help him, but to make sure that the sword never reached Neathholm. It's a pity that you got involved and stopped me from killing him. But then again, the evening gong has not yet been struck.
I'm not gonna let you kill him.
You sicken me.
You won't betray anyone again.
You're all bark and no
Oh.
bite. Farewell, Uplander. Next time I won't spare you.
So this wasn't really a choice for me to kill her. She's gonna come back later. Nice try. Good job.
She's gone. But next time, she won't get away. Damn it, Wendu. Why'd you have to go and... Anyway, there's no point crying over spilt milk. Give me a couple of minutes. I'll bring the chief and the rest. I need to clear my head.
Understood. And he's brought everybody already. Chief Saul appears flanked by mongrels. The journey has taken its toll on him. His breath is labored and the sweat is dripping from his bloated face. What? What's this? Anivia gives a low whistle. Well, I'll be damned. Turns out old Unruin isn't as crazy as we all thought. There really were demons down here. I should have listened and sent a patrol down here, damn it. Hurl's lips curls in distaste as he tries to keep his distance from the unconscious mongrels. You said you were in charge of reconnaissance for the Eagle Watch, Anivia. How could you miss a nest of demons beneath Kenabreeze? Yeah, like it wasn't enough that I sniffed out every damn shadow in the city. Everybody knows the stories about demons living beneath the street of Kenabreeze. Those tales are as old as the Crusades themselves. I messed up, but you fixed my mistake, so thanks. How's the leg? Better than yesterday, worse than the day before. Okay. This place must be burnt with holy flame. You need to look after the young mongrels. I don't know what they'll be like when they come to, but look after them, Chief. They went through something horrific today. Not everybody's capable of enduring something like that. It will change them forever. As long as they can hurt, the rich can wait. Uplander and you, Lan, you saved them. Only the Gulch can salvage their souls, but we are a tribe. We'll think of something. Then when they're stronger, they can go up to the surface. The time has come. This place must be burned with holy flame. The place is overrun with demons, but that's not the worst part. Wenduag. She's been working for the demons all this time, luring the young, strong mongrels to the maze. We might still be able to save these ones, but they can't get any stupider, that's for sure. But they might be meaner than they were before. I suppose all teenagers are monsters in their own way. Ah, Lan, we don't waste words on people who don't listen to the tribe. You act the fool, you suffer the consequences. Wenduag, how could she? She deceived them and left. What should become of us? Chin up, Chief. The kids you rescued are safe now. The demons are gone and the traitor's been dealt with. All's well that ends well. Let's get out of here. I think I'm going to lead our visitors to the surface, and I'm going to keep going. Something interesting is happening out there in the world. Maybe it's my chance to do something more useful than skinning cave rats. You're never one of us. You were never one of us. You always looked up. You think I don't see these things? Our life is not for you. You must go, but where? Where's the way out? Beats me, but these beasts got down here somewhere, somehow. He searches Astila's body and shows some papers and a key. I don't know what these documents are, but I'm sure this key will come in handy. Return to Kenabreeze. She skims over the letter as she passes it to you. Those cheeky sons of... This is all the information on the cultists of the city. Their meeting place, passwords, their secret hideouts. I think we should show this to whoever's in charge of Kenabreeze right now. As soon as we get back to the surface, we'll find out what's what. The cultist dispatch. Let's have a look at it. There it is. Info. This is the last warning. You need to act discreetly without attracting any more attention to it than you already have. People are already talking about the strange disappearance in Kenabreeze's most righteous men. Keep below ground, nurture your Mongol pets, and wait patiently. The call to battle will soon come. It will sound loud and clear even down here in the catacombs. Gather your warriors immediately after that, bring them to the surface and lead them to Tower Estrad. This tower will be my final dagger, and I shall plunge it to the guts of Canabris. Our vicious servant Faxon made the tower his base of operation several months ago, taking command over the Templar forces in Canabris while the Grandmaster was distracted by other matters. Faxon has already gathered a stash of weapons, potions, and other useful supplies, which he will gladly share with you if you need it. If he believes himself, you too should command forces. If not, takes his little head off his shoulder. Mistress... who? Mistress Minaho. I've heard Minaho before, right? Let me loot some buddies. But don't speak to the Mongols. Loot us still as buddy. A glaive, and some potions, and a magic missile, and the mage armor. Good. Advance. I want me to talk to Horgus. No? You gonna get out? Sure. So those are the aqueducts, I think. And that's the exit, maybe? Upstairs. We leave all this stuff behind. Leave. Totally do the tabletop RPG with your friends and play it your own unique way.
While the survivors wander the dungeons, the battle on the surface rages on. The warriors of Canabris are trying to defend the Wardstone, but their strength is flagging. Their resistance is valiant, yet it will all be in vain if no one rises up to turn the tide.
Interesting. The surface, finally. I miss fresh air so much, says Camellia. What's this investigation? The deep rift leads to the catacombs under the city where the Mongols live. Hello, surface world. Here I come. Happy to see me again? Yoink. I can hear the sound of battle from above. I'll depend into the fire. Up. Collect all. Any more comments before we leave? No? Stairs. There's going to be more stuff to... Oof. He used a divine weapon bomb, yeah. Who is that, by the way? They're taking a lot of damage. Yay. That's another paladin, I think. I guess. Maybe it's an inquisitor or something. The half-orc before you, wearing armor adorned with Imade's golden sword, is clearly exhausted. She hasn't gotten much sleep over the last few days. Last few days? It's been like 9 hours since the fight started. Unless few days is right. There's sweat on her face and fresh blood on her sword. Her hazel eyes are hard in focus, and her firm voice sounds accustomed to giving orders. She sizes you up, surprised judging whether you are friends or foes, and opens her mouth to ask you something, but freezes when she spots Anevia. Is that your wife? The leader of the Eagles? Eagle Watch?
By the goddess, Nevi, I'd almost lost all hope.
Everything's fine, Beth. I'm here. I'm here. This here's a new friend.
Hey.
He rounded up those of us who survived the fall and led us up to the surface. Without him, we'd never have made it out.
Also, I have angel powers.
Let me introduce you to my wife, Arabeth Tirabade, head of the Eagle Watch.
So this is the Eagle Watch HQ?
Until the army arrives, I'm the temporary warden of Canabris. And you're just in time. As you can see, we're in the middle of a battle. And thank you for getting Anevia out of there.
We've met mongrels who live beneath Canabris. This is land.
Most people in Canabris think that the children of the First Crusaders are simply a legend. Other people say that the day you emerge on the surface heralds the start of the end of the world. I'm not superstitious, but the situation is apocalyptic, all right. Having a living legend on our side can't hurt.
Yay.
Come on, living legend? A walking folktale, maybe? I just need to make sure I don't turn into a running joke.
I have information about the location of the cultist den.
Very good. Report to me in full when we get back to the Defender's Heart.
Defender's
It's our
Heart.
temporary headquarters. Right now, the most dangerous cultists are here. The ones occupying the Grey Garrison.
What's the situation over the city?
The city's gone.
Ah.
Most of the defenders, including the dragon Terendelev, fell in the first few hours. The civilians either fled or died in the chaos. The place is overrun with cultists and demons.
Okay.
Don't talk like that. Canabras hasn't fallen. Not while it still has defenders like you and me.
Sweet words don't change the grim truth.
Which is?
No, she's right. Thank you, Knight. Until we no longer have the strength to hold a weapon, until Iomedae abandons us, we will fight for Canabras.
Where are we?
The Grey Garrison. Until recently, it served as barracks for the Crusaders, but it's now been taken over by cultists.
How did that happen? The cultists forced the Crusaders out? Or maybe they were just spread out all over the city. What's the target of the battle?
When the demons attacked the city, their main target was the Wardstone. I trust I don't have to explain to you what the Wardstone is and how important it is to the Crusaders.
You do?
We must retake it at any cost, or the fall of Canabras will be the beginning of the end of the Crusades, and with them, the rest of the world.
The Warstones are a chain of powerful artifacts keeping the World Wounds expansion at bay. The first and greatest of the chains was erected in the city of Canabras by the hand of the inheritor himself, a golden winged angel sent by the goddess Iomedae. Crusaders, in 4433, that's 50 years ago, right? 40 years ago. No, 100 years ago. Nah, 300 years ago. We're in 47. 4715 or something. Eoden defeated the cult dedicated to the demon lord Descari, making the north of Avistan safe from demonic influence. However, this position ended with Eoden's death in 4606. The same year, the world was opened by the witch Arlu Vorlech, working in conjunction with her demonic patron Descari. Demons poured out and overran the barbarian nation of Sarkoris. The world wound was not large at first, but soon it abruptly expanded. As it kept growing, it came to be seen as a threat to the entire world. The remaining clerics of Eoden and the clerics of his followers Iomedae took it upon themselves to defeat the demons and seal the world wound. Answering their call, thousands of pilgrims crusaders flooded up the river kingdoms and into Mendev, the nearest neighboring kingdom of former Sarkis. Thus the Mendevian Crusades were born. Understood.
I see that you had a difficult journey to the surface. You need to rest. But there's a lot riding on this battle. I have no right to command you, but I'm asking you to help us.
Tell me about the Wardstone. Why is it so important?
The Wardstones are a gift of Iomedae. Created personally by her herald, a mighty angel, and a general of the celestial armies. The Wardstones keep the world wound from expanding. They stand along the border of the territory controlled by the demons, creating a barrier to keep them inside. The Canabras obelisk was the first to be placed. It is the key to the whole barrier. We cannot leave it in the hands of those monsters from the abyss.
How did it end up here in the Grey Garrison?
The demons have long laid siege to Canabras.
Long?
But this time, their lord Descari appeared in the flesh.
Oh, okay.
He ripped the Wardstone from the ground and hurled it halfway across the city to here. I thought the stone was destroyed, but it seems all is not lost yet. Descari has gone, but the Wardstone is surrounded by a horde of those creatures. What are they going to do to it? Nothing good, that's for certain.
This was planned. He tossed it to somewhere in the city controlled by his own agents.
But how did he do that? He's a demon. The Wardstone should have burned his filthy hide.
It should have. But what happened, happened. We don't know why.
Let's not waste any time. To battle!
That's the spirit. You, take a Navia to the rear. The rest of you with me.
Let's go. You hear label breathing intersect with disgruntled muttering. Horgo is holding his rapier hilt in a white-knuckled grip. A bead of sweat trickles down from his temple.
Lord Horgus Gwyrm, forgive me. I did not realize we had civilians among us. My people will escort you somewhere safe. To the extent that anywhere in Canabras can be said to be safe right now.
Okay. So this is the rear. We might need to step there and rest for a while.
That's right. Fighting spirit is the one thing that we've got plenty of. Actual fighting power, that's not so great. Fighting know-how, even worse. But fighting spirit, at least we're rich in that.
Hey, we did defeat the demon worshipper cult.
For Iomedae! For the Queen!
The Queen?
Kill the beast!
Queen Gallifrey is the absolute monarch of the Crusader states of Mendev and leader of the Mendevian Crusade. Although the name of Crusader Queen is known throughout the Inner Seas region, it's easy to forget that Gallifrey did not start her rule in Mendev as a paladin of Imode, but rather of Aroden. When the world wound opened and forever changed Mendev, Gallifrey was still an untested young ruler who was forced to deal with the death of her god while simultaneously rallying her nation against the abyssal threat to the west. She rose to the challenge, however, and her leadership was instrumental over the next several years, not only in protecting Mendev from demonic invasions, but also in holding the border against the world wound. When the Church of Imode organized the First Crusade, it joined forces with Mendev to push back the demon armies during this battle. Gallifrey, time and time again, distinguished herself with a keen grasp of tactics and skill in leadership. But this inspiration went both ways. In the Church of Imode, Gallifrey found something to replace her lost faith. By the time the First Crusade ended with the apparent defeat of demon armies, you can convert deities as a paladin? Is that even possible? I completely retrained myself as one of the Inquisitor's most devout paladin. Retrained as the Inheritor's most devout paladins. Eager to retrain such a valuable leader at the head of the Crusade, the Church of Imode twice purchased and presented to the Queen the rare and expensive Sun Orchid Elixir, which extends mortal life beyond its usual span. Thanks to this boon, the Queen has lived and led the Crusaders for more than a century. Okay. Ah, this was not the rear. Okay. Any good loot? No. This is door. It won't budge. Let's go deeper inside the Grey Barracks. Go. A couple of cultists. Both Baphomet and Descari. Murder them. Shooting into melee. It's fine. Get advance. Get some sharpshooters down and dead. Please. Good. Let's give them a boof. Boof. Light of the Angels. Ah, it counts as if we rested. We had all our stuff back. For the Queen! To the second floor. A bunch of pushovers. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Uh-oh. That's the shard, the ward stone? Yeah, I know you. You're one of these cultists? Who? Who are you speaking to? How's it going, pal? Want to join? Your lot will all be dead soon, but we'll be alive. But you're demon worshippers. Does it even count as being humans or alive if you're demon worshippers? I can't. Come on, leave these losers. The crusades are over. Soon the demons will rule the whole world. Can I do a persuasion check and get all the cultists on my side? Is he gonna defect? Can we help him out? There goes nothing. All hell Baphomet. Sorry, traitor. I sworn this sort of hammer day you will answer for the betrayal. There's 5 of these guys. Oh. Okay, let's go tactical. Arthur on this side. You. Bless. You. Shoot over there. Get in there. There's more than enough support on this left side. The right side is a bit weak. A bit weak. Without our party's help. Okay, we're good. Some demons coming in. And they got blessed. Ouch. And they got rid of one of the soldiers. Dead. He missed his ray. And they took care of the left flank. Good. What now? Are they just following me? No, they're just running around. Should we do something about the ward stone? Can't we fix it? Give me all this stuff. Thank you. Keep heading down. Loot all the bodies for supplies. I'm gonna use all these scrolls probably. You know what we need? We need a cleric. A dedicated healer and buffer. Boofer. Up. Up, up. Or maybe some kind of, druid. Healing / buffing subclass. A bard could be good too. Maybe a witch. Or an oracle. Locked. Impassable. How about this door? Locked too? Can we do something about the ward stone? It seems to still be active. It's blocking the way to this room. Is it locked? It's locked. There's no lock, it seems. By unusual or magical means. But it's blocked by the plot. To the 3rd floor. Quick save. Just in case. Oh, I almost forgot all these scrolls. Yoink. Anything else? Oh, some masterwork glaives. I'm gonna take all these masterwork glaives. Thank you. Up. Keep going. Regular chain shirt, regular daggers. Heavy shield. We could give the heavy shield to Sira, unless she already has one. So masterwork bardish from the demons. Masterwork scimitars, composite longbow, that's also $100. Masterwork scimitar. Heavy crossbow, that's regular. Up. Discarry cultists using masterwork scythes, like their Discarry master. Evoker, nothing. That's a lot of stuff. Okay, we're good. Leave. I could destroy unconnected loot to make it easier on my memory card or something, maybe. Okay, we can go back. We might have to explore those side rooms next. Once we go back. Oh. Some strange beasts.
What's this? Do we have guests? Just in time. The place is a bit of a mess, and I haven't even poured the blood into the goblets yet. Why don't you... Oh!
The face of the demoness could be called pretty if it had eyes. Her mouth slowly widens into a smug grin.
What an unexpected surprise! Staunton, my little sweetheart.
Is she a succubus?
Long time no see. I've missed you so much. Have you missed me? Admit it. You missed me terribly.
The demon's mouth drops open in surprise, and she brings her manicured hand up to cover it.
You again, you wench!
The aged dwarf from Irabet's troop, silent up to now, spits on the floor, his hardened, craggy face like storm-weathered stones, twists as if in pain.
Minago, the one who... Be careful. She's one of the deadliest creatures in the whole demon horde. She was once responsible for a massacre in Canabras. She must be back to finish what she started.
She's the one who dispatched the cultists. Dispatch. The powerful Litu Minako is one of the demons whose names in Mendev are always spoken with a curse. She's the author of two of the most horrific atrocities in the history of the Crusades, the Fall of Dresden and the Red Morning Massacre of Canabras. You know this demon, Staunton?
Does he know me? Staunton, darling. Tell them all how close we were.
That wench? She's the one who led me astray. She's the reason my life has gone to the abyss. She's the reason why Dresden fell.
Founded as a city fortress during the hubris of the First Medieval Crusade. Okay. I think somebody's writing the description differently for all these places. Was overtaken by the demonic hordes of the whirlwind. It now stands as a demonic monument to the foolish naivety of those early crusaders. I think a demon is overwriting that description.
Oh my, like butter wouldn't melt. What I remember is how eagerly you would run to our trysts, how you begged to see me again, how you promised you'd do anything I asked. By your own free will, you said this. And now you claim that Dresden fell because of me. No, my dear. That was entirely your own doing.
He was the reason why Dresden fell?
I'll beat your lying lips into your filthy throat!
Now, Staunton, don't say things like that. Not about these lips, the ones you kissed so sweetly. Staunton, dearest, don't you love me anymore?
I think you might have.
How good we were together. I was so hoping that we could patch things up.
I think he's too spiteful to be your agent once more.
I'll kill you!
Time to fight. You know what we really need? We need some fireballs. All these groups that could be dispatched so easily. Some abracadabras. I don't know what those are. Sita, get him. I'm gonna get him. Use a slumber on one of these guys. Slumber. You hit one of these wizards. Okay, Sita, smite him. Hey, everybody's using smites. And we already felled one of them. And they're dead. Easy. Yeah. Damage reduction is fine. Murder time. Nice. Time to loot now. Some more of these cultists. We're definitely going to be overweight before we finish this dungeon and find another merchant. Up. Okay, that's it. Low religion 12.
Call me again if you need to.
The holy symbol of the Scary. The demon lord will attack Canabris, drawn in human blood. Ability check. Good job. There's the ward stone. Are those demons? They look like crusaders. Okay, that's little thing over there. No, there's a demon symbol. Never mind. As soon as you step into the chamber, your vision seems to darken and your knees buckle. You struggle to keep your balance. The air in here is laden with the power coming from the stone. Suddenly, your head is filled with voices, screaming, whispering, cackling, threatening voices, pleading for help, shrieking curses and thoughts. You blink and the illusion passes. Are we going to have our wounds open again?
Congratulations. You made it all the way here. This is it. Your precious ward stone. But what are you planning to do now, I could kill you where you stand, but wouldn't it be nice if you could die in battle like heroes? No. I want you to die in despair, scrabbling around like rats in the blighted ruins of your city, blind and broken, your flesh scabbed and seeping, and every moment knowing precisely what was done to you.
Okay.
Sounds terrifying. Except that's how we've been living for generations.
There isn't a soul that can resist the temptations of the abyss.
Really?
Even a stone can be turned. I'm not joking.
Stones have souls?
Your precious ward stone, weakened from the injury inflicted by Discari, has almost succumbed to my charms. Soon the whole barrier around the world wound, the gift of your useless goddess, will be a weapon of the abyss. Just a little more and boom. Every city with one of these eyesores stuck in the middle of it, from Canabris to Nerosian, will turn into smoking craters, and all the mortals into red sludge beneath our hooves.
Well, I'm gonna stop you, and you're gonna be ashamed of being defeated by like a level 2 paladin.
So you have a choice, especially you, my pet. Kiss me on my dainty hoof, pledge your loyalty to Baphomet, and when the world falls, its ruins shall be yours.
Who are you?
You've already forgotten me.
Yes.
You mortals have awfully short memories, even shorter than your little lives. Staunton, sweetums, don't you want to introduce me to your friends properly? No? Well, I'd better do it myself. I am Minago, Lily 2 and faithful servant of Baphomet, and leader of his armies. The city is mine now. I'm just starting to settle in.
You're gonna turn into a crater, you said.
I like them. But once I'm finished, I promise you, the results will be simply to die for.
Lady 2s are subversive and hidden horrors, demons who work subtly in their constant quest to destroy and devastate. Lady 2s enjoy few things more than leading mortals into all manners of sinful acts in the hopes that when the mortal perishes, their souls will fuel the abyss. The exact nature of sin that a Lady 2 tempts a mortal into committing varies from the demon. These demons are adept at reading mortal desires and secrets, quickly discerning which sins a specific target can be convinced to perform. Lady 2s possess a hideous ability. They can turn the victims into husks, immobile and desiccated bodies that do not actually die, but preserve their lives and consciousness. They too can assume the form of their husk, stealing their face and appearance and treating their poor victim like a living wardrobe. Ew.
And it was such a charming little place until you sullied it with your presence. It had such lovely boulevards, quiet and shaded. You took those away from me, and I shan't forgive you for that.
You like quiet, shaded boulevards? Are you like a Jack the Ripper? Quiet and shaded. That's what? What? Okay.
They've done much worse things than spoil the promenades.
Yeah.
All the people they've killed.
Yes, of course, you're right. I grieve for the common folk as well.
She's a noble woman. Yeah, okay, makes sense. I guess. You feel righteous fury swell within you. How dare this demon besmirch the ground of this beautiful world with her hooves, a world created by the gods and cultivated by mortals. And these cultists, how dare they betray all the sacred in the world and join the forces of the foulest evil? Can they repent and redeem themselves, or have they followed the path of evil past the point of no return? The wardstone seems to sense your thought. The chamber grows slightly brighter. Angel Mythic Pact, reveal the light of heaven. Your victory celebrations are a little too premature, demon. Oh. Echoing the holy flame erupting from your hand, the light also gets brighter and brighter until it floods the chamber. You hear the voices again, stronger now. They repeat your words like a choir of angels.
Hey, no eyes! Didn't you tell us that heaven had turned its back on us and no one would come to our aid?
Don't listen to her. The fiend wants us all to lose hope. She won't succeed.
I'm done with this shit! I only followed this hoofed menace because I thought the Crusaders had it, and there was no other way to protect my family. But now I see that there is hope. I won't bow before these heinous idols ever again. If they kill me, at least I'll die a decent death.
That's the attitude.
Yes! Return to our side, friends! Have courage! We will welcome you back. And heaven never abandoned you, no matter what this deceiver told you.
Turncoat, I'll cut out your heart.
That was fast.
We'll see how tough you really are. We let you frighten us once, but it won't happen again.
We cannot be.
Oh, we fight a demon now? And a bunch of cultists. Okay. We need healing. Yeah, on hands. Up. Get her. You slumber on one of these guys. You attack one of these guys.
You won't survive me.
Please heal yourself. Waves of fatigue. Everybody's fatigued now. Yay. Okay. Keep hitting yourself. You keep using slumber. Ah, we got one. Next. Get this cultist. You're good. You're good. You're good. Let me use the light. Ouch. And down there you go. That was fast. Saving throws, that's fine. Have you taken any damage? Ouch. And I'm the last one standing. Heal time. And we're all done.
I'm tired of playing around now. You want to know what will happen when I'm done with the wardstone? Here's a little demonstration.
Everybody's dead except her. What's that? The Demoness whispers a spell and a wave of darkness sweeps through this chamber. Your companions wince in pain, but it's nothing compared to what you feel. Thousands of voices once again burst into your mind, drowning you in their moan, screams and sobs. Pain rocks through your skull. Your evil spells won't stop a righteous army.
Iomade is with us!
Yes. Keep telling yourself that.
The voices blend into an unbearable wall of screaming. Your vision goes dark. Uh-oh. Time for another wound opening. Give need to stop her before she succeeds in her plan. We're back here.
Praise Iomade, you woke up. Healing your wounds was easy, but you were unconscious for so long, I was starting to worry we'd lost you.
We won?
Sadly, no.
Dang it.
We couldn't stand up to the demoness. Her spells were too strong.
Yeah, they were.
It's all right. We'll handle it somehow. You blacked out, but Staunton and I managed to get you here to the Defender's Heart. It used to be a tavern, but now it's our headquarters. We're gathering our forces here, and we're preparing to strike back.
Call this dispatch about the dungeon in the tower.
Demons have been filling Canabras with their spies and infiltrators for a long time. Unfortunately, I don't have enough people to attack the place right now, at least not blindly. I'd be grateful if you snuck in there and scouted out the situation. But just scouting. Don't be a hero.
Okay, so we'll be a hero and kill all the cultists. What's the situation in the city?
Bad, but not hopeless. We're constantly getting news, and new sources of resistance keep springing up in the districts where everyone seemed to be dead.
Okay.
The survivors are gathering here. You should see them. Their faces, their eyes burning with determination. The city is destroyed, but our resistance is not broken. We will keep fighting.
Tell me about the Wardstone. Why is this so important?
The Ward Stones are a gift of Iomedae.
We already asked that.
Created personally by her herald.
Yeah, we already asked that.
And a general of the Celestial armies. The Ward Stones keep the world wound from expanding. They stand along the border of the territory controlled by the demons.
Okay, yeah. What do you plan to do next?
You heard what the demon said. They're going to desecrate the Ward Stone and blow up the whole barrier around the world wound.
Indeed.
That would be an even worse disaster than the World Wound's expansion before the Second Crusade. Not only Canabras, but every city with a Wardstone will be destroyed, including the capital. We can't allow that no matter what. We will retake it, even destroy it if we must. Iomedae's gift must not become a weapon of the Abyss.
Can I help you?
First of all, we need to decide what to do with the stone once we get it.
Can we make it work again?
What I'm about to say is classified. A traveler came to the city recently. A blind elf calling himself the Storyteller. He insisted he be allowed to examine the Wardstone, and he raised the alarm when his study was finished.
Huh.
Even before the demon attack, he had found some damage or flaw in the stone.
The Storyteller is here?
Prelate Hulrune dismissed his words as nonsense, borderline blasphemy. But between you and me, the Prelate's opinion isn't worth much. I think the Storyteller knew what he was talking about. We could use his advice right now, if only we knew where he was. I remember the Storyteller spent a lot of time talking to Staunton, a dwarf from my unit. You saw him during the demon attack.
Indeed.
The elf asked him about the history of the Crusades. Maybe the Storyteller told Staunton something about where we could find him if anything happened.
So we need to find Staunton, and from there find the Storyteller so he can tell us how to fix the Wardstone.
There's another problem.
Dang it.
After the attack, the demons began to gather their forces at the Grey Garrison.
There again?
It'll be even harder to take them with a head-on assault. But I once heard soldiers talking about a secret entrance to the garrison. Trouble is, I have no idea where to look for it. While you explore the city, please keep your eyes open, in case you find something we can use.
Got it.
And one last thing. The Eagle Watch has lost a lot of soldiers recently. Some were killed, but others simply haven't been seen since the attack. In the chaos that is now Canabras, it's next to impossible to confirm anything for sure. One of the missing fighters is Janna Aldori, a new recruit in the Watch. She got along well with Sela, and she often went drinking with her. I honestly thought Sela and Janna had died together. But now Sela's returned with you, and there's no sign of Janna. If you learn anything of her whereabouts when you're out in the city, please report back.
Clear.
May the goddess help you. We're still fighting, which means that Canabras still hasn't fallen. If you come across any groups in the city that can fight, send them here to the Defender's Heart. We'll need every fighter we can muster for the final assault.
Got it.
Yes, one more thing.
Jeez.
If you're in the area, check out this address. It's our house. Mine and Inevia's. Well, it was our house. If the building is still standing, open the hidden compartment in the kitchen. It's filled with supplies for a rainy day. You can take whatever you find. You have more need of it.
Anything else? No? Okay. I'll talk to everybody in the tavern and then I'll end the stream for now. A nice little introduction. We have a clear objective. Well, not really clear, but an objective, nonetheless. Need to sell a bunch of stuff. Yeah, we're definitely overweight. Anivia, what's up? Hey, wait, mind if I bend your ear about something? So there's the first and most important thing. Beth gave you a crucial mission, and I get that. And I know you'll get the job done. I saw you in action. But here's the rub. By sending you out on an errand, we're weakening our defenses here. If they come at us while we're gone, I don't know if we'll be able to fight them off. So what? We just stay here and guard the tavern? You? What? No! Your task is far more important. You can't just hold up here all cozy waiting for the demons to knock on the door. We need to take the fight to them, but if those freaks try to make a move on this place, Beth will send a runner to get you. If that happens, you leg it back here, alright? Because if you don't, you'll be coming back to an ash pile, got it? What do you think the demons will attack next? Your guess is as good as mine. If I'm gonna be here, they could attack the whole damn city. Those vermin know they've lost the upper hand and that we're going to push back hard. They do? If things kick off here, you should know. After they attack, some things could be changed beyond recognition. If you got any business that needs taken care of, you better do it soon. What else do you wish to discuss? The rift that damn beetle left with his scythe? Well, it cut the city in two, and it's kind of difficult to get across. My scout tell me there's a halfway decent place to set up a crossing in Market Square. Not any of them try to make sure, but if you got the mind to go across and think you're gonna have to eventually, you might want to give the square a once over. I got it. Next. Stoughton, Vane, Camellia. Hey, that's the guy I need to talk to for the storyteller. The dwarf resembles an abandoned citadel, one whose high, crumbling walls are still holding fast, but whose empty, lightless windows make it clear that all inside is dead. Alright, it's you. Good work back there in the Grey Garrison. Name's Stoughton Vane, if you've heard the rumors about me. His face, which looks like it has never shown anything as a carefree... What? It has never known anything as carefree as a smile, grimace. Just so you know, everything people say about me is true. What do they say? They say I'm a traitor, as bad as Eru Vorlesh. That's the witch that opened the world wound. Few name aroused as much rage among Crusaders as that of Eru Vorlesh, the Sarkorian witch, who initiated the opening of the world wound and later its expansion. Almost nothing is known about her life before the atrocity, except that Vorlesh was condemned for using arcane magic, which was persecuted in Sarkoris, and imprisoned in the Tower of Threshold near the city of Iz. This is where she conducted the ritual that paved the way for demonic invasion and left her land to be tormented by the demon lord Descari. By some mysterious means, the witch transformed herself, changing from an ordinary human into a half-demon. Over the following century, Crusaders encountered Vorlesh, or the results of her experiments a few times, but they learned nothing more than Descari's henchwoman. She holds a high position in the ranks of the Armor of the Abyss, and bears the title of Architect of the World Wound. Okay. I'm a disgrace even among the ranks of the condemned. A military unit made up of petty criminals constituted as disposable soldiers and frontline fodder in a crusade. That Queen Gallifrey should never have spared me, but I belong on the gallows. Why? You really don't know? He gives me a long, morose look, then sighs. I'm the reason why the Crusade forces are holding the fortress on the edge of the world wound instead of bringing up the fight to the demons. We used to have a foothold in the wound, the mighty unassailable city of Dresden. We used to have it, until it fell, all because of my stupidity. I gave the enemy our main citadel. I was tried, they wanted to execute me, and rightly so, but the Queen intervened. She said that I should live and fight in order to undo what I've done. So that's how I live, decades after decade, fighting in the condemned. As you can see, I fixed nothing and I've earned no one's forgiveness. You keep living and fighting with no hope of any better because that's what the Queen ordered you to? There's honor in that. You may be right, but you know, even stone and iron get worn down over time. I know what it means to live a regimented life, but I cannot rely on discipline alone forever. I pray to Torag, though he does not listen, that my body breaks before my conscience does. The whole city fell because of you? How is that possible? What do you mean, how? If you don't trust the word of a condemned, go ask somebody else, like my little brother Joran. And if you still don't believe it, what's it to me? If you're about to ask me to recount the story of ending my disgrace for the 1000th time, don't. You don't have any friends? I couldn't have survived this long if I were completely alone. Joran, my little brother, he keeps me going. He's never abandoned me. Everyone else shies away from me, like they might catch what I've got. Even fighters in the condemned console themselves by thinking, I got strip of my rank, but at least I'm not Stoughton. Commander Terabate seems to be the only person in the whole army who remembers that I'm a soldier and not a drudge. She has no qualms about... excuse me about the sound. She has no qualms about taking me to battle. She had some mug flung at her in the past, or so I hear. That's why she tries to keep an open mind about people. It's no surprise that she's the only one to hold on to her sense of reason. It's no surprise that she's the only one to hold on to her sense of reason this farce. Hopefully the sound is not too bad. dog is barking at somebody at the door. As usual. Oh well. So many years in the condemned. Surely you've paid your penance by now. Ah, dang it. I thought he stopped. I think it's fine now. Hopefully. That's not up to me to decide. My life is in the Queen's hands. The condemned isn't over the worst part. All these years I've prayed to Torek for forgiveness. Countless times I've gone to his priest. Dang it, he's back again. Countless times I've kneeled before his altar. If only the father of Dwarvenkind will answer my prayers just once. Not to restore what I've lost, but just to tell me that I'm still one of his children. Doesn't seem to give a damn about me. What can I expect from mere mortals when my own god doesn't think I deserve the redemption? I need to talk to the storyteller. Do you know where I can find him? A strange old fellow, that one. He used to sit with me for hours, asking about all sorts of things. He never offered judgment or comfort. He just listened. At first I wanted him and his questions as far away from me as possible, but later I realized that talking to him did ease my burden a little. I hope he's alive and well. He's completely blind and feeble too, so if he's alone in the city, well, he's probably dead. I do know one place he might be. Look for him at Black Wings. It's a library here. I'll show you where it is on the map. I don't know what use library is to a blind elf, but he loved the place. He would sit there day and night. The Black Wing Library has been revealed. Okay. Cannabis Crusader, Eagle Watch Crusader, Noble Survivor, Kiado, some guy, Citizen Survivors, Lan. Yeah, we have to talk to a bunch of people. Oh my god, so many people. Okay, Camellia. She looks over you pensively, toying with the snake-shaped bone amulet that dangles from her pale neck. Noticing your glance, she flashes you a cold, barely there smile. Greetings. It seems for a moment that she wants to say something else, but then pauses, grows too long, and she slips back into cautious silence. The amulet is unusual. Where did you get it? My little trinket. It's nice of you to notice. Actually, this amulet is nothing but a bauble. That's a lie. Because it's magic. And also, I think it's... Since she had barely any items when you encountered her, but her alignment was still hidden, I have to guess that the amulet is doing that. Where do you learn to wield a rapier so well? I had a good teacher. Tell me about yourself. You know more about me than you already do? Why? I talked to the spirits of this tormented land and they guided me in battle. I'll help you fight the demons, and I swear that you can rely on me for this matter. Isn't that sufficient? Remember, you are much more relaxed during combat. Your battle cries are uninhibited. She blushes slightly and lowers her height, so you've noticed. To be honest, I find it embarrassing. You see, being a shaman means having spirits of battles as my ever-present companions. In the heat of battle, they become rather, vocal. Anyway, as much as I enjoy our delightful conversation, the spirits are calling me, and I must respond. Please excuse me. I'm not finished. Your speech tells me you are of noble birth. She laughs a practiced musical laugh as she watches you from under lowered lashes. You're most insightful, a fine quality to have. There's anything wrong with being a noble? We all have our good and bad qualities. If you research such a noble and beautiful lady, I will stop bothering you immediately and talk. If talking to me upsets you, why do you look down upon others? Thank you for sharing your opinion with me, okay? Whatever. Hawks. A strange figure towers over the bar. A huge, ungainly man with skin so milky white that his blue veins are visible even from a distance. His bald head is equal part lumpy and pitted, and blood-filled eyes stare impassively out at you from beneath his pale brows. The glass in the albino's large, clumsy hand looks dangerously delicate, as if one twitch of those cow's fingers would be enough to crush it. A gold medallion engraved with a tankard gleams around his neck. What will it be? The medallion you're wearing. That's a secret symbol, isn't it? Are you a cleric of Caden Kellyan? Or a tavern keeper? Best in the city. Any news? Demons everywhere. Who are you? Vampire. Really? No. How do you end up in the Crusader City? The world is big, but there isn't a place for everyone. Perhaps people who no longer have lives anywhere else, they end up here. Any places worth visiting? If you mean places that normal people usually stay well away from, there are plenty. Like the Pitaxian wine cellar. It once belonged to the Pitaxian trading house, then King Yorvedi came to power in Pitax, and property shared started changing hands. Soon after, the sellers Shop assistance was found in a ditch, not all of him. The main gangsters are taking possession of the place. Then King Orvity's numbers was up, so now the store stands empty and unclaimed. People say that the headless ghost wanders the place at night. Okay. I see you're not one for talking. Show me what you have. A bunch of potions. Let me see if we have anything that we really need to get. Mage armor, reduced person, enlarged person. I could use some of those. Protection from evil. Come on. Okay. What else? Mage armor, that's fine. Invisibility could become in handy. Bow strength. Those are kind of expensive. Let me stop doing that. Way too expensive. Never mind. Sell the weapons. Up. Up. What's this? How much? 1,000 bucks? Okay. 4,000 bucks for us. Bunch of armor. No need. And the rest is fine. Do we have any weapons? Armor. Gloves of the Neophyte. 1 point of damage per dice rolled. Dark Omen. 13,000 bucks. Grants the ability to cast the following spells: Ray Enfeeblement, Scare, Ray of Exhaustion, Fear, and Waves of Fatigue. Okay. Bunch of ingredients, potions. Let's see. Enlarged person, 1 invisibility, 1 blur, bow strength, cat's grace, owl's wisdom, eagle splendor, dark skin, heroism, dark veil. Grant your party totally concealment against range attack for 1 minute. That's pretty good, but we don't have the money for that. Blessed weapon, magic weapon, align weapon, holy water. That's gonna come in handy. Potion of aid, protection from evil. Good, deal. Ah, inventory is back to being light. Next. Hey Gorm, don't you owe me like 1,000 bucks? Yeah, you do. Get me back to the surface, and the house always keep his words. Now, speaking of our future cooperation, I have a job that would be perfect for someone like you. Naturally, I pay generously for your services. What do you mean? Are ready to sell your soul for booze? No. And then lie down drunk in the gutter. Or do you think you're somehow different? Yeah, I do. A traveling knight, perhaps? Noble of heart, but without a coin to your name? You know, I propose to do charity, right? You seem a reliable enough ally to me, and you did get me out of those Mongol caves. Why should I care what you do with my money once you get it? Perception check failed. I would refrain from such statements in the future. How impudent. No one dares tell me how to address the rabble. What's the job? You shall be my bodyguard, you see. I have good reason to return to my mansion here in Kenabres. I still have... Doesn't matter, it's none of my business. My mansion is a breathtaking building with a large garden in the wealthy part of the city. I have little hope that my guards were able to hold the mansion during the attacks, and I expect that the servants fled when they saw the demon. Only Abadar knows what happened there since. Ask me to meet me at the mansion and guard me until I complete my business. I've asked the local paladins for help, but they have no desire to set foot outside the tavern. Cowards and traitors. Also, please do take Camellia with you. I trust that girl more than the rest of your gang. She's not of a noble birth after all. Yeah, okay. What's the reward? 1,000 gold coins. Let me try the diplomacy. Failed. Dang it. Deal. Marvelous, most excellent. I'll proceed to the mansion at once and wait for you here. Meanwhile, you need to worry. I know the city like the back of my hand. Okay, and he's gone. Next up. Can I talk to Anivia again? Oh, I can. In the muted colors blends almost perfectly into the background. She appears relaxed, but her seemingly unfocused eyes are taking in everything around here, tracking and filtering potential threats. The only tell is the way she drums her finger on her hip near the weapon sheath. She shows no signs of an injury, and confidently leans on her previously broken leg. She pretends to have just noticed you, even though she watched you approach from afar. Any suspicious place that I should pay attention to? There were spots I wanted to check out, but I didn't have the time. If there really is a den of cultists there, it would be good if you could swoop in there and bust some heads. I don't even need a search warrant. First one is the Silken Thread. We have a bunch of places to explore. It's a funny little tailor shop that doesn't take any orders and never buys any fabric. The always seems so busy. One is the Alchemy Shop, Topaz Solutions. They trade in everything, not just healing potions, judging by the ingredients they've been buying on the black market. There's something fishy. Tell me about yourself. Maybe too, but there's kind of nothing. What's so interesting? Where are you from? Nowhere. I was blown in the wind and fought in the cabbage patch. That's an old habit of mine. I don't like blabbing about my past. But you saved my skin, so I guess I kind of owe it to you. I'm from Nidal. What's Nidal? Country is Navistan. Having been founded during... Ah, yeah, I remember. I wish my homeland on my worst enemy. You've heard of that place, I'm sure, ruled by monsters that aren't alive nor dead, and the official religion of the cult is Zankutan. I grew up in a slum, like a weed between the cobblestones. I didn't have a dad, but I had a lot of aunts and uncles. My mom's cronies. No prize for guessing the kind of business she was involved in. They gave me a stack of lockpicks as soon as I could hold a spoon. You know, all the kids were picking their noses, I was picking pockets. Oh, you were a rogue! You know, I could use you with your sneak attacks, which are OP. If everything carries it from the last game, I hope. Let's see. When I was 12, the monks of the Silent Shroud came for us. Who? Keep you guys with your mouths soon shut. They're the guards of Nisrosh. Oh, okay. Okay, I guess I didn't need to know about them already. Mom gave me to her friends, and we hid in the secret temple of Desna. I never saw my mom again. I lay low in the temple for the next few years, keeping my head down. I washed floors, fetched water, listened to sermons. Funny things, after a while I started liking Desna's teaching. But as soon as I was old enough, I was out of there. I left Nidal and got as far as I could. Quite a ragtag group you've got there, from nobles to street thieves. You've got that right. Only the best for you. What do you do if the knights and nobles fail to save the world? The lowlifes are our only hope. How did you meet Irabeth? I was booming around Timon a while back, doing this and that. Des and Tramples sometimes gave me odd jobs, you know. Sometimes they needed people with skills like mine. Well, surprised it was fine, I guess. After Nidal, the freedom of the River Kingdoms could have seemed like heaven, my chance to sit back and enjoy life. But I wasn't happy. There just wasn't any joy in my new life. I was all alone. No one cared about me, and I didn't care about anybody either. I struggled to find a reason to drag myself out of bed every morning. Tying a stone around my neck and jumping into the nearest river started to look pretty appealing. One day I was hired to follow some fellas who the local authorities suspected were Rasmarian spies. I was stupid, I made a rookie mistake and they caught me. Despite my body, I'd already decided to do what my mind had been fighting, to finally put me out of my misery. Get somebody else to kill me, since I didn't have the guts to do it myself. They grabbed me. I thought they got me on the spot, but instead they hog-tied me and dragged me off. Just like an animal to the slaughter, my only thought was, let's get this over with. They brought me to their stinking cave, threw me into the altar, and I realized it was Cuttites from Nidal. They tracked me down after all those years, but I didn't care anymore. Wouldn't even have cared if they'd eaten me or whatever. We all gotta do something, right? We all gotta go sometime, right? So I was laying here staring at those knives pointed at me when fate rolled the dice and hit the jackpot. Bleh! Jackpot. Beth. There she was storming into the cave. Picture it, I'm lying on my altar with all these knife-wielding maniacs around me, and suddenly Irabeth storms in. I thought it was Imade herself, fierce in her shining armor with her gleaming sword raised. She made quick works of those scumbags, chopped them up just like that. I didn't even have time to blink. She untied me and then... She looked through the papers they had on the table and started swearing like a sailor. So much for Imade. How did you end up in Cannabris? After almost becoming a human sacrifice, I knew I never wanted to leave Irabeth's side. Desmond knows, I fell for her instantly, and fell hard. My misery was gone, and when Irabeth showed me what was in those papers, proof that the cultists had a nest in our home city, well, I offered to help without a second thought. She must have figured I couldn't wait to get my revenge on the cultists, but I didn't give a damn about them. It was her. I go anywhere, even on crusade or into the jaws of dragon. But I took to life in Cannabis like a duck to water. I used to be an outcast wherever I went, but half of the crusaders are the same. After all, who'd volunteer to tangle with demons on the edge of the abyss? It would be either a goody two-shoes with too much honor and free time, or a misfit who's with no life out in the normal world, with normal people. People come here to run away from the debts they're past from themselves, so I fit right in. What's it like living with Irabeth? It's like living. Without her, I wouldn't be. Seriously, if I were alone, I'd definitely be gone by now. Sure, sometimes we argue, can't deny that. Sometimes we bang our fists on the table and yell so loud that the walls shake, but that's all about order business. But at home, well, I'll give you an example. I've kind of always wanted to move out that broom closet we call the house into somewhere cozier. It ain't like they take our property at the Eagle Watch, but every month somehow most of our spare money is spent on crusader business. Sure, I get mad about it, but that's part of why I love her so much. You know, Irabeth has that thing that matters most to poor people. A purpose in life. She's always got a reason for whatever she's doing. Her whole life is a crusade. And I just drifted around like a leaf on the wind, until Desna brought us together. Now she's the meaning of my life, so it really makes no difference if we live in a mansion or in a bush. Thank you. What are your responsibilities in the Eagle Watch? Not an official, I'm not even a knight, you know. I just hang around. You sure want to know the details? Catching traitors and spies and cultists is no walk in the park. It's a delicate job. You can't always do it all within the letter of the law. You can't? What if we surprise some suspicious blighters with an official search? Everyone will know about it before long, starting with their cronies. Then again, sneaking into people's houses at night ain't exactly legal. Crusaders can be doing stuff like that, can't they? Well, not exactly at night. I have to go. Thank you. Let's talk to Kiado and Visality Racismus. I believe that help is already on the way. The queen will not leave us to die. A stout old man with a fuzzy grey beard mumbles a prayer. He looks as tired as everyone else in the tavern, but determination is stamped on his haggard face. What can I do for you? You're saying scrolls? Okay. We already have a lot of spellcasters. Who are you? Rector of the local temple of Abadar. The temple is gone though, and if we smooth her much longer, the city will be lost as well. Who's that boy? This one? Kiado, the shepherd, my apprentice. He's a smart boy, and his faith is strong. He's sort of irascible though, but there's still something we can learn from an old servant of Abadar. What kind of help can I expect from you? I sell scrolls, I can use scrolls. Guaranteed no surprise, but you better not go into the city without a cleric. Can I get a cleric somehow? Hang on.
Let us be off.
Here for a chat. I've been waiting for you to come and see what strange beast you've taken to your party. I want to know more about you. Oh my god, so much dialogue. Let me guess. Your first question is, can you wear a hat with your one horn? Am I right? You speak common much better than the rest of your tribe. Funny enough, common isn't all that common underground. But your observation is incorrect. I used to live on the surface with my parents for a while, and had the chance to learn a couple of things, the language, and the fact that every peasant who sees my skelly smug screams demon and run away. I don't know if you're interested, but my mom wasn't from an underground tribe. She was a smuggler, the kind that used the dungeons of Cannabis to secretly move and store goods. One time, two gangs couldn't agree on how to share a prime cut, got into a fight, and the winners threw the losers down a hole. Dead and living alike. My dad went to check if the corpse had anything useful on them, and he found a girl from the surface, barely clinging to life. It could be both feeling spark between them, or maybe the girl just liked men with skills and a cat nose. That might be it. One way or another, he got her back on her feet, and later, even left his own caves. She left her smuggling behind, and they began a nice life together. That's the delightful story of how old land came into this world. The next chapter, however. My family and I never stayed in one place too long. We lived sometimes on the surface, sometimes underground. We couldn't find a place to call home. Living in the caves was hard on my mom, and my dad's appearance raised too much inconsistent in Mendev. That's what with demons after all. In the end, my parents decided to stop making each other miserable and separated. My father and I returned to our tribe. I think the peasants screaming demon had something to do with it. Or maybe it was that dad just couldn't stand life without a rat tail soup. Come with me so you could see the surface again? That wasn't it. I don't have much patience for certain types of creature. Demons, I mean. They want to destroy Kinabreeze. I'll be on the side of people they're attacking. Leon, you're my companion, and companions should trust each other. I'm counting on you to give me honest answers, not excuses. I guess you're right, I shouldn't have been so evasive. It's just that some things are hard to talk about. My family, for example. My birth, hell, take me, turned out to be a great misfortune for my parents. All because I'm relatively healthy. Not the best thing that can come from a marriage between a cave-dwelling mongrel and anyone from the surface. A healthy child with the right number of hands and feet, no apparent defects, no missing organs or in-law problems. It's all hope in me, so risk having more children. They thought it would somehow be alright. I have 4 brothers. The first was born 2 years after me, and died 2 years later. He didn't have a nose. Nothing evil remotely resembling one. He could only breathe through his mouth. My parents were afraid to take their eyes off of him, for fear he'd choke and suffocate on something. But in the end, it was his weak heart that killed him. Then there was another pregnancy and birth. I pretended I was sleeping, but snuck out of my bedroom and listened under the door. All those hours, it was very strange, but I never heard the newborn screaming. Mom moaning, yes, the priest praying. Then I dared to open the door a little and look inside. The priestess stood there, very pale. One of them was holding like a small object that fit in his palm and asked, "Do you know what this is?" And the other said, "I think it's a head." Go on. He paused, his and continued in a steadier voice. It turned out that this time Mom was expecting triplets. The first of the babies was born in pieces, and the 2 others didn't live long enough to draw their first breath. About 3 weeks later, my father took me to the caves. He didn't want to leave. I could see it in his face, but I think my mom had died and he decided together. The curse my people carried since the first crusade stood between them. Not to mention the 4 dead babies. And old age was rapidly taking its toll on my father. After he returned to the cave, he only lived another 4 years. So if you're asking me why I decided to go up with you to the surface and join the Crusaders, well, the answer is I've always wanted to. I was afraid to leave my tribe, but it always haunted me that I had died in a world where 4 crusades could do nothing to stop the beast from the abyss and other victims kept growing. I want to change that, or at least try to. And if changing things is too much to ask, then at least get a little revenge. The ones who are behind the world wound owe me a great debt. The nights are 4 brothers, all my mother's tears, and my father's broken heart. It's a lot. It's so much that killing a couple of demons won't do it for me. I want to do something real, and I'm ready to pay any price. Call it my personal crusade if you like. I used to think that things would be better if I'd never been born, but now I think I was born to this, to settle the score. Your parents' love didn't survive hardships, but that doesn't mean the same thing will happen to you. What if you find true love, then someone who won't leave you no matter what? And break my beloved hearts when I die in their arms 5 years later? That's a fine thing to do for the person you love. And again, there's a chance I'll inspire some tragic bard to write a tearful ballad. Would you like to find your mother? No. The words flies from his mouth faster than an arrow. Then after he pauses, continues. I want to meet her, not because I feel any resentment. It says that she's an half-elf. She barely got her first grey hair. And I'll be a ramshackle old man. She's buried enough children. There's no need to make her witness the death of another one. I hope you understand. How did you do this before? I could just abandon the tribe. I'm the best hunter. They'll have it much harder without me. But now the demons have nearly destroyed Canabris and the caves have almost collapsed on our heads. Thinking and waiting it out just isn't an option anymore. Anyway, I'm more useful up here than I am down here. Plus, the chief let me go. I'm sorry. Well, I'm very lucky. I met someone who not only helped me, chose the right path, but is happy to listen to my whining. Thank you. Mongols have short lifespans, but you don't look like you're getting older or dying. How old are you? As I look, no surprises here, but remember Sol? He's 10 years older than me. I remember him back when he was a furious warrior, and day by day I watched him turn into an old man. Him and my father. Happens very quickly. First, you miss a shot because you don't see the target as clearly as you used to. I think it's because your eyes are tired. You tell yourself you'll be better tomorrow. Then you notice you're having trouble breathing, then that climbing is harder than before. Your fingers won't stop bending. You have to tie your sword to your hand. You can't even put on your greaves without help. When you're washing down your face in a stream, sometimes you catch sight of a grey-haired, wrinkled old man you don't recognize. This goes until one day you come across a cave beast and you realize you can't outrun it. I kept diaries marking all the signs, and I saw it too. The last year I had to help him out of bed, help him dress, remind him to eat. Sometimes he forgot my name. I told him that we should have stayed on the surface, and he joked about dodging a goddess. Was behavior unworthy of a crusader. He meant Pharasma. Every morning I wake up and check how I feel, but there are no signs yet. Even so, I know I don't have much time. I need to do something useful before I forget why I came here. I want to talk about Windrag. Tell me about your connection. Where do I start? We grew up together, trained together. She was the chief's daughter. She was groomed to be the best all her life, and then I came along. We were rivals, but we dragged each other out of tight spots too. I've always been drawn to grand heroic gestures, sometimes aesthetic ones. But when do you like to roam unexplored places, finding new caves and making maps? She wanted to be a great huntess, the one who'd make it through the shield maze, but instead she... What if she died? The death of her friend is painful, but watching a friend become a shadow of her former self is unbearable. She doesn't think she's a shadow of her former self. Of course, she thinks she did everything right, because the second she starts to doubt herself, she'll have to face the truth. Maybe she's just a cannibal that demons used to use as they wish. She wants to get stronger and stronger, but for what? I'll never understand what drives her. Were you just friends or more than that? Why, you really don't pull your punches, do you? There was a time I asked myself the same question. When you knew me better than anyone, she understood me better than anyone. She was my first woman, but we never loved each other. Maybe I could have grown to love her, but I always seemed like she never understood what love was. She just wasn't capable of those kinds of feelings. Can you wear a hat with one of your horns? Sure I can, but certain designs don't suit me too well. I found out everything I wanted to know, thank you. Tell me about your people. Oh my god. What's it like living in your caves? He gives me a broad smile. His smile is strange, as if alters were his human features meets his animal ones. Imagine that in the entire world there's only a few hundreds of you. Like, there's not an inch of fertile ground anymore. Nowhere to grow grain for bread or cotton and linen for clothes. Your neighbors are beasts who want to eat you, or parasites who want to infect you, whether larvae, and then eat you. It's not that bad, because you can try to eat most of the things that are trying to eat you. Sometimes are the risk of getting poisoned, sometimes with almost no risk at all. In the worst years, there's not a single living thing anywhere to be found, predator or prey. That's when you eat mushroom soup. I say 3 times a day, but there are barely enough for once every 3 days. Life underground has its upsides, pun intended. There's no risk of losing the roof over your head. There's no bad weather, not counting the earthquakes, of course. Are you really descendants of the first Crusaders? More like demon spawns, aren't we? Sad but true. Without the demons, there would be no mongrels. It's the magic of the world wound that affects our ancestors and made their children the way we are. Like most in our tribes, Chief Soul fancies himself a descendant of the underground Crusaders, the ones of our heroic ancestors, left to guard the caves. I don't know if it's true or not. The angels came to our caves for a reason, maybe he remembered us. Those were evil and dangerous times after the First Crusade. Hundreds of Crusaders began having children, and the babies were born with fangs and horns and warts that covered half their face. People didn't like the new look. The Inquisitors sure didn't, so our ancestors fled the persecution and made a home for themselves down here, underground. Probably intended to find a cure for their children and hoped to return in the time, but it never happened. Instead, the World Rune's terrible legacy was passed down from generation to generation. Mongol parents can only guess what their child will look like. Each of us is born with a new mutation. Many mutations are fatal. In the case, we usually don't congratulate the family for the birth of a child until they turn at least 3. Most don't even have a name before that. There's no point. Has it been that long since the First Crusade? Why do you know so little about your ancestors? Our lives are much shorter than most Uplanders. Up here, only a few generations passed. Many still live who remember old Sarcosis as it stood untouched by demons. Queen Galfrey, for example. But where we live, Mongols start getting old much earlier than humans, much faster and with more devastating consequences. Few live past 40, and fewer still live long enough to die of old age. Hunger, disease, and monsters from the deep are more effective killers than time. So for us, the story of the First Crusade is a legend that happened generations ago. There are no living witnesses. We have a tale of the wise and great ancestors who left us to stand, guarded in the catacomb. But in reality, I suspect they were desperate witches who couldn't figure out how to dispel demonic plague and were abandoned by their own kind. A shame. If they wait to tell day and night, you can see the sun in your caves. Every Mongol settlement has a big gong, which we treat like a relic. The gong keeper hits it twice a day to mark the beginning and end. But this custom doesn't really keep time very precisely. Every Mongol child has snuck out up to the gong to strike it at the wrong time at least once. Just out of pure mischief. Nothing will keep me away from it. Not even the fact that I only have 1 year, which means it would take double the punishment once I was caught. Sometimes the wrong strikes get mixed in with the right ones, and the tribe can find itself jumping up to greet the morning in the middle of the night. Mongol tribes fight each other. There were some skirmishes, and I've been forced to kill my kinfolk before. Fights most often break over food. We have laws in the caves, written and unwritten rules that we follow. We respect one another, right to live, but hunger, it can push a person over the edge. I've never, you can count on that stolen someone else's skill, but I can understand those of them I kind of tried. To hear your kids begging for food and not be able to feed them, terrifying. You're the only member of the Need Home tribe that call you people mongrels. Why is that? Because all of Galarian calls us that? I don't see the point of this hemming and hawing over what we're called. You don't know if I offensive or takes issue with it, can lead the charge against the name. No one's stopping them. Personally, I'm not going to pick a fight over something as important as a name. I found out everything I wanted to know. What do you think of life on the surface? Must be different from life on the ground. Of course, as far as living conditions, the surface is definitely a better place to be. It's easier to get good food and water, not to mention build a house, and even grow a few things. In older well-established settlements, you don't have to deal with anything scarier than rats, and maybe foxes stealing children's. That's what the kind of lives you have. I heard a story about demon worshippers abducting a whole family and sacrificing them one by one while the others watch. But there were some brave Crusader knights nearby, and they killed the villains and saved everyone. And I heard another story. A young blacksmith lost his arm in a fire, couldn't work to feed his wife and baby. They tried their best and lived from hand to mouth, but they were still destitute. In the end, the desperate blacksmith robbed a traveler one night on the road. There were some brave Crusader knights nearby, and they caught the robber and threw him in prison. Not after his wife murdered her babies and hanged herself. After the same person can probably say he's protecting the innocent from demons, and then look the other way while the same innocence stars just because they were born in a poor family. Queen Galfrey prolongs her life with Sun Orchid Elixir that costs enough to feed an entire city. I thought the church was paying for that. Like in our case, everyone is equally poor, and if one person starves, the whole tribe starves. We don't abandon our own in time of trouble. That's the power of a tribe. The laws of the surface are made so that some get everything and others get nothing. I might be a naive fool from the caves, but I don't understand how it's possible to have so much more and share so much less. Anyway, look who I'm talking to. You must know life on the surface much better than I do. We're gonna struggle for our very survival against the abyss. There is no time to upend society in our quest for fairness. I believe a keenly person in trouble. I've been given more than most, which means I'm now able to help others. Everything replied, don't take my words as a reproach. I like grumbling as much as cracking jokes. You said you were prepared to risk your life to do something meaningful. What do you mean by that? To invent a new side and have it named after me. Couldn't be told, I don't know. It would be much easier if all I really wanted was to kill demons, then a few more demons, then more demons. Good honest rage and no needless brooding. I think I actually envy the warriors who can live like that. But I can't. If life taught me anything, is that there are no easy choices. Dying a glorious death isn't enough. Ugh. Some heroes of the Crusade did that. The Medieval Crusade. Instead of entire settlements erected with worn stones, their actions kept the lands of men unsafe for decades. That's what I want, for my dumb short life to have meant something. You think I have an exaggerated opinion of myself? Some scaly freak crawls out of the caves and wants to take control of the ward stones and flaunt Imaday's banner. Any fool can charge at the front line of the demonic armies and die there. What good would that do? I want something meaningful, you know? Even if I have to pay the highest price, especially if I have to pay it. I'm plenty of warrior people who need to survive this war and tell everyone what nutcases were. Thank you. Who's next? Indara. Who's that? An impossible young Oreid is surrounded by a crowd of crusaders who are hanging on to her every word. I hope this example clearly illustrates the difference between Gistica's legionaries from the last war and the crusaders. The Gistica Imperium was the first human kingdom to establish itself in the Inner Sea region after the centuries of darkness and devastation caused by the Earthfall. Its citizens spoke a nearly forgotten language called Gistica, whose alphabet became the basis of the alphabet of the modern language of Skald, Varisian, and Taldane. At its height, it dominated all of northwestern Garund and part of southwestern Aviston. Waves of desert nomads and attacks by powerful outsiders from minus 3,300 onward, and the lack of a strong eastern trade route led to the slow decline of Gistica. Osirian, then a burgeoning kingdom under the control of the powerful pharaoh of forgotten plagues, pushed westward. It overthrew the already weakened Gistica, and the Imperium was plunged into numerous succession wars around minus 2,764, from which it was never again able to recover its former political, military, and economic power. Because of this military and economic defeat, the important cultural, magical, and technological advances of the Gistica Empire were largely lost and forgotten. The perfection of form and spirits they were imbued with during the creation turned them into parts of well-balanced war machines, not a rectangular bunch of individual but united to whole. Is she from the Imperium? Now tell me again why I'm supposed to be impressed by your reckless assaults, why everyone is fighting for their egos and for the right to beat their peers to a swift but pointless heroic sacrifice. Some of the Crusaders grumble unhappily, but it's clear that they were captivated by the woman's words. The only exception is a scraggly and disabled halfling monk whose puffy black eyes give him away as a brawler and troublemaker. He enthusiastically pushes forward and tries to engage, but one of his friends swiftly jabs him in the back with an elbow, making the poor fellow pause to catch his breath. So we got ourselves a student of warfare. She gives you a suspicious look and raises an eyebrow. Were your words meant to recognize my achievements or to start the fight the way Mendevian Crusaders usually do? Crusaders. One of the Crusaders angrily curls his fist tightly and retorts with a brunt of passion. If those jests of yours, or whatever, had come for us, we have the guts for Gothers. You think we never fought a mighty adversary before? The soldier's stern facade cannot fully conceal his relish. He clearly plans to enjoy this confrontation. The Crusaders around him look upon their exotic opponents, with a mixture of irritation and piqued interest. The woman chuckled before cutting off our interlocutor. I love to see you storm a 60-foot-tall walking castle shaped like a gigantic elephant that carries siege fortification on its back. I'll have you know that fortifications were defended by Gistacan priest craftsmen armed with demon-bound war machines. Okay. So the Imperium was really technologically advanced, at least for a fantasy realm. They use the enemies you cannot defeat as mindless weapons. The woman gives the people around her a triumphant look and adjusts her clothes with pointed nonchalance. Her voice takes on lecture's tone. Before that, I'm gonna sneeze. Whoop. Okay, I'm good. You should not argue with someone who happens to be the most the most good researcher on the history of warfare 3,000 years before the foundation of Absalom. Someone looks at you and flashes an amused smile. The lecture is over. Do my esteemed listeners have any questions? Who are you? I'm Indara, a warrior, magus, and scholar of classical warfare from Garund. The woman peers at you apprehensively then sighs. I admit I'm mildly offended by the fact that my name is entirely unfamiliar to you, but I'm willing to accept that this is due to Aveston's isolation from the sophisticated culture of the world at large. Are we? Isn't Aveston separated from the rest of the world by land and not sea? It's a land continent, like Europe and Asia. A land separation. Whatever. You've come a long way to be here. I'm thinking of myself as an inhabitant of Golarion, and I don't really identify with any country in particular. Then you just tell me that you came from... What? Then you just identify yourself from another country? Yeah, you did. Hey. Bad. Bad. Why do you come here? Witness a legendary war. A confrontation between denizens and a plain, famous for its love of violence, and the crusaders from every continent, united by a common goal of defending their home. An epic struggle of colossal proportions. It hasn't been particularly epic so far, to be told. It hasn't? The monk with the black eye grins and mutters under his breath. Maybe she can't see it from here. The view will get way more epic if she stops hiding among us and takes a walk outside. He smirks contemptuously. She doesn't seem deem the monk's words worthy of comment. I disagree. The Crusaders are doing a commendable job resisting the demons. Ah yes, and the situation we have found ourselves in can attest to that. But then again, the demons are no better. The preferred strategy also involves boost strength, mindless assaults, and unfounded confidence in their superiority. Why don't you show them how it's done? Huh? Nah, I'm an historian, an analyst, a theorist. Do you know what these three words have in common? They describe a mortal woman who does not participate in the conflict upon which her thesis will be founded. But then again, I'll be hardly able to describe this mess as anything other than a feeble likeness of the last war of Jiska. The monk says something. The more dangerous the upcoming scuffle is, the more motivated we are to find clevers and pretty words to justify not actually doing the fighting. What's the last war? The last war of Jiska, of course, a large-scale conflict that took place 3,000 years before the foundation of Absalom. It was a war between the Osirian pharaohs of Forgotten Plagues, the war that ended the legendary Imperium. An epic struggle that became the most vibrant page in military history. Alas, all conflicts that followed it were but the pale shadow. Do you know? Why do you find the last war so inspiring? Imagine legions of golems imbued with extraplanar spirits, marching into battle. Imagine flying cities that swoop out of the clouds like terrifying monstrous birds of prey, to drop forces on top of enemy castles. Picture a gigantic mechanism powered by captives and very angry demons and devils. Imagine standing in the warpath of walking citadels, or having to cover your ears to block out the sound of cannons loaded with shrieking elementals. Imagine, finally, the ultimate weapon that defeated the Jiska, the deadly Night Plague. This affliction was an attack dog, a trained epidemic, a tamed pestilence, striking only those who his masters wanted to kill. Imagine all these terrors and understand that no flight of fancy can even come close to the horrors of the nightmares that they made real. Sounds epic. How do you know so much about the war? I can say without false modesty that there is no more authoritative... Hey, I can say it. Researcher on Golarion when it comes to the history of warfare 3,000 years before the foundation of Absalom. I've dedicated my whole life to this subject. I personally visited old battlefields, studied the most mysterious and forbidden archives, containing chronicles of ancient war, sometimes risking my life in the process. I saw a fallen city of the Shuri Empire with my own eyes. I ripped out the control crystals from an experimental class combat golem that got at the Jiska laboratory with my own hands. These fingers held the glass flask that the servants of Pharaoh Forgotten Plagues used to create the first generation of pestilence that devastated the Imperium. How do I know so much? I saw and touched everything I'm telling you about. You're wrong to treat the Crusaders with disdain. Allow me to explain. A debate? I'll be happy to prove that the current conflict can't hold a candle to the last war. Very well. The last war was waged using significantly greater number of troops. Both sides actively relied on reinforcements from allied planes, and the strategic planning was perfected through new 407 rounds of intensive designs. None of the above applies to this war. Don't we have gods on our sides? Hey, oh, we have gods on our sides. Compared to Jiska, we are but stone club wielding kobolds. I would like to conduct my thesis with a few words of wise counsel from Dagon, an advisor of the Pharaoh of Forgotten Plagues. I doubt you will comprehend the true genius of his statement, but here it is nevertheless. A gadfly sees the ox. The ox pays no need to the gadfly, but crimson fever takes them both. Knowledge world. She has +5. Knowledge diplomacy. I have +9. The events of the past are shrouded in legend, but the fate of the world is being decided here and now. This is what you fail to grasp. Success. The earnestness on the faces of those around you has taken away Indara's panache, encouraging her to backtrack and settle where was. Of course, I'm not trying to diminish the importance of current events. I'm trying to say that from the standpoint of history, and particularly the history of warfare, the true importance of the event won't become obvious until later. As a scholar, I cannot deny there is a certain truth beneath your skeptical statements. History is a complex discipline, rooted in fact in an evidence base that grows ever more meager the farther we describe periods from the present moment. You know, I really feel like all your knowledge of history could come in handy for this conflict. Isn't that its purpose? For the knowledge to be spread around and used? Or at least gathered? But what you do with knowledge once you've gathered it, you teach it, and the people who are taught it can use it to their own ends. And we just so happen to need military warfare terrorists of an ancient forgotten epic battles. Of course, if I were to argue in bad faith that white crusaders embellish their tales of slaying a single Burmac by adding a dozen batters, for example, I could win the debate, but I'm above such things, and therefore I'm forced to admit that your skepticism is not entirely without merits. Are you gonna join? I don't see the point. You crusaders appear to be quite confident in your skills. If nothing else, you've presented your arguments to me with extreme confidence. Cloud Jiska. This is a worthy blade. It will be used not only to the strong, but also for the wise. This is where I bid you farewell. Before the end of the day, I was planning to observe how winged demons use pack tactics to drive their prey like herds of livestock. By the time I go back to my research, stay safe. I'm just gonna teleport to. Okay. Sure. Let's see this blade. A short sword, the claw. Flaming +1, fitness wielding. Dang. If only I had somebody who can use that. Next, Pink Eye. I can't speak with him, okay. Healer. Who are you? A tall, athletic man, his hair is prematurely grey and shorn close to his head in a military style. He's lean and well-groomed, and a monocle twinkles coolly in his eye. The bold set of his jaw and his large but agile frame attest to that there is a man who is always ready to be on the move. Greetings. I'm captain of the Pathfinder Society. I am the superior. I'm getting too hard to talk. I guess really taking 3 hours of talking constantly does run out your voice. But when I did Kingmaker, I did like 10-hour streams without too much trouble. Quote unquote too much. Whatever. I'm the superior officer among Pathfinders in the region of Mendev. However, the society is running almost no operations here right now. Besides me, there's almost no Pathfinder here. Actually, I'm the only stuck here because of an old feud with the demon worshipper known as the Spinner of Nightmares. I've tried to work alone without the support of the society, but I've also made a lot of acquaintances among the local blah 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 blah. So like, you can help me recruit unnamed party members and respect, right? I want to know more about you. I don't really. What exactly are you interested? What exactly are you interested in? I'm a common Pathfinder. There are many others like me. Fate and my orders brought me to this land. How'd you end up here? I'm working on an assignment for the Pathfinder Society, and then a demon worshipper named the Spinner of Nightmares abducted my daughter, Luri. For the past 3 years, I've been trying to save her. During this time, I've become a specialist in scouting demon territories. I even planted agents among the cultists. Truth be told, in pursuing this Spinner of Nightmares, I've been acting more on behalf of Queen Galfried than the Pathfinder Society. The Spinner of Nightmares is a true spawn of the Abyss. Think about your daughter. As a girl, Luri was just an angel. We lost her mother early on. She was left to follow my example, a drifter with little idea how to talk to a 10-year-old girl. This was just questions with such questionable parenting. Luri managed to grow into a wonderful girl. Brave, smart, beautiful, entirely unbearable. She always argued with me about everything. When Luri was 18 and told me she was going to be a Pathfinder, all I said was alright. It was when we used to try and talk her out of it, and she was a fine Pathfinder. Thinking about the society. The Pathfinder Society is a global organization that unites opportunists and adventurers of all kinds. We explore the world and uncover its secrets, travel and sometimes face down threats. In times of trouble, the latter becomes our primary focus. We're driven by curiosity and desire to make the world a better place. And we seek money. But in any case, it's hard work. They might send you anywhere on a mission. Weaklings have little place in the society. It's more for seasoned fighters. There are society lodges in many cities. The closest one is in Neurosine. They're each led by adventure captains like me. The Grand Lodge is Absalom, the center of the world. The Decemvirate sits there, the anonymous council of our leaders. Of 10 members. The Decemvirate, maybe, should be said. Think about the Spinner of Nightmares. It all began with the task of the Pathfinder Society. I arrived in Neurosine with my teams to investigate the sudden death of a famous crusader, Baron Falaran. We soon focused on a small hospital for the wealthy, where Falcon was being treated shortly before his death. It turned out that a gang of Baphomet cultists, calling themselves the Labyrinth of Minds, has gotten a hold at the hospital. They were obsessed with twisting the minds of their victims, and targeted fragile people too weak to resist. The hospital was filled with perfect victims, isolated for weeks from the outside world, completely helpless. And when they returned, they were different, almost normal, but the moment they heard a certain phrase, something dark awoke in their mind, and they transformed into servants of Baphomet, ready to lie, betray, and even kill. He was too loyal to his old, too resistant to their spells. He fought for his freedom until a strain broke his heart. We opened and cleaned the city of Baphomet's pit of vipers. Their dead was cradled with sin. They did horrible and forbidden things, and they fought like mad. We burned the place down, and they were set upon revenge. They adopted my daughter, Luri, who served under my command in the Pathfinder Society. They left me a note full of tart insult, mockery, and sneer. In that note, I learned the name of my enemy, the Spinner of Nightmares. A few months later, I confirmed that she was the leader of the Labyrinth of Mind. Okay. Next. Sira. Hey there. During the march to the dungeon, we never got the chance to exchange proper greetings. It's high time I shake your hand. Uribet said you're friends with Jenna Aldori is missing. Do you know where we should look for her? Uribet is worried about our fighters. I understand that. I wanted to look for Jenna myself, so I didn't distract you. But since you're in this due, I could use some help. Jenna and I met in Cannabis a few days ago and I just hit it off. We went drinking together, we went to that unforgivable celebration together too. Oh, we're separated in the crowd. So we should start looking from the main square. That's where I last saw her. She's a good fighter, even if she's green. She couldn't have become an elderly otherwise. I hope that means she's alright. What do you think about what's going on in Canabrese? It's complete chaos. It's lucky we were here to handle it, right? Does that way I talk bother you? You know I can seem blasé. Many good people and our protector, Rendelev, died here in Canabrese. The Paladin of Imode is expected to be properly respectful and solemn. But I prefer to face my troubles with a smile and a bit of common sense. Grief is a weapon that I'll use against you. It cannot demand a warrior spirit. It's better that we hold off grief until we're driven to the last demon and cultists from the city. Lawful. There's wisdom and tradition of mourning, and one shouldn't reject them. All the more so if inappropriate merriment could offend other mourners. Many people's loved one perish in Canabrese. You may be right. I should keep myself in check more. Better discipline, more self-control, quality suitable to be a paladin. Is fighting demons all you want, or looking for something more? How about covering myself in glory and becoming the hero of 100 ballads, or at least a dozen, if they're lively ones? Anyway, to be more serious, the area on the World Wood is the best place for a paladin who wishes to defend the weak and serve the good. Being part of the crusade is reward enough for me, but there's something that worries me. Well, I don't sound like I'm criticizing my brothers in arms, but the Eagle Wash and the other orders are focused on just one aim, the war against the World Wound. That's why they can sometimes overlook the smaller things, ordinary misfortunes, you know. I've always liked being a wandering knight, because any moment I could get up and go help poor rat folk whose family had been kidnapped. Or an old woman whose favorite dog had gone missing. So here's my answer. I don't want some big, important goal, but I'd be happy to help those who need it. I'd like to know more about you. Tell me about yourself. Where are you from? I'm a little bit from Gale, a little bit from Katapesh, but mostly from the Knights of Imode. I was accepted and began my training at 14. I belong to the ranks, more than I belong to any other place. You've come from a long world, right? Knowledge arcane, huh? A very long one. A traveler is expected to have many amusing stories. Unfortunately, I only have 3 tales of any interest, and I'd like to save them for our next feast. Otherwise, I won't have anything to show for myself when it's time to start bragging. And that just won't do, especially since I'll win the night with my cautionary tales of battle with Chupacabras. Knowledge arcana, check past. Chupacabra, fascinating. Can they drink their victim's blood during combat and gain strength from it? Ah, yes. Her face goes serious, and they do it very quickly. They bite one victim, suck out their blood, and then they strike the next victim quick as lightning. But now you've tricked me and I started telling you the tale. I might as well do it properly. Picture a small town in Qadira. That's the Persian look-alike, right? Ah, yeah, Satrapi. It's fine. Down in the dungeon, there's two murderers waiting to be executed. The gallows are already built for them. The rope's been bought. But sometimes life takes a surprising turn. Suddenly a paladin of Imode appears in the doorway and offers the murderers a deal. If they go with her to fight some monsters, they'll live. If they survive, that is. There's a big difference between imminent death and probable death, with a glimmer of hope, when you say. So here we are traveling to the deserts. Me and my friends, a priestess of Siren Ray, along with a little rifle fellow who asks for our help, and the 2 cutthroats. We get to the Ratfolk village and see the bodies lying around, all drained dry. We have to fight vampires, so that's how the little Ratfolk destroyed the monsters who attacked the village. So we went all brazen-like. The sun was high and the vampires couldn't attack until dusk. Then we got a chance to look around. Black shadows quick as wind attacked us from all sides. Not vampires, but chupacabras. One of the lads we pulled from the gallows got killed right away. The second one ran for his life. That left me, the Ratfolk, and Kira. That was the name of the priestess. As we all steeped ourselves for the fight of our lives. And just when we thought the end had come, with the chupacabra surrounding me like a pack of dogs around a bear, our Ratfolk friend wounded and down in the teeth of the quickest of those blasted monsters cast on Kira's shoulder. Right then, when all hope was lost, the other lad from the gallows suddenly comes running back. He kills the beast attacking Kira. I'm sure you know what a turning point in a fight looks like. But that was it. A moment before we were lost, and a moment later we had it back under control. The chupacabras dropped dead one by one. The little Ratfolk is reunited with his family, who were hiding in the basement. The priestess and I closed the eyes of that boy from the gallows to save us. It was a shame he didn't survive the fight. May the gods keep his soul on his journey to the afterlife. He died a hero. I have pity to send him in some points at his final judgment. It's smart to remember our journey didn't end in death. And then for his mercy, Milos, that was his name, would have been hanging from a noose, and me, Kira, and all the Ratfolk would be dead in that village. Someone told me that kind of deed done by an unkind person is 100 times more precious. By the same token, evil done by a noble soul is 100 times more horrifying. Why will you become a paladin of Imode? Her gaze sharpened momentarily. That's a serious question and a good one. You should ask You should ask this of your companions, but it's a long story. To start with, 12 years ago, I was nothing like the person I am now. I roamed the streets of Solku with other homeless orphans. I stole, I fought. I was a hired sword for a bit. Not the proper visions of a paladin, is it? Back then, Solku was a city of orphans, widows, and widowers. Gnolls decimated the city regularly. My parents were among the victims. People there heard about new deaths before they finished mourning their previous losses. One day, a group of knights of Imode brought a glimmer of hope to the city. But while others saw them as saviors and protectors, I was busy pricing up their noble horses and gleaming metal armor, wondering just how much one of their pretty swords would fetch. A thieves lives one day at night at a time, that's what they say. I was the type that never thought past the next job. Anyhow, I was able to sneak into the knight's camp and steal one of their mithril helms. She pauses. And I was right there when a gnoll attacked the helm's owner. Acumen was her name. And it dealt a blow to her unprotected head. And not like all the others, she's firstly driven from the gates of Solku. That was fatal, but who was really to blame for her death? The gnoll or me? Even a seemingly small misdeed can have terrible consequences. Yes, you're right 1,000 times over. I hate to say it, but I just didn't see it back then. And if I had never got that lesson, my eyes would have never been properly opened. Who knows what would have happened to me if it wasn't for Asimi and her bravery. Why does she glow? There was a planet of Imode, whose death inspired no young... Okay. Though they never spoke while Asimi was alive. Okay. Maybe the world should know that maybe the world would know that Scylla is a bandit, not as a knight and protector of those in need. There's a saying I like to remember. People rarely find redemption on their own. Someone must show them the way. We were asking what brought me into the ranks of Imode's warriors. We all chose the paladin's path for our own reasons. Some are guided by nobility of spirits, some are by desire to fight injustice. I became who I am through penance and a debt unpaid. The day Asimi died protecting my city, I wanted to kill myself for the terrible guilt I felt. But then I realized that it wouldn't make the world any better, and I decided that instead I tried to take her place. I become who she had been, and protect the innocence that she would no longer be able to protect. What are the principles that paladins of Imode follow? Just so I know. Since I'm a paladin of Imode. I'll tell you, I like to recite our code. It feels like I've said it 1,000 times, but it never gets old. There's strength in these words. I will learn the weight of my sword. Without my heart to guide it, it is worthless. My strength is not my sword, but in my heart. If I lose my sword, I have lost a tool. If I betray my heart, I have died. I will have faith in the inheritor. I will channel her strength to my body. I will shine in her legion, and I will not tarnish her glory through base action. I am the first into battle, and the last to leave it. I will not be taken prisoners by my free will. I will not surrender those under my command. I will never abandon a companion, though I will honor a sacrifice freely given. I will guard the honor of my fellows, both thought and deed, and I will have faith in them. When in doubt, I may force my enemies to surrender, but I am responsible for their lives. I will never refuse a challenge from an equal. I will give honor toward the enemy and content to the rest. I will suffer death before dishonor. I will be temperate in my actions and immoderate in my behavior. I strive to emulate Imode's perfection. When the scary attacked Kenebres, everything seemed to be lost, but the first person I met after the catastrophe was you, my sister in faith. I believe there's a sign that Imode watches over us. I hope that's true. Although to be honest, our mentor used to warn us against being too eager to see messages from the goddess in every little thing. Being devout is all well and good, but you've got to rely on your own head. Thank you. I've learned everything I wanted to know. Thanks for speaking with me. Who's next? Erebeth. That was our main objective. You've heard what the demon said. They're going to desecrate the wardstone and blow the old barriers. That would be even worse. What are these wardstones? Blah 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 blah. Tell me about the Eagle Watch. It was a small order created to fight not only demons but also the enemy within. To maintain the purity of the paladin's ranks, prevent heresy and identify spies. And it felt miserably at that. The Templars of the Ivory Labyrinth infiltrated and formed their nest within his rank. Who? Baphomet cultists. Okay. After the Queen entrusted me with leading the order, Anivia and I practically built it from scratch. We both got rid of deadweight, people who weren't committed, we organized ways to transmit messages and orders safely, we introduced reliable ciphers, we found tacit allies around the city from Crusaders' orders to street riggers. Those were my personal crusades to purge the city of Templars who had infested it, and I thought I was winning, I could feel it. We're so close to driving the cultists out of Kenebres, but then everything happened. Success. When we got up to the suspects, there were more cultists in the city than Crusaders. What were you doing? We did all we could, but it wasn't enough. The cultists were everywhere from the start, and the demons just raised everything to the ground despite our effort. Any personal questions? Where are you from? From Kenebres. I grew up on the farm just outside of it, but my way back home lay at the end of a long and winding road. took me years of traveling to foreign lands before I came to be where I've always belonged. I had to become a paladin. I don't much like to remember it. Believe it or not, the story of how I became a paladin is also the story of how I felt to become a knight. My parents were crusaders, made their souls stand together in Hemede's celestial army. When I was born, they retired from the war and started preparing me to continue the legacy, but my father was an orc. He'd be pressed to find a calmer, wiser, and more powerful servant of the gods than he, but still all his life he was dogged by sideways looks and whispers. When I grew older, it was time for me to serve. I decided anywhere but Canibris. That was where my father had served loyally. His only reward has been injustice. Beside the witch hunters led by the honorable Predet, Holrun stalked the cities with a heavy hand. Who knows what they'd have done to a strange girl with green skin? Instead I went to... Her smirk that is more like painful grimace crosses her face. You can laugh if you want, but I was young and foolish. I chose Last Wall of all places. You can imagine how well I was accepted in a country been battling the orcs of Belskins since its foundation. There are many that are like me, but we were all treated as second-class citizens. To the locals, my green skin was worse than leper scabs. Even my brothers in faith kept their distances. I took my vows and the goddess granted me the power of a paladin, but even then, not a single order would accept me into its ranks. I spent another 6 months knocking on doors before I realized I simple truth. I serve him one day, not these people. I have to protect myself, prostrate myself before them. So left, as a paladin, but not a knight. It's pretty hard for you as a human to imagine what it's like, when the very color of your skin and the fangs in your mouth make the people in the street turn on their heel to avoid you. No offense. How did you come to join the knightly order? I left Last World and went traveling. The goddess guided me, my path led to where atrocities were happening. I often fought in exchange for gold, but never for unworthy aims, of course. I wandered the river kingdoms for a few years, killing monsters and tracking down criminals. Sometimes I thought I was just wasting time, that my true place was in Canibris. But I pushed those thoughts away. I didn't want to think about going back. But in the end, divine providence had brought me to my senses. It happened in Timan. I was taking a gang of bandits, and then as the story of how she found his wife, she found her or her wife. Breathing is hard. After I cut down the cultists, I examined their papers and couldn't believe my eyes. A network of evil cults has spread throughout all Avestan, including Mendev. Both documents clearly show that their allies, the Templars of the Aubrey Labyrinth, had infested my native Canibris, even among the ranks of the Paladins. After that, delaying my homecoming would be a testament to desertion. Luckily, I was longer alone. And if I was eager to destroy the cultists as I was. I hurried back to Canibris. We couldn't trust anyone. The papers indicated the cultists had infiltrating everything. Luckily, I had some experience in investigation, and my beloved. She knew her way around working locks, telling people and trading information when the city's bottom feeders. So we defeated, alas, not the whole Hydra, but a few of its heads. You know who turned out to be the leader of the culprits? The commander of the Eagle Watch. Can you imagine it? While Prelate Herlung was chasing witches throughout the city, the enemy had infiltrated the very order responsible for internal security. The scandal reached the ears of the Queen. At first, she tried to disband the order in disgrace, but then she offered it to come into me, and put the salvation in my hand. Of course, there was one small catch. I wasn't a knight, but I was made commander just the same. You can imagine the powers of Zankutan in alliance with demon worshippers. Shouldn't they each hate each other? They should. Baphomet's minions are masters of deceptions. They manipulate Zankutan's butchers as eagerly as Imade's knights. The cultists from that unholy temple didn't know the true face of their associates in Canibris. We learned the truth much later after getting to the bottom of the nest. How do the people of Canibris feel about your background? They tolerated it surprisingly well. I shouldn't have been so wary. But what about your father, then? Crusaders don't tend to be prejudiced as a rule. After all, heroes from all over the world, even from other continents, come here to fight. Apparently, the people were only suspicious of full-blooded orcs. Ah, okay. There are already many like me here, as we don't have any problems. But the locals do have their superstitions. Mendes is as merciless as Last Wall. They just have different sets of victims. Who? The full orcs? I kept seeing those same sideways look and scowls, hearing the familiar whispers. But where once they used to whisper behind my back and point at me, now they whisper in my ear and point at someone else. It's strange, to be on the other side of humiliation, to wipe the spit from your face, and be invited to spit at someone else. You must figure out about what I'm talking about, tieflings. Ah, yeah, that would make sense. It's that there are many of them among the cultists, and few among our crusader, and our fighters do all they can to drive away those who would be our allies. People shun them, call them heirloom pawn, or worse. As if they choose to be born like that, I believe it's quite a feat to rise against the call of one's blood and join the force of good. Still, most only see them as enemies. I once saw a knight bleeding to death because he wouldn't let the tiefling priest touch his wound. Alas, I've been able to change that in my time in Canibris. Tell me about Anivia. We met in Timan as I was wandering aimlessly, from one ordeal to another. We returned to Canibris together to expose the Templars of the Aubrey Labyrinth. The day the Queen knighted me was the second happiest day of my life. The first was the day of our wedding. But Anivia isn't just my beloved, she's my ally. We share every victory and defeat. The best of me is alive thanks to her. Thank you for saving her back then, the day Calibus fell. Before we returned, the only thing giving me the strength to protect the Defender's heart was the hope that I see her again. Thank you. That's it. Who's next? I think we still have to talk to... Let's see, Sira. Wait, who's this? I've talked to all the companions. Up.
Let's move.
Zhernov. Who? A young man in well-worn traveling clothes and a simple wooden symbol of Aristel on his chest is efficiently cutting a linen rope, a robe into strips that use as bandages. Despite his visible exhaustion, he works with zeal, singing some tune about red braids and ripe sheaves of wheat under his breath. He raises his worn, chestnut-colored eyes to you. Are you one of the Crusaders? Thank you for defending one of us whose talent lies off the battlefield. I am Jordan, servant of Aristel. Pleased to meet you. What are you doing? I only took my holy order recently, so my god has only bestowed a little of his power upon me. I'm certain to say that the number of wounded fighters in the tavern is far beyond my powers to heal. There's a reason when people say, have faith in the gods, but look to yourself first. I may not be able to help the wounded with magic, but I can at least cut bandages. Are you from around here? Just passing through Canterbury, I was sitting down to that old man of ours, the Great Selen River, to a village named the Chili Creek. I happened to land the city on the eve of the festival, and I should say that I decided to stay for a day to enjoy myself. But he stayed in the city longer than I had bargained for. Where's the Chili Creek? A small fishing village is not even marked on some maps, but people do live there. What they don't have is a priest. They have no one to heal their wounds, no one to offer prayers for a good catch, no one to give their deed as dignified burial, the dead. And the world wood is a stone's throw away. So I'll be setting sail for Chili Creek to serve my god and my people. Once we've held Canterbury, I'll be going there. If by the grace of the good gods we all survive this, you should come and visit me. Aren't you, a young inexperienced priest, afraid to go to the border of the world wound? I won't lie. I'm afraid, but what can I do? Those villagers are simple people, like you and me. Every day of their short lives is spent doing hard, honest work. That's exactly the kind of life I want. Something simple but meaningful. If I had centuries ahead of me, like elves or some other races do, I might have spared some 50 years or so to travel around the world. Maybe even 100, why not? I don't have any time to spare, so I want to spend my short life in the place where I'm needed most. I could use the help of a cleric. I also know I'd be able to help you, but I have no use. My spells are depleted, I have no time training potions. Okay. Where's the exit? The basement? We exit by the basement? There's no actual door. We can't go up. There doesn't seem to be any doors. Wait, there aren't any doors? Or, no, there's the door. Outside. Let's head towards the basement. Let's see, bunch of survivors. Forn Autumn Haze. A tall, fragile-looking elf sits in front of you, eyes closed. He is pale as a ghost, his arm wrapped in a blood-stained bandage. There's quite other bandages on his body under his clothes, but even in such a miserable state, he's managed to keep calm. Raising his eyes to meet yours, he says faintly, I am Forn Autumn Haze at your service. His pale lips are red by blood. Do you need help? To give you a cold, intense look, he shakes his head. Do not trouble yourself on my behalf. Don't go here attended to me. Besides, I come from a resilient, hardy people. My body will endure both wounds and the poison delivered through them. Who are you? I'm coming here from QN because I am a hunter, and all minions of evil are my quarry. I won't say more than that, if you don't mind. We're strangers and different races and culture. I will not tell you more than is necessary. Who wounded you? I'm the Goddess of Demon. I am Arthur, you can trust me. I might be able to help you. It would be polite to refuse such direct and free help. Who's your quarry? I'm looking at a fugitive, a Descurite, by the name of Kalisa. It pains me to admit that there are heinous malefactors such as her among my noble kind. I managed to catch up to her in Canterbury, and I wounded her. Then demons appeared. I was injured in the battle that ensued, and I couldn't free her soul from its service to Dark Masters. I'm sorry for your misfortune. I hope things will turn out differently next time. He purses his lip. There is no need for pity. Our ancient kind is blessed with great longevity. We gain a deeper understanding of the world and other races, and we live blah 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 blah. And survive, which means I'll be more prepared when next we meet. I wish to aid you in your hunt. Whoa, knowledge 26? We can't do that. I thank you, but this is my mission, and I'm used to facing all manners of terrors on my own. I do appreciate your willingness to help if you happen to meet Calicia. Take caution. She has turned many innocent souls to the path of evil, and darkness has rewarded her with many gifts. Her appearance alone will tell you that. It is warped. The agate skin, the malicious stare of blood-red eyes, the bestial teeth. More monster than an elf at this point. What does she look like? Her skin is dark, her hair permanently white. Her red eyes can see perfectly in the dark, which to my dismay I've come to know from experience, but bright light causes her kind of pain. Isn't it chemical? Is she a drow? Wait, can you go back? Does she have dark skin? Gate skin, never mind. Using a couple powder that explodes and dancing flash as she cried out as Saber. I'd like to know more about you. I don't really. Tell me about yourself. Other people tend to believe that the identity is some of a person's actions and the events that happen to them. For them, I am one of the long line of warriors of Kyoden. But I'm an elf, and for me, my identity has a different meaning. That's tell you who I am. I will require many days and much candor. Thanks. Why you become a hunter of evil? Because I'm a son of a noble and proud nation. We are sometimes criticized for our arrogance, but no one dares doubt our honor. When crime is committed, we cannot turn a blind eye. If we were to abandon our obligation to oppose evil, if we were to surrender this obligation to other races, we would also relinquish our permanence. Okay, that's good. I have to go. Let's go to the basement. See what's different down there. Some guard, Delvin. Who? And a wolfage. Surrender thy soul, Delvin. And may they protect us. I got you again. How many times is that today? 2? 1? Take your joke and shove them, tiefling. Well, easy there, chief. Don't hit me. What's happening out here? Go ahead. Don't take too long. Roll Jif.
Hey, Chief. Hey, Dreamboat, come over here. I want to talk to you about something. Something really important.
The young tiefling sits cross-legged on the floor. He looks relatively calm for someone in his shackle, but his tail waves back and forth in agitation. Noticing your attention, the tiefling sits up and beckons you.
Quit bothering the decent people in here, Woljif, or I'll knock your teeth out.
Woljif.
What's it to you, Delvin Dum-Dum? You were told to guard me, and I'm not stopping you. But no one told me I had to shut my trap.
What's with the shadow?
Get me out of here and I'll tell you. And don't worry, it's not contagious.
Are you evil? Why are you in chains?
Does it really matter?
Uh-oh.
Don't get hung up on the past, Chief. Don't look to the future. Live in the here and now.
He was caught thieving.
Understood. What do you want from me?
I'll lay it out for you. Simple job, 30 minutes tops. We go someplace, talk to someone, and in return, whatever you want, I'll get it for you. Some extra rations? No problem. Armor, weapons, scrolls, you name it. It's as good as yours. If you need my help with something, whistle and I'll be there. I'm handy enough with knives too, and even my magic know-how isn't too shabby.
What a load of guff. If you were good at magic, you wouldn't be stuck in here now, would you?
Would he?
Don't you listen to him, Chief. He'd find fault with the Queen herself. I'll be useful to have in battle, and I'll sell whatever you want at a reasonable price. It's your lucky day. You won't meet another gem like me in Canabras.
Who are you?
Woljif Jefto. I deal in useful things. I can get you whatever you want. Anything. But there's just one problem.
Can I free you without breaking the law?
That's easy. You know Irabeth? Feisty looking gal, always wears armor. You can't miss her. She's the meanest fighter in the whole city. When you see her, put in a good word for me, will ya? Tell her there's this guy Woljif locked up for no good reason in the Defender's Heart. Well, for the follies of his youth. And he really wants to get out on bail so he can keep up his good behavior and make a contribution to society. You got that? Will you do it?
I mean, if I do it, you really have to do a good contribution to society. I'll talk.
I knew I could count on you. Knew it the moment I laid eyes on you.
See you later. Anything else down here? A bunch of stuff to loot? Outside? What's this? What? A lever. 2 levers. Okay. Let's put it in good word, as he asked. But if he turns out to be evil, he's not gonna be sticking around for long. I mean, the last evil party member just betrayed us, straight up. So, you know. Maybe I won't have to do anything. There's a chiefling chained up in the Defender's Heart. What can you tell me about him? Wolf Jill is a pretty thief from a gang of tieflings. Tieflings, operating in Canabras. That's what we call them in these parts. They tried to rob a vendor of magical items recently. Opportunity, we apprehended only one of them, and the rest managed to escape. We were to keep him apart from the Defender's Hearts, but that's hardly a prison. Wolf just knows it too. He's been begging us for days to let him go free or have someone else vouch for him. He's already asked you to put in a good word for him, hasn't he? If you want to recruit Wolf and put him to good use, go ahead and take him off our guards' hands. We cannot afford to let a soldier spend their days watching over a middling thief. Understood. So if he's evil and doesn't betray us, if he's not evil and doesn't betray us, I guess he'll be able to stick around. Let's see, handy with magic and knives. I'm not sure what class that is. I put in a good word.
Chief, you must be a smooth talker. Come on, Delvin. Get these bracelets of yours off me. I'm going free.
You're sure to regret this. This tiefling will fleece you for everything you've got. Mark my words.
Probably.
Bitter little man, Delvin. Petty and mean. You can't even be happy for me, can you? I pity you. I'll leave you alone with your sad little soul. So long. And now, Chief, straight down to business. You see, I'm one of those guys that people around here call thieflings. We just call ourselves the family. After we knocked over that shop and I got stuck here in the Defender's Heart, a little bird told me that big sister Charisme wanted to see me. That she had some questions to ask me. You following? Now, she won't be asking me questions like, Woljif, how'd you manage to get out of this one? Or, Woljif, you're so thin, didn't they feed you? No, something serious has gone down, and I just know they want to try to pin something on me. I can feel it in my tail. So I knew right away that I couldn't go alone. You turned up just in time, Chief. You don't need to do anything when we get there. Just stand behind me and look mean, and I'll handle the rest. Somehow. Let's go, I'll show you the way.
Have they turned into demon worshipping? They might have. And that's why they want to pin it on him. Or maybe something else. Already has a cape. Are you already in my party? And we are leveled up. Chaotic neutral. Eldritch scoundrel. Okay. He's level 3. Let's see. Burning hands. Grease. Flare burst. Sleep. Shocking grasp. Sure. Some basic spells. Oh, he's a rogue. What's Eldritch Knight but level 3 rogue? How does that work? Eh, whatever. Any level ability up? Paladin. Take a level in Paladin? Yeah. Up. Knowledge World. Don't use Persuasion. Yeah, I'm sure. Use Low Religion. Next. A feat. Armor focus, heavy armor? Sure. She's going to be the tank anyway. Mercy. Give us a Mercy. Cursed? That could be good. Nauseated, paralyzed. That's it? It needs prerequisites. Because we're not had enough levels. Sickened. Shaken. Fatigued. I'll go for sickened. I'll go for shaken. Okay. Let me do that. Level 3 paladin. Up. Religion. Persuasion. Thanks. Feat. Give me another combat feat. Extra lay on hands. History of terror. Intimidate prowess. So we can do some nice little persuasion checks. Mercy. Shaken. Good. Next. Come on. Camellia. Shaman level 3. Yeah. Trickery, that's fine. That's all? How many skill points do you have? 1 skill point? Okay. Material components. Has prepared the spell Treat Eviction, but it requires a health kit. Okay, sure. You don't get dodge. Elven Spirit? No. Fortitude. Elven Immunities? No. Isn't there something for your hexes so they can have a higher DC? Scribe Skulls? That's fine. Spell Penetration? That's fine. Good. And she gets a bunch of new spells. Let me prepare a spell book. Level 2 spells. Goes all the way up to level 9, okay. What goes in there? Bolt Strength. That's it? Okay. 1 Bolt Strength, 1 Cure Moderate Wounds, and 1 Communal Protection from Evil. Thanks, Shaman. And Lan, the Monk, the Zen Archer. Yeah. Let me do stuff. Defense, mobility, perception. That's fine. Feet, deflect arrows. How about something else? Precise shot. That's fine. Back to back. Deceitful. Dispel energy. Dragon style. I think that you gain +2 bonus on saving throws against stuff. You can add 1.5 times your strength bonus on damage rolls with your fist unarmed strike on a given round. Mounted combat, power attack, precise strike. No. Seize the moment. Those are teamwork feats. Skill focus. How about you have perception as a skill focus? Perception. Thank you. Sure, because it's for mythic skill focus perception. Sure. Up. Let's see. Next skill. For the long point blank master, longbow. Yeah, sure. Key power extra attacks. Then archery. May use wisdom modifier instead of his dex. Ooh, yeah. That's gonna be good. But he already has +3 dex, never mind. He has high strength too, so I can give him a composite longbow. Let me do that. Do you have any of those in the inventory? No, I don't. Okay. And everybody's level up. Level 3. Up, back to the tavern. Let's see if there aren't any more people to talk to outside. I have to talk to Wolfjif. Hey Chief, wanna talk? I want to know more about you. Are you family tieflings too? It's an interesting story actually, but I don't tell just anyone. My father and mother had bakery, their life was great, but the gods never blessed them with children. One day my mother went to the river to wash some clothes and she saw a basket floating downstream. Inside the basket was a baby, adorable and chubby and fast asleep. Wow. He's like a hero from a Greek tale. In my hand was a note spritz with a specific perfume that said, "Take care of my little angel." They raised me on their own. When I turned 15, my mother showed me my baby blanket. It was embroidered with coat of arms of an unknown kingdom, all in gold thread. Ever since then, I've been looking for my real parents, but it's not easy. Traveling takes money, so if you have a few coins, I'll pay you back. He's trying to fleece me. That's not very believable. Seriously? Usually everyone just believes everything I say. People love stories like that. You know, a cute baby, a basket, a blanket. What's not to love? Look at me differently, as if I'm worth more just because of the sheets I spit up on because the sheets I spit up on might have had a fancy coat of arms on them. If I really was a prince, I wouldn't be sitting around here, I can tell you that much. But I've already gone and take what's rightfully mine. Then I come back with an army so I could watch the guards and merchants that would push me around all my life, bow and scrape before me. The truth is boring. My family is human, both my father and my mother. They used to live in a village nearby, I forget the name. When my mom had me, my old man got so mad they almost killed her. Pinned her to the wall, started asking questions like why his son has horns and a tail. Ma told him that her mother, grandma, used to fool around with demons. When he heard this, Daddy Dearest got drunk, trashed the house and then took off. I don't remember any of this, of course. My grandma told me I was about 2 years old when my mother brought me to Canterbury and left me with my grandma. She said to her, "You and your demons have ruined my life, now you handle him." Then she left. I haven't seen her or my dad since. She did leave a blanket though, that part was true. My grandma burned it because it was infected with lice. Wasn't even good enough to use the rag. I think after all that, my grandmother saw the light, felt rightfully ashamed, and kissed my horns. I wish. People used to give her trouble for fooling around with a demon. She wasn't welcome anywhere, so she got angry. People used to give her trouble for fooling around with a demon. She wasn't welcome anywhere, so she got angry. Normal kids got bedtime stories, see. But the only tales I got told were how my dad was worthless, my mom was a slut, and I was a demon spot no one cared about. Pretty state kept me so she could help around the house and still finish anything. 1 minute, I have to take care of something. Boom, I'm back. Tell me the real story of your family. Okay, that's the same thing. How did you become a tiefling? How did you become a tiefling? Oh, a tiefling, okay. Already a tiefling in my life made me a thief. I've been in this business since I was a kid. My grandma used to say, if you don't work, you don't eat. And she gave me as an apprentice to Uger, a tiefling neighbor of ours. He was a cunning old geezer. He knew how to take a purse off somebody's belt. How to cut open bags undetected, even to do some magic. I used to climb through basement windows and open doors from the inside while I was still small enough. Then when I grew and stopped fitting through the windows, I guess I was done with my education. I repaid my grandma for everything and she done for me, which was absolutely nothing. What would I feed her if she wasn't bringing me any money? If you don't work, you don't eat. So I took off. I got bored of my teacher too, but I went as much as I hated as leaving. He said that I owed him for my education. So I nodded, and then I joined the Owl Bears, the gang that ran our district, and told them that Ear was working their territory. I don't know what happened to him, but okay, he's gonna betray me too. He betrayed everybody he's ever known. The leader started giving me the cold shoulder. I did steal from him, but never that much, so I had to read them out to the guards. Then I read the golden hands, and then I read them out to the guards. It would price me a bigger cut if I told them where the golden hands would get their loot. I'm no fool, of course, so I told them. After that, I only had one option, to join the Northmen. Yeah, the family came. At first I didn't want to take them seriously. I'm always on the winner's side, chief, that's why I would join the Tiefling. And right on time. Some thugs came from the capital and made the Northmen leave. You know about Tieflings. I won't tell you everything in mind, but I can tell you a little. The Tieflings are Mendevian thieves. The guards that was... the gang was started in Mendev capital by someone or other. And soon after they spread all over Golarion. They're also called the family. You know why? Because our Tieflings are easy to spot. Wherever we go, guards always ask for us, asking, are you lost or someone or in head? You say we're visiting family, and if they say, oh yeah, who? We give them the name of a local tiefling. We're gonna choose everything even if he's never seen you before in his life. That's why we're all brothers and sisters. The rules, who does what, who gets what cut. I won't say it's a lot, but they make it worth your while. They even heal you if you take an arrow, but the biggest no-no is this. You don't steal from the family. If you don't contribute to the shared pot, you get a cold shoulder. You won't be treated like family no more. And everyone will hear that you went to visit some relatives or the farm someplace. My best guess, the farm is some underground, well beneath Kinabez. Think of somebody you call a sister, that's slow. Birds fly low before a storm. I'm just surviving as best as I can. Imagine the situation, Chief. You're 7 years old, you come home and your own grandma, your family is lying there drunk. And there's no food because she got wasted in the morning and didn't cook anything. You know that she has a stash under the floorboard. You take this money so you don't starve to death. And then, when she wakes up, she beats you because you shouldn't have taken it. You should have stolen some food, you're a waste of space. That's something you can never understand, Chief. You only care about moral choices. You always know what's right and what's wrong. They're just words. What do you think of Kenebres? It used to be such a hole in the Crusades and refugees came here, and things started looking up. Although it depends when you ask, though. Which is better still clear of here, because Imodate's followers are ferocious. Especially Starpok, the local inquisitors. Shapok? Holrun Shapok? He's a tough old goat. I didn't see it myself, but a serving girl at the tavern told me that her second cousin's son from his third wife is a paladin, and he said that the Holrun takes an unsheathed sword with him even to the privy, and when he sleeps, he puts it on the pillow next to him. When he's in his cups, he strokes the blades and whispers sweetly to it. You're my one true friend. You're the only one I can rely on. Elizabeth is giving us a hard time too. As much as looks as some nice bubble, and before you can think of taking it, before your fingers even twitch, she's coming for you, with her nostrils flaring and her fangs glinting. Scary woman. There's been better, but even she's better than Sister Kisme, our boss here in Kenebres. By our I mean the Tieflings. If you get caught by Irbet, it's all out in the open. You go in prison or you end up as worm food. But if you step on Kisme's toe, poof, you're gone. You have demon blood in you. Do you feel drawn to the abyss? Why, are you an inquisitor or something? What's it to you? If I've wronged you somehow, just come on and say it. Don't ask me trick questions. I know how it happens. I used to know a fella. He was with me to a Sisters of a Guard. Some shady types got him drunk one night and started asking him suspicious questions about the gods, about the queen. So he wakes up over with a headache, someone's mumbling something. He smells like smoke and his feet are kinda hot. Ah, so is it true or not? You kind of dodged the question. Your shadow looks strange. What kind of magic is that? Ladies and gentlemen, roll up. Roll up. No dark magic, no fraud. A trick without any deception. Ta-da! And everybody's running away. Didn't do anything, it just looks scary. I remember when I was little, an old beggar showed me and my friend how to make shadows puppets. You put your fingers together in front of a light, and it makes a shadow of a deer or a dog or a dove on the wall. I tried so hard I wanted to make the best shadow, and I did. It just happened. Funny enough, that's the last time I had any real friends. They tried to stone me later, screaming at me, calling me demon. A tiefling is always a demon for these whips. Even the lowest ranking drunken gnomes thinks he's better than me, just because he hasn't got horns or tail. The poorest beggar is the filthiest gutter thinks he's better than me. Most people will never show their shadow again after that time. But I don't care. If stones start flying around again, I'll just run. Let's see. Let's go with lawful, maybe. Demon magic is nothing to be proud of. The blue fire vanishes and hides his hand behind his back like a naughty child. Got it, chief, but it's part of me, same as my horn and my tail. I'm not proud of them, they just exist. Okay, that's it. That's all. What's my alignment now? Anything's changed? Kind of. It's just moving towards lawful good. Alright, I think that's going to be all for today. Let me just tab out. Boop. Have a good